On Sunday the 8th of October, way back in 1871, the city of Chicago was ablaze. A very ferocious fire was quickly making its way through the city, totally destroying everything in its path, reducing everything to ash. People speculate that the fire began in the O'Leary family cottage after Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicked over a lantern that day and set the barn on fire, which was quickly engulfed by the flames and then started to spread on the wind towards the city. Most of the buildings in the city were made of wood. Even the buildings that looked as though they were made from stone were hiding a wooden frame underneath their fake exterior. The city was also made up of wooden sidewalks and the streets were covered in sawdust, which made the city of Chicago basically a tinderbox just waiting for a spark. When the fire started, the initial alarm somehow went unnoticed, and by the time the fire brigade got the message, they were sent to the wrong location, which left the fire to spread out of control. On top of all this, the city was still suffering from a very serious drought, which left the earth and the plant life dry and scorched after a very hot summer, which didn't help stop the spread of the fire, which even crossed the river, moving on to consume most of the city. And the hellish flames reached high into the sky, lighting up the night whilst burning hot embers hopped from rooftop to rooftop. Even the intense heat that travelled on the wind was enough to ignite the wooden structures. The Chicago Fire Department had 185 firefighters and 17 horse-drawn steam pumpers, which became useless when the city's water supply ran dry. Without water, there wasn't much the fire brigade could do, and the fire ravaged the city, jumping from building to building. On the 9th of October, the fire had started to burn itself out, and in some ironic twist of fate, the heavens opened up and it began to rain. But the fire still burned until the following day. The fire had destroyed a massive area of the city which spread 4 miles long and 1 mile wide, and claimed the lives of approximately 300 people and left over 1,000 people homeless, and over 1,700 buildings were reduced to a smouldering pile of ash. The news of the fire spread just as quickly as the fire itself, especially to the bigger cities, but out in the countryside, news seemed to trickle in rather than flow. And over 900 miles away in the town of Gilmanton, the news did trickle down to the locals very slowly, who were both fascinated and horrified by the news of the fire that had killed so many people and laid waste to the city. But for one young resident of Gilmanton, the news of the fire was especially thrilling. 10-year-old Herman Webster Mudgett took in every detail: the blaze, the terror, the destruction, the loss, and the death. Herman had a very dark side to him, even at the age of 10. But he had become very efficient at hiding that dark side and not showing it to the outside world. As he absorbed every haunting detail from the Great Fire of Chicago, he imagined his parents trapped by the fire as their flesh blistered and burst and burned to the bone until there was only ash. And this thought comforted Herman, who we all know now as H. H. Holmes. Holmes was born Herman Webster Mudgett in Gilmanton, New Hampshire on May 16, 1861. He was the third child out of 4 born to Levi Horton Mudgett and Theodate Page Price. In the book Depraved, Holmes is described as a slightly built boy with blue eyes and brown hair, and according to eyewitnesses, Holmes was a quiet child, very bright, and just seemed like a very ordinary, if not mature-minded child. His father was a hard-working man. If he wasn't out working as a painter, then you may have found him farming. It's been said that he may have been a very strict man, and Holmes would have often been at the receiving end of his violent outbreaks, whilst his mother stood by and allowed whatever course of punishment his father felt fit to dish out. And this is said to be where Holmes' hatred for his mother and father began. He detested the pair and couldn't wait to be his own man and leave his childhood behind. It may be safe to say that Holmes had known for some time that there was something different about him, something that separated him from the other children in the school. He was a bright child and an intelligent child, but deep down inside, something else festered. When Holmes was younger, there was an incident with a few school bullies that terrified Holmes, but also brought out a different side to him. Every day as Holmes made his way towards school, he had no option but to walk past the local doctor's surgery, which was always open for business. Holmes feared the doctors. He associated it with being sick and having to ingest a foul-tasting medicine that the doctor prescribed, and he had also heard horror stories that the doctor liked to keep hacked-off limbs and human heads that he preserved and stored inside the surgery. Holmes probably ran past a doctor's door rather than walked. He was afraid of the doctors, and to him, it was the stuff of nightmares. And this didn't go unnoticed by a few older schoolmates who decided that one day they would make him face his fears, but not for his own good. One particular day, as Holmes walked past a doctor's surgery, he was grabbed by his older schoolmates and pulled kicking and screaming and crying into the building that he feared so much. His tormentors quickly brought him face to face with the doctor's display skeleton that stood eerily in the dark corner of the room, looking back at him with big dark voids where his eyes had once been. And as Herman sobbed and begged, the closer the bullies brought him to the face of death. And at that moment, the doctor returned from his errand, and the bullies dropped young Holmes and fled back into the street, as Holmes sat sobbing at the bony feet of the skeleton. And then he felt the fear subside and a fascination take its place, a fascination that would stay with him forever, a fascination for anatomy. And by 11 years old, young Holmes was already carrying out his own dissections on frogs and small reptiles. He liked to cut them open and see how they worked, and then he decided to move up to rabbits and cats, and eventually dogs. Young Holmes preferred his specimens to be alive as he sliced at their flesh with his blade and opened them up. And once the kill was complete, he liked to keep little mementos, certain body parts or skulls of the animals he slaughtered, and hide them in a small box. His own little secret. Holmes was a quiet child and did not show much interest in friendship, although he did have a friend at some point in his childhood named Tom. One day, whilst he and Tom were exploring an abandoned house, Tom had an accident and fell to his death from the landing of the house. It is said that Holmes was later asked how he felt about his friend's death, to which he coldly replied, "I prefer to be alone." It's not known for sure if Holmes had a hand in little Tom's death or not, but it is safe to say that he never felt any loss for his friend, and it's questionable if Holmes felt much for anybody at all. Years later, when Holmes reached 17 years of age, he met a young lady named Clara Lovering, and he enrolled in medical school soon after. In his college years, Holmes would often steal cadavers from the morgue or even graves and sell them to medical science, or create a false identity and take out life insurance on the corpse. He would then set up the dead bodies, recreating a deadly accident, mainly fires, so the body was unrecognisable, and then somehow claim life insurance by running a complicated scam. He may also have enjoyed experimenting with the bodies. It's safe to say that even though Holmes was despicable and murderous, he was also a very clever man. Deceiving people came very easy to Holmes, who had a very charming demeanour about himself. He was a smooth talker and had the ability to wrap anyone around his little finger. And he certainly did this with young Clara, who fell hook, line and sinker for his charms, and it wasn't long before marriage and a child followed in 1880. But Holmes had no intention of letting anyone or anything tie him down, and it wasn't long before he abandoned his wife and child, which in hindsight was a very good thing for Clara and her child. The next few years are very vague to say the least, but it is believed that a few years later, after his separation from his wife and child, Holmes moved to Morse Forks in New York. Now, there are rumours that Holmes was seen with a young child in his company around this time, who had later disappeared from the face of the earth, and when he was questioned about what had become of the child, he insisted that he returned the child to his home in Massachusetts. There's not much information regarding this, but it is believed that Holmes, who was someone who was not known to stay in one place for very long, later fled town. Holmes would later pop up in Philadelphia, where he found work in a drugstore, but he didn't stay here for long after the sudden death of a female customer by poisoning. She was given the wrong medication from Holmes, but Holmes claimed he was innocent, and once again he fled the area, but this time he thought it was best to actually change his name from Mudgett. He didn't want the death of the woman and probably the child from New York hanging over his head and being associated with his name, and so he chose the name we all know him as today, and the name I've been using throughout this story so far, H.H. Holmes. One hot day in July of 1886, a smartly dressed H.H. Holmes stepped over the threshold of Mr. and Mrs. Holton's drugstore, a very prosperous business on the northwest corner of South Wallace Avenue and West 63rd Street in Inglewood, Chicago. Since the Great Fire of Chicago, Inglewood had come a long way from its modest beginnings. After the fire, most of the people of Chicago fled to this little suburb on the city limits to restart their lives, and it wasn't long before the population multiplied and the location flourished. H.H. Holmes knew this too well, and it was for this reason he visited the Holtons' pharmacy that day. Holmes was always thinking ahead, always thinking of the next scam, with no concern of the people's lives he ruined or ended. Like I said, the Holton's drugstore was a very prosperous business. It was always busy and full of custom. Whatever your ailment was, Holton's pharmacy was sure to stock some kind of elixir or pill, ointment or herbal concoction to treat your illness. But recently, the busy trade was proving too much for Mr. and Mrs. Holton, who were quite frankly finding it hard to cope. Mr. Holton was in the later stages of suffering through prostate cancer, something that the many glass bottles of medicine and pills in the store could not cure. He lay in his bed on the upper floor of the store whilst Mrs. Holton struggled downstairs with the demanding crowds that were always coming through the door, as she came closer and closer to collapse and losing her husband to cancer. Now, I refuse to believe that Holmes did not see this as a perfect opportunity to turn on his deceitful charms, and he did just that. As Holmes approached Mrs. Holton, the first thing that she would have noticed was that this young man was very smartly dressed, with flashes of gold coming from his cufflinks, and he was very well groomed, with a perfectly neatly trimmed moustache sitting on a handsome face below a fetching fedora hat. Holmes knew how to put on a good show and present himself well, and he knew how to sell himself also. Holmes introduced himself and made sure that included that he had graduated medical school and that he had experience with working in a chemist, of course leaving out the part about poisoning a customer. He proceeded to inquire if there was a vacancy at the drugstore that he could fill. To Mrs. Holton, Holmes must have seemed like a gift from the gods, and she hired him on the spot. Holmes was a natural behind the counter, organising stock, filling prescriptions, and he was also a natural at charming the customers, who quickly come to think highly of Holmes, especially the female customers, who puzzled at the fact that Holmes was still a bachelor and hadn't taken a wife. Little did they know that under a different name, he was still indeed married. Over the coming months, Holmes had completely gained the trust of the community and Mrs. Holton. He had gradually worked his way from serving customers and filling prescriptions to handling the accounts of the business, and after the death of Mr. Holton, that may or may not have been at the hands of Holmes, he was pretty much running the store, as a tired Mrs. Holton had simply let Holmes take the reins. But of course, Holmes didn't want to be the employee for much longer. He wanted to own the business. One day, Holmes offered to buy the store from Mrs. Holton, and she quickly agreed. After all, who better to sell the business to than this young man who came to the rescue in her hour of need? She asked only one thing of Holmes, that she be allowed to remain in the apartment above the shop. Holmes agreed, and the relevant paperwork was signed, and a deal was made that Holmes would make multiple payments to Mrs. Holton for the purchase of the store. And with that, a gold lettered sign went up above the door of the drugstore, informing the customers that the Holtons were all news. H. Holmes was now the owner of the store. Of course, Holmes had absolutely no intention of paying Mrs. Holton, and each month he made up some kind of excuse not to pay her, something he would do again and again in future scams. It became clear to Mrs. Holton that she had been tricked by Holmes. His charms had won over her trust, and now she may never see her money. Mrs. Holton gave Holmes so many chances to pay the money that was owed, and after multiple failures to do so, she sought legal action to force the money from Holmes by means of the law. Now, there are versions of this story that state that Mrs. Holton dropped the suit against Holmes and stayed in the area and lived out the rest of her life, although it is also rumoured that for some unknown reason Mrs. Holton mysteriously vanished. She disappeared. No one knew where she had gone or why she had disappeared, and when her loyal customers who had known her for so long inquired where her whereabouts were, Holmes simply said she had moved away. Whether Mrs. Holton met her demise at the hands of H. Holmes is unclear, but one thing that we do know is that it wasn't long before Holmes moved his belongings into the second floor apartment above the drugstore. Holmes now had a business that was making a nice little profit, and to make things even better, he didn't have many outgoings. Holmes loved money and he hated to part with it, and besides, if his next part of his master plan was going to succeed, he would need all the money he could get. For across the road from the pharmacy, on the corner of 63rd and Wallace, Holmes had his eye on a big plot of land. He had actually had his eye on this plot of land for quite some time. Holmes was always thinking ahead. He had grand ideas for this plot of land where he planned to build his very own 3-storey building. On the ground floor of his grand building, he would create a row of shops that he would rent out to merchants, as well as running some of the businesses himself. On the 3rd level, Holmes would create many apartment rooms for anyone wanting to visit the city of Chicago. But on the second floor, there would be multiple apartment rooms. Some were genuine rooms, and some would have a very different purpose. It was like a labyrinth to get around, full of twists and turns, built in a bizarre and complex manner, with maze-like hallways and misleading doorways, and airtight chambers specially designed to be the last room his guests would ever see as they gasp for their final breath, and specially built gas chambers as well as grease chutes that go all the way down to the dark basements where he intended to keep a medical table that would more resemble a butcher's block. This was Holmes's dream, his masterpiece, his murder castle. Holmes was now moving up in the world. He was now the proud owner of a very profitable pharmacy, and he was seen as a respectable gentleman in the area, and yet he remained a bachelor. In December of 1886, Holmes was away on a business trip to Minneapolis. Whether it was an actual business trip or something more sinister was unclear, but it was in Minneapolis where he met Myrta Z. Belknap. It wasn't long before Holmes had turned on his charms and won over the heart of Myrta, who fell head over heels for Holmes, and by January of 1887, the already married Holmes and Myrta were wed. After the wedding, Myrta returned with Holmes to his pharmacy back in Chicago. Any customer that entered Holmes's pharmacy would have seen the married couple running the shop together, and it was clear to see that the quiet young blonde lady was totally content and slightly enchanted by her loving husband. But like most women in Holmes's life, it wasn't long before he started to lose interest, and the clinginess became a problem. Holmes probably thought she was now cramping his style. With his bride by his side, he was no longer in any position to turn on his flirtatious charms. He was indeed a ladies' man, and had a way with women, and with his wife by his side, he was not able to act out on his carnal desires. She may have also been getting in the way of him planning out his further endeavours, and he decided that she needed to exist more in the background rather than up front. And it wasn't long before Myrta would be spending less time in the pharmacy and more time in the back or doing house chores. It wasn't long before Myrta started to feel more and more neglected, and it was clear that Holmes had simply lost interest as he flirted with most of the females that crossed the threshold of his shop. Even though the relationship was hopeless, Myrta hung on to hope. In those days, divorce was frowned upon heavily, so bringing the marriage to a close was a choice she wanted to avoid if possible. Another reason she could not end the marriage was because of the baby growing in her womb. Myrta decided that she would stay married to Holmes no matter what. After all, he had totally won her over. She loved him, even if he had grown so far away from her, and the only course of action she could take was to move back in with her parents, who would help her bring up the child. And Holmes quite happily agreed to this and provided financial support and promised to pay regular visits to his wife and child. The fact that Myrta and her child made it out alive suggests that Holmes may have had a sliver of whatever his version of love may have been for his second wife. Or it was simply the easiest course of action to make. After all, other women in Holmes's future would not be so lucky. Nevertheless, Holmes was once again living alone, and Holmes liked this. He was now free to make his plans for something horrific. By the summer of 1888, the same year Jack the Ripper was slashing the throats of women in the streets of Whitechapel, Holmes had managed to get hold of a lease for the land across the street. He could at last start planning his 3-story monstrosity. And although as profitable as the pharmacy was, Holmes still didn't have the required funds to build what he had in mind, but that never stopped him before. By the fall of 1888, construction had started across the street on the vacant plot of land, and his plans would have this 3-story building take up the entire plot of land, which was 50 by 162 feet. When finished, it would be quite an impressive building, if not a little hard on the eyes. It was not an attractive building at all. In fact, in my opinion, it was quite ugly. But the inside would be even more bizarre, with its maze-like corridors and secret chutes and questionable rooms. Holmes planned out every inch of the castle, with piping that would run into most of the bedrooms with a control tap in Holmes's office, which he could turn on and pump gas into the bedrooms after he'd locked in his customer or victim from the outside. There were also secret sliding walls and peepholes, and the grease chutes I mentioned earlier went straight down to the basement where Holmes kept his acid tank and quicklime vats and a dissecting table. This was a great way for Holmes to dispose of the corpses without walking the corridors of the castle. But of course, Holmes did not wish to raise any suspicion as to what it was he was actually building. It wasn't only a row of shops to hire and a hotel, it was also a place he could trap, torture and kill. something his pharmacy across the road wasn't built for. But when building from scratch, Holmes could plan out exactly what he needed. But he would need someone to build it for him. But to avoid suspicion, it couldn't just be one team of builders, it would have to be multiple builders. Luckily, there was always someone in need of work, and carpenters and men who offered to work some hard labour were never far away. So, to avoid suspicions, Holmes would offer work to most who came calling, and he would give the worker a small part of the building to complete. And when the small part of the building was complete, Holmes would simply say their work wasn't up to scratch and fire them on the spot, before bringing in another man who was desperate for work to take his place. This was a way of bringing in fresh eyes that did not see the complexity of the finished project. The only person who had a complete vision of the build was Holmes himself. Because of the lengths Holmes took to keep the suspicions away from his build, it took over a year and a half to complete, and during that time, Holmes had hired over 500 workers. This also saved Holmes a great deal of money after telling the workers that payment would only come on completion of their jobs, and then simply accuse them of doing a shoddy job and fire them on the spot, sending them away with no pay. But of course, the work that was done on Holmes's building was to good quality, if not a little bizarre looking, and Holmes had no intention of ever paying a wage if he could get away with not doing so. But Holmes's swindling ways didn't stop at construction. He would also furnish the entire build on credit and simply not pay a dime. And when the furnishers appeared to claim their money, Holmes would simply make up some kind of lie, turn on his charms, and send away the debt collector content that the money would follow the following week. And of course it didn't. He had no intention to do so. One particular example of this, which is my favourite, was when Holmes purchased a walk-in safe. Once Holmes had the safe delivered, he wasted no time in having whatever poor worker was under his employ that day install it into the third floor of the castle, and then he actually had a room built around the safe, completely fixing it and enclosing it into the building. It was now totally trapped in this room, and there was no way to bring it out without causing some kind of damage to the structure of the building, and Holmes knew this. He was always thinking ahead, and due to the fact that he had absolutely no intention of paying a dime for the massive safe, he thought it was necessary to ensure that it was fully fitted right away. And of course, after months of non-payments by Holmes, the safe company decided that they were wasting their time asking for late payments and simply decided they would take back the safe. And when they came to collect, Holmes informed them that they could indeed take the safe away, that was no problem. However, if they caused any kind of damage to his property, he would sue them for as much as he could. And so the safe company thought it was actually safer to take a loss and leave the safe where it was rather than be slapped with a lawsuit. So they simply walked away, wrote off the debt, and Holmes had gained himself an incredibly expensive safe, absolutely free of charge. The swindles came easy to Holmes. He was a cunning deviant who could charm a snake if he needed to. But even himself could not hold at bay the number of angry workers that were demanding money from him for work they had provided on the castle. This is where a gentleman named Benjamin Pitezel came into the story. Benjamin was the father of 6 children: Deza Jane Pitezel, Etta Alice Pitezel, Rosa Nell Pitezel, Howard Robert Pitezel, Noble Neville Pitezel, who sadly passed away just before his 2nd birthday, and Horton Monroe Pitezel. And he doted on his children and his wife Carrie, and it's safe to say that Benjamin did everything he could to put food on the table for his large family. In his early life, Benjamin was a good-looking man, a working man who was not afraid to get his hands dirty. But Benjamin also had a weakness for the drink, something he could use to drown his sorrows and subdue them. Over time, the drink slowly destroyed the version of the man he once was, and the numerous bar fights he got into didn't help his physical appearance, which included a prominent broken nose and missing teeth that had either rotted or been punched from his mouth. Benjamin also had several run-ins with the law, but his devotion to provide for his family always shined through, and in November 1889, Benjamin circled an ad in the local newspaper. The ad was asking for experienced carpenters to assist in the construction of a brand new building in Inglewood, and the applicant should ask for Dr. H. Holmes. Benjamin went for the interview and indeed got the job, but unlike the countless other workers that helped with the construction of the castle, Holmes possibly saw the weakness in Benjamin's eyes and went about exploiting it to his will. Starting out as a labourer, Benjamin quickly became Holmes' partner in crime to some extent. He became a sort of protector, his goon you might say. Holmes had him exactly where he wanted him, at his side, whenever he called. Pitezel would go on helping Holmes in multiple unsavoury exploits, not quite knowing exactly how evil Holmes actually was. And before the end of the story, Pitezel will play a very large part in the downfall of H.H. Holmes. But we will come back to this later. With the castle now complete, Holmes was ready to sell the pharmacy across the road that he had acquired or swindled from the Hortons a few years back. And it wasn't long before he had an interesting buyer, a gentleman named A.L. Jones, who had travelled to Chicago with a brand new wife and a substantial amount of inheritance. A.L. Jones was invited to view the pharmacy, and what he saw must have impressed him very much. The shop was absolutely heaving with customers. It was his intention to become a successful businessman and start a happy family, and what better business to buy than this very busy pharmacy in a prime location? And more importantly, there was no competition. However, unknown to A.L. Jones, Holmes had actually paid off the customers to fill up the shop on the day of the viewing, to make the pharmacy look even more profitable than it actually was. And with that, A.L. Jones, who was very impressed with what he saw, made up his mind and shook Holmes' hand, and in July of 1890, the business was sold. However, prior to completion, Holmes was stripped the store of stock and furnishings. Anything that was worth anything was simply taken away. So when A.L. Jones moved into the shop, he was shocked to see that not everything was included in the sale as he first thought, but still, he and his wife persevered at making his new business work. A few weeks later, A.L. Jones peered out of his store window, across the road at the castle, to see a grand delivery of shiny new store fittings, beautifully painted cabinets, and a beautiful large counter that would hold a cash register. The delivery men carried the furnishings into a vacant storefront on the ground floor of the castle. It wasn't long before a freshly varnished sign went up above the new store, which read, H.H. Holmes Pharmacy. Everything about Holmes' new pharmacy was elegant, with marble worktops, high ceilings, and a shiny tile floor that you could see your face in. And it was stocked with every kind of medicine, ointment, and elixirs you could ever think of. And it wasn't long before the newlyweds in the now shabby-looking pharmacy that simply couldn't compete with Holmes' new pharmacy across the road went out of business, and they lost every dime of their money, and eventually moved away from Chicago. Holmes' new pharmacy wasn't the only business Holmes ran on the ground floor of his castle. In fact, he had his hand in many different business ideas. This man loved money, possibly more than killing, and would also become an inventor, convincing people that his inventions worked, when in fact the man was lying through his teeth. This included a machine he invented that turned water into an illuminating gas. Of course, it was all fibs. Holmes would pour water into one side of the contraption, and as the water somehow changed to gas and came out of a pipe on the other side, Holmes would then strike a match to prove that the water had indeed turned to gas, and a flame was produced. However, he had simply fitted an actual gas pipe to the contraption, but he fooled everybody, and the investors offered Holmes £10,000 to bring his machine to the market. But Holmes would eventually be found out about this con, but once again, he simply got away with it. But it is impressive that he initially fooled so many people, because that's what Holmes was good at, lying and cheating and charming, and they all went hand in hand. Holmes always had an attractive young lady behind the counter in his pharmacy, and quite often he would strike up a relationship with the assistant, a romantic relationship after he made her fall for him. But of course it wouldn't be long before Holmes got bored and decided it was time for his assistant to disappear, and a new one would simply take her place. It is speculated that the previous employees may have met their end on Holmes' torture rack or his butcher block, then burned in the kiln Holmes had installed in the basement that burned at 3,000 degrees and burned so hot it could be used for making glass. In fact, that is what Holmes told the gentleman that installed the furnace, that he intended to make windows. However, his intentions were to burn evidence, and the heat was capable of burning bones into nothing. As well as a very lucrative hotel and pharmacy that Holmes ran, he also had his hands in a few other businesses, and one of these businesses was a jewellery store, and sometime in 1890 an ad went into the paper. Holmes needed someone to run the jewelleries for him. As you can imagine, with all his responsibilities and swindling and God knows what else he was up to at the time, he probably had very little time to spare. A gentleman named Ned Connor answered the ad, and the position was given to him right away. After all, his experience at being a jeweller and a watchmaker made him perfect for the position. You see, Ned once owned his very own little shop in Davenport, which did him okay, but to say he was successful was not a word that people who knew him described him as. In fact, poor Ned was said to have very little about him. It's true, he was a good watch repairman and knew about his trade, but he lacked something about his character, and luck always seemed to sidestep him. He was a timid man and had very little self-worth and confidence, so it came to a great shock to all who knew him when he managed to charm a young lady named Julia Smythe. Julia had an attractive figure and she stood 6 feet tall with chestnut hair and deep green eyes. She was actually the personification of the feminine ideal of attractiveness in that time period, and many men would have given anything to be with her. But Julia didn't want any man. She fell for Ned as soon as she laid eyes on him, and to many who knew her, it came as a shock. The pair just didn't seem to match. She was very ambitious and oozed confidence, whereas Ned didn't. It's not to say that Ned was not a hard worker, and he was said to be a very nice man who did have ambitions, but he lacked little charm and confidence to make his dreams take off. But Julia saw something in him that others simply didn't, and by early in 1880, Julia and Ned became man and wife. However, the union of the two lovebirds did not improve Ned's business skills, as it became clear that the store was not doing so good, and now money was tight and the cash register was rarely opened. After a short while, tensions arose between the two and arguments were frequent, but in 1882 Julia told Ned the happy news that they were having a baby. Things must have seemed like they were changing for the better, and maybe the addition of a son or daughter could bless their marriage. But the pregnancy turned out to be anything but a blessing. The child was a stillborn. But life goes on, and Ned and Julia felt that life in Davenport was never going to grant them happiness, and so they packed up their belongings and headed for greener pastures. But for the next 7 years they moved between multiple different towns, trying their hardest to make a life for themselves, but success was always just out of reach. However, in 1887 Julia gave birth to a baby girl named Pearl. Maybe now everything was starting to look up. Maybe now the future held promise. 2 years later, Ned, Julia and Pearl would arrive in Chicago, and it wasn't long before he answered the ad placed by H.H. Holmes and got the job. Ned's luck seemed to finally be on the up, when in fact it was the most unlucky decision he had ever made, especially for Julia and Pearl. Ned was given the manager's position and $12 a week, as well as room and board for his little family up on the 3rd floor of the castle. Unfortunately, over the next couple of months, Holmes became infatuated with Julia, and Holmes at once turned on his deviant charms to win her over. If Holmes was going to make Julia his mistress, he decided he needed her much nearer to him on a day-to-day basis, and so he actually fired his pharmacy shop assistant and brought in Julia in her place. And eventually he won Julia over. After all, her marriage was already on the verge of collapse, and it had been for some time. And all of a sudden Julia was getting attention of a charming, successful businessman. Everything her husband was not. The affair became obvious to all the locals who entered the store. That is, apart from Ned himself, who went on oblivious or turning a blind eye in order to keep his position of manager. But eventually even Ned couldn't ignore the blatant affair that his wife was having with Holmes right under his nose, and when he confronted her and gave her the choice of him or Holmes, Julia picked Holmes. And poor Ned moved out of the castle and found employment elsewhere, and eventually left Chicago with no wife or child, dragging his crushed dreams along with him. After a few months, Holmes once again started to grow bored of Julia. Maybe it was because the challenge to take a married woman away from her husband was now complete and over, or maybe it was because she had gone from being a mistress to insisting that she have more to do in his life and business. But if it was anything that put the final nail in the coffin, so to speak, was a reveal that Julia was now pregnant and Holmes was the father. So of course, it was now necessary to marry Julia. Holmes was already finding Julia and her daughter Pearl a massive inconvenience, so the inclusion of a newborn child and another wedding was something Holmes could not allow. And so Holmes went about making Julia think that he was going to marry her, but he made her aware that he already had a daughter, and he would now be adopting Pearl as his own, and he was not ready to father another child. And so marriage was on the table, but if Julia wanted to be Mrs. Holmes, she would have to agree to an abortion that Holmes claimed he had experience in from his medical days. Of course, Julia was horrified by this, but Holmes always managed to get his own way, and he had a way of manipulating people and getting what he wanted. And so, Julia agreed to the abortion, and Holmes picked a date to extract the fetus. December the 24th. And so, on Christmas Eve night, Holmes told Julia it was time. But before the procedure could take place, Pearl needed to go to bed. So Holmes scooped her up and carried her towards her bedroom, stopping off at the office to grab a cloth and a glass bottle of liquid. He placed Tiny Pearl into her bed and poured the liquid onto the cloth and held it tightly over the child's face as she fought back, spasmed, and eventually went limp. He returned to Julia and showed her that her child was safely tucked into bed and fast asleep. Little did she know, Pearl was now dead. He then led Julia towards a secret staircase that she had never seen before, and they both descended down to the cellar where Holmes's operating table awaited Julia. Julia and her daughter Pearl were never seen again. Not long after, a gentleman named Charles M. Chappell, who was in Holmes's employ, was asked to accompany Holmes to the second floor of the castle. He had a job for him. You see, Chappell was actually very good at articulating and mounting human skeletons, and he had learned this skill at a medical college years ago. When Holmes learned of this, he decided that Chappell was a man he could use. Holmes led Chappell into the room on the second floor of the castle. Inside the room was a table holding a partially dissected woman who was around 6 foot tall, the same size as Julia. Her features were unrecognisable as her face had been split and the skin had been peeled off the entire body. Of course, at the time, Chappell thought everything was perfectly above board and legal. After all, he knew Holmes was a doctor and was probably going through an autopsy. But he later described the body of the woman to looking like a jackrabbit that had been skinned by splitting the skin down the face and rolling it back off the entire body. The body was already badly mutilated, and Holmes paid Chappell $36 to strip the corpse clean of any flesh and articulate the skeleton. And when the work was done, Holmes sold the skeleton to a medical college and made a nice profit of $200, which in today's money I believe is somewhere around $5,000. Eventually, a surgeon named Pauling obtained the skeleton and proudly displayed it in his very own office, totally unaware that it was the skeleton of Julia, who was murdered in the bowels of H.H. Holmes's castle along with her child on Christmas Eve. In 1879, a Dr. Leslie Keeley announced that he had found a cure for alcoholism, but Keeley treated alcoholism as a disease rather than an addiction or a dependence, and according to him, this disease could be cured with his groundbreaking procedure, also known as the gold cure. In order to rid yourself of alcohol disease, all you needed to do was book yourself into the institute and treatment would begin, which was 4 injections of bichloride of gold 4 times a day, as well as other tonics. The patients were placed in hotels or local houses that also offered a spa-like experience, and after 4 weeks, the patient would be released a new person, so to speak. It is thought that the injections contained gold salts and vegetable oils and even ammonia, but Keeley always kept the ingredients of the injections a secret and close to his chest. And because of this, his miracle cure was always met with scrutiny from the medical community, who claimed it was too good to believe that a cure for alcoholism could be administered and seen through to completion in only 4 weeks. Nevertheless, Keeley's business flourished, and for every patient he cured, he would then employ them to go out and promote the miracle cure themselves. And Keeley's slogan spoke for itself, which was, "Drunkenness is a disease, and I can cure it." One man who was drawn to the idea of the gold cure was Benjamin Pitezel, H.H. Holmes' right-hand man. Benjamin realised that the drink was slowly destroying him and something needed to be done. Or maybe Holmes thought it was best to rid this man of his alcoholism once and for all. After all, he relied on Benjamin, and he was no good to him drunk or hungover. The procedure cost a cool $100, which for the day was quite expensive, possibly a sum of money that was out of reach for a man like Benjamin. So it is likely that Holmes paid for Ben to visit the institute. Whether he was looking out for Ben or merely saw an opportunity to try and discover the ingredients of the gold cure for himself and make up his own version of the miracle cure is not entirely known. What is known is that Ben booked himself into the institute in March of 1882, and by April of 1882 he had returned a new man, a sober man. It would seem that the gold cure worked. Well, maybe not, because it wasn't long before Ben started to once again crave the drink, and after a while he fell back off the wagon that he briefly climbed back upon. However, Ben found it hard to forget a woman he had met at the institution, who checked him into the program. No doubt he wasted no time in telling Holmes about the beautiful woman sat behind the desk of the institute, as men tend to do. Ben informed Holmes with much enthusiasm about the 24-year-old tall blonde young lady that was a sight to behold, with glowing soft skin and an innocence about her. This lady was called Emmeline Sigrand. At this news, Holmes, who we all know now likes the ladies, wasted no time in visiting the institute. Benjamin had already told Emmeline all about Holmes when he was being treated over the 4 weeks, and how he worked for such an important man, no doubt trying to impress her for himself. And because of this, in a way, she probably already felt familiar with the man she had never met. And it wasn't long before Holmes once again activated his charms and he won over Emmeline. Initially, he did this by writing to her and offering her a job at the castle as his private secretary, a great way to keep her close. And then he offered her a salary of $18 a week, a massive 50% increase over the wage Dr. Keeley was paying at the institute. So how could she say no? As soon as she took the position, Holmes wasted no time in seducing her with expensive gifts, fancy dinners in fancy restaurants, and expensive trips to the theatre, as well as meeting for pleasant strolls through the park. And it wasn't long before he had totally won her over, and they had become an item. But bear in mind, Holmes was still married to Myrta, who his customers often inquired about, as well as a first wife that no one knew of. But it was clear to see that Holmes and his secretary were now an item, and by the end of 1892 she expected Holmes to marry her, and he actually agreed to this and encouraged her to write the addresses of her closest relatives on 12 clear envelopes, and he would have some professional marriage announcements printed up, and he would post them out. But he insisted that she refer to him as Robert E. Phelps, and she did so. As she sat there writing out the addresses one at a time, feeling like the happiest woman in the world, she had no idea that Holmes had already decided that she was going to die. Holmes was going to kill her. There are many theories as to why Holmes decided to kill Emmeline. It could have been that she simply knew too much of his business, or maybe, to him, it was the easiest course of action. But I think Holmes just simply wanted to kill. Maybe the urge had become too strong to ignore after the excitement and novelty had gradually worn off. Sometime during December of 1892, Holmes asked Emmeline to search for some important business papers that he kept inside the walk-in safe. And so Emmeline walked into the safe and proceeded to search for the papers in question, and while she was preoccupied, Holmes pushed the door shut and turned the wheel and locked Emmeline inside the safe. It is said that at first Emmeline was simply baffled as to what was going on. She had absolutely no reason to suspect Holmes of anything sinister and as cruel as what he had planned for her. She gradually started to realise that Holmes was not going to open the door, and she was now trapped in here and was finding it increasingly harder to breathe, and the acid that Holmes had covered the floor with was actually speeding up the process as the deadly fumes mixed in with the small amount of air that was in the safe. Outside, Holmes listened intently as she went from demanding the door be opened to pleading that the door be opened, and then to pure terror and panic as she realised she was going to die as she choked on the foul mixture of fumes in the air, and then she pushed with her feet against the door in one more final attempt to free herself. The acid that had been placed on the floor burned a perfect copy of a foot onto the steel of the safe door. Whilst Emmeline slowly and painfully choked to death on the floor of the safe, Holmes undid his trousers and pleasured himself over and over until he was satisfied and then relaxed content. Not long after Emmeline's death, Holmes took the addressed envelope she had filled in days before, stating that she had wed a gentleman named Robert Phelps. This was to make her family believe that Emmeline had simply ran away with another man. And once again, Holmes paid once more for the flesh to be stripped from Emmeline's dead body and the skeleton professionally articulated. In 1893, the World's Columbian Exposition, or as many came to know it as simply the Chicago World Fair, was being held in Chicago to celebrate the 400-year anniversary of Christopher Columbus and his voyage into the New World in 1492. The fair covered a massive 690 acres and brought together 46 nations who all participated in the fair and welcomed over 27 million visitors over its 6-month run. This World's Fair was a very important event, and in a way it represented Chicago's rebirth after the Great Fire, but the fair also saw some truly revolutionary inventions and showcasing some brand new styles in architecture and introducing some new cultural ideas. If you could step back in time and attend the fair, here are a few of the attractions you could have witnessed with your own eyes. You could have taken a ride on the world's very first Ferris wheel that stood an impressive 264 feet high. You could have seen life-size reproductions of Christopher Columbus's 3 ships, which were actually built in Spain and then sailed over to America for the World Fair. You'd have also seen the world's first moving walkway, where visitors to the fair could either sit or stand as a moving walkway took them directly to the casino. You could have also witnessed for the very first time the invention of the dishwasher, the zipper, the elevator, and the very first voice recording, as well as so much more. And Holmes had been preparing for the World Fair for quite some time, and when the World Fair eventually arrived in Chicago, it is said that Holmes had every room booked almost every night. Now, it is not entirely sure how many people met their end in the murder castle over the period of the World Fair being in Chicago, but one pulp magazine suggested that Holmes may have had over 200 victims over the time of the World Fair. Although this is highly unlikely, it's rumoured that maybe 50 tourists that stayed at the castle disappeared from the face of the earth and were never seen again, and they probably met their end as he pumped gas into their rooms as they slept. In fact, his staff would later comment on how many female guests simply ran away leaving their belongings behind, and Holmes simply didn't look concerned that he'd been cheated out of his room fee, when in fact it was the hotel guests that were cheated out of their lives, and then thrown down the grease chutes that made their way to the dark basement, where Holmes kept his dissecting table. In 1893, Holmes was once again on the prowl for another mistress, and it wasn't long before he had another woman in his employ. This lady was named Minnie Williams, and Holmes hired her as his personal secretary once again, and of course it was not long before they were lovers. Unlike Holmes' past conquests, Minnie wasn't in the same calibre. She was described as naive and not very bright, but pleasant, short-legged and plump. In the book Deviant, she is described as an overgrown baby. It's safe to say she wasn't Holmes's usual type, but nonetheless, they were a couple. In fact, Minnie had one very alluring detail about her that Holmes could not resist. You see, when Minnie was younger, herself and her younger sister Nanny were adopted by 2 separate uncles. The uncle who took in Minnie was quite well off, and her life with him was very comfortable, and money was never an issue. But when Minnie turned 23, her uncle sadly passed away, but left her some property in his will that was valued at over $40,000. So in hindsight, it became painfully clear what it was that Holmes wanted. He wasn't interested in Minnie, he was interested in what she had. You see, at this particular time, Holmes was in a massive amount of debt. Although it never bothered him in the past, his creditors had now actually banded together and were applying a well-deserved amount of pressure to pay. So it wasn't long before Holmes worked his charms once again and somehow persuaded Minnie to somehow sign over the property to him. He obviously had her unconditional love and trust, and she was a very kind woman, and Holmes knew exactly how to exploit kindness. Now, seeing as Holmes already had the property signed over to him, this is the part where Holmes would usually kill his victim and send her flying down the grease chute to the basement. But there was another problem he needed to deal with first. You see, Minnie had started a new relationship with her sister, Nanny, who went living with the other uncle, and she quickly became a fixture in her life, which meant that Nanny knew about Holmes. Minnie had spoken fondly of him in letters to Nanny on many occasions, and this presented a problem. There could be absolutely no loose ends in Holmes's plans, so this meant that Holmes had decided that Minnie and Nanny both had to die. And so Holmes went about putting his evil plan in motion. One day, Holmes suggested that Minnie invite Nanny and they would all enjoy a day out at the World Fair, and so she did, and they actually visited the fair a few times during Nanny's visit. And it was during this time that Holmes was actually trying his best to win Nanny over, who was apparently at first rather suspicious of Holmes, but it didn't take long before he had her complete trust. On their last visit to the World Fair, Holmes suggested that Minnie return home and rest, and he would take Nanny to the castle and he would show her around the building. And so Minnie returned home and Nanny went with Holmes as he showed her around the mind-bending, confusing passageways of the castle. And when the tour was over, Holmes requested that Nanny help him with some very important papers he needed to get from the walk-in safe. As he led her into the safe, he quickly shut the door and locked Nanny inside, where she suffocated to death. Later, Holmes would return to Minnie, obviously without Nanny, and when Minnie inquired where her sister was, he told her that she was waiting back at the castle, and they were going to collect her on the way to dinner. An excited Minnie quickly got dressed, and then was escorted to the castle by Holmes to join her sister. That evening, Holmes dined alone, as Minnie suffocated back at the castle in his walk-in safe. It wasn't long before Holmes had once again met another woman who he quickly became engaged to once again. In fact, he had been visiting this woman whilst courting Minnie Williams, but at the time his attention was entirely on Minnie and her inheritance. But now Minnie was out of the picture, along with her sister, and his attention was now fully on his new love interest, Miss Georgina York. 23-year-old Georgina was a blonde-haired young woman who was said to be very charming with blue eyes. As we know, Holmes was already married, and so he made up some extravagant story telling Georgina that both his parents were dead, which was a lie. He told her that his siblings had also died, and that his mother's brother had looked after him and become his only remaining relative, which was also a lie. And his uncle was to leave him all of his fortune in his will, but to do so he wanted Holmes to take his name, Henry Mansfield Howard, which was a lie. This was a great way to avoid suspicion when he eventually married again. Holmes was very adept at spinning the perfect lie, and lies flowed from him so easily it was like second nature. As well as the wedding, Holmes had more pressing things on his mind, mainly the amount of debt he had mounted up over the years, and now his creditors were pressing him and moving him for payment. And just like Holmes always eventually became bored of the women in his life, he had also become bored of the murder castle, and he decided it was time to bring this part of his life to a close and move on to other devious swindles, crimes and murders. And so, on a crisp, cold night in October, Holmes paid a man to set the castle alight. And so, the top floor and the second floor went up into flames. The top floor was totally destroyed, and the second floor partially damaged, but the row of shops underneath remained untouched. Holmes had actually taken out multiple insurance policies against fire, and he intended to claim the money, which would have been a payout of $25,000. However, upon inspection, it was discovered that the fire looked very suspicious. As well as this, Holmes had actually raised a few red flags against himself with his past swindles. Ultimately, the insurance company refused to pay Holmes a dime, and Holmes simply walked away with no punishment. He had escaped the law once again. But Holmes was still in a lot of debt, and his creditors had actually hired a lawyer to get their money from Holmes, and if the money wasn't paid, a warrant would be made for his arrest. It was around this time that Holmes had come up with another scam. It would take a lot of planning and plotting. For this scam, Holmes would require the help of his goon, Benjamin Picell. Holmes explained that he planned to take out a life insurance policy on Benjamin's life and stage his death. He would then acquire a cadaver and badly disfigure it so it could pass off as Benjamin, and when Benjamin agreed, Holmes insured Benjamin's life to a total sum of $10,000. And with that, Holmes and his new wife left Chicago, along with Benjamin, who bid farewell to his wife and children for now, and they were next seen in Texas. The inclusion of Georgina, who was now Holmes's wife, was a complication, but Holmes simply lied through his teeth. He was good at lying, and she bought everything he said, completely trusting in her loving husband. He was making her believe that he was finalising some important business deals and taking possession of the ranch left to him by his loving, non-existent uncle that he had dreamt up, when in reality he was there to claim the property he swindled out of Minnie, his dead fiancée, as well as planning the complicated life insurance scam him and Benjamin planned to see through. However, Holmes did like to pull off different scams whenever the opportunity arose, and one of the scams Holmes tried to pull off was a horse theft. But this did not go quite to plan, and it wasn't long before he had to flee Texas before the police could charge them with a crime. Once again, explaining to Georgina with pure fabrications as to why they were leaving in such a rush, and once again, she bought it. Over the many months, Holmes and Benjamin travelled from city to city looking for the perfect place to pull off the life insurance scam, dragging Georgina with them. But Holmes believed that he was unstoppable, and he wasn't afraid to take on more swindles. Whilst in St. Louis, Holmes once again purchased a pharmacy like he had done so many years before, promising the owners payment the next month, and then he went about stocking the pharmacy up to the brim with merchandise bought on credit, and then sold it all off to make quite a bit of money. He then made up a bill of sale for the store to a completely fabricated buyer named Brown, and when the creditors came calling, he simply showed them the bill of sale and insisted he was no longer the owner of the store. However, this didn't go to plan, and before Holmes could flee the city, he was arrested for the very first time and placed in jail in 1894 for 10 days. But for Holmes, this was actually a happy twist of fate. You see, whilst in jail, Holmes became quite friendly with a man named Marion Hedgepeth. In the year of 1856, on the 14th of April, Marion Hedgepeth was brought into the world, and by the age of 15, he'd already left home and found work as a cowboy in the Wild West. And by the time he reached his 20th birthday, he had killed a few men, as well as becoming a train robber. The appearance of most of the outlaws of that era are exactly what you may expect from the Old West. A wide-brimmed hat, a dirty shirt worn under a vest, and cowboy chaps worn over dusty jeans. But Marion Hedgepeth was a different breed of outlaw. He liked to dress quite dapper, wearing a bowler hat along with a suit that you would expect to see on a well-kept gentleman, and finished off with polished boots. And he was quite a handsome chap, standing at around 6 feet tall with brown, wavy hair. But despite all this, he was like a wild animal, a stone-cold killer, and one of the fastest guns in the West. In 1889, he became part of a deadly gang, including him and 3 other outlaws, and his own reputation eventually earned the gang the name, the Hedgepeth Four. On the night of November the 30th, 1891, the gang robbed the St. Louis and San Francisco express train by blowing the side out of it with dynamite and taking $40,000. One day, Holmes had struck up a conversation with Marion and explained his idea to him about swindling the insurance company and faking his friend's death. But to pull off the scam, Holmes would have to put his trust in a lawyer who he could trust with his plan and would accept a cut to make it happen. And Marion just so happened to know a very dodgy lawyer. Holmes agreed to include Marion in the scam and give him a nice payment of $500 if he could provide the name of the lawyer with no moral compass. And so Marion agreed, and they shook on it, and he gave Holmes the name of his lawyer, A. Jephthah Howe. And so after spending 10 days in jail, Holmes left with the name of a lawyer and a new accomplice who would be sat in jail for the foreseeable future, and Holmes had no intention of paying him a penny, a mistake he would live to regret. Before leaving home, a drunk Benjamin told his wife all about the plan and the massive payout they would receive when everything went through. His wife wasn't entirely happy with the whole thing, but she decided to support her husband the best she could. Before he left home, Benjamin once again, very drunk, sat down with his eldest child and proceeded to reassure her that if she saw any pictures of him in the papers in the coming weeks saying that he was dead, she should not worry. Take no mind, everything was just fine. His daughter found this strange to say the least, but she just simply put it down to the drink talking once again. Once in Philadelphia, where the scam would take place, Benjamin set himself up with a fake name, B.F. Perry. Holmes and Benjamin then rented a shop and gave him a fake business to run, an inventions business, a patent dealer. It was in this shop that eventually they would plan to stage an explosion where Holmes would provide a cadaver and plant it in the shop. He would then disfigure the face of the decoy body and pass it off as Benjamin, making it look like he had died in the explosion, and then claim the life insurance. Although this wasn't entirely all of Holmes's plan, he kept certain parts of the plan to himself. Holmes was basically planning every small detail of the scam to a T. He couldn't really rely on Benjamin, who spent most of his days as drunk as a skunk. In fact, Benjamin almost ruined the whole plan after he was supposed to pay the monthly payment of the insurance company, but instead simply drank away the money. Holmes realised this at the very last moment and paid the monthly sum just in time, something that would look very suspicious later on. One day, Holmes returned to the patent shop to see Benjamin, and he found him blind drunk upstairs unconscious. Holmes thought that now was probably the best time to act, and he did just that. Benjamin was already helpless, so it was very easy for Holmes to apply a dose of chloroform. In fact, a very high deadly dose of chloroform, which would ultimately kill Benjamin. This was always Holmes's plan. Why would he go to the bother of finding a suitable dead body when he could simply just kill Benjamin? Holmes then went about setting up the aftermath of the explosion by burning away the features of Ben's face so he wasn't recognisable, and then, when satisfied, he left the building. Days passed before the police discovered the dead body, which by this time had already started to decay and become putrid, and the stink was almost unbearable. All evidence at the scene suggested that the man had been killed in an explosion, but there were a few things that just did not sit right with the detectives. One was the way that the body was laid out. It was perfectly neat, and his legs straight. Not how you would expect to find a body that had just been blown across the room. Another suspicious part of the explosion is that it only seemed to affect the man's chest and head, and on the floor lay a pipe and a bottle of flammable red liquid, as well as a burned match, which suggested that the deceased lit his pipe and accidentally ignited the liquid, causing the explosion. But this theory also had holes. The pipe itself was in perfect condition. No burn marks or damage at all had been inflicted upon the pipe, and it was placed upright very neatly beside his head. And then there was the autopsy, which uncovered that Mr. B.F. Perry liked a drink. And that was clear by the blackness of his kidneys, but they also found traces of chloroform in his stomach. Quite a lot of chloroform. Back home, Benjamin's very stressed out wife Carrie read the papers that a Mr. B.F. Perry had died in an explosion, and she knew that B.F. Perry was in fact Benjamin's fake name, and that it wasn't actually a husband that lay dead in the morgue, that it was actually a dead body Holmes had acquired from elsewhere. She had no idea that it was in fact her husband in the morgue, dead, and Holmes would keep up this lie for quite some time, fooling the poor woman all the way. After all, her own husband did ensure her that everything was going to be okay. A few weeks went by and Carrie began to grow more and more anxious, and the stress was actually making her very ill. As well as all this, the money was starting to run dry and the children were going hungry, and she spent many lonely nights lying in her bed alone at night, wondering just where her husband was. It wasn't long before H. Holmes turned up on her doorstep offering her some money to tide her over until her husband's return, and he assured her that everything was going to plan and soon her and her husband would be reunited. But in order for the plan to go even more smoothly, he coldly insisted that Carrie actually make the children believe that their father was in fact dead, as this would make it that much more believable. And probably, out of fear that they could all face prison if it all fell through, she did just that. It wasn't long before the life insurance company received a letter from Carrie Pitesell, and this was the next part of the plan, claiming that the man they found with the name B.F. Perry was in fact her husband, Benjamin Pitesell, and he was insured for $10,000. There was just a few things that the insurance company found suspicious. For one, the policy had been taken out less than a year ago. Two, the last payment was made late, but just in time before the accident occurred. And three, why was Benjamin going by the name of B.F. Perry? When it came time to identify the corpse, Holmes decided it should be the second eldest daughter, Alice, who go and identify the body of her father. Holmes was afraid that if Carrie went, she would recognise the body was in fact Benjamin and rule the whole thing. But the children already believed it was their father that lay dead in the morgue. And so Carrie stayed in St. Louis and sent her daughter Alice along with a strange lawyer named Howe, which she was not too happy about, but Holmes insisted that her daughter was in safe hands. Unknown to Carrie, it was the last time that she would ever see Alice alive. It wasn't long before the insurance company, who were doing their own digging into the case, had discovered that Holmes and Pitesell in fact knew each other quite well. They also discovered that Holmes was in fact the owner of the castle back in Chicago that had been damaged in the fire, and according to the street floor level business owners, Holmes had been gone for almost a year. And it wasn't long before the insurance companies got in touch with Myrta Holmes, Holmes's second wife, not his current one that he was currently travelling around with from hotel to hotel. Myrta, if you remember, was his second wife, and she had contacted him telling him that the insurance company wished to speak to him about his associate Benjamin Pitesell. So far, everything was going to plan. Holmes left his new wife Georgina once again, telling her that he had important business to take care of and would return as soon as possible. The insurance company wanted Holmes to identify the body, and so Holmes travelled to see the corpse, whilst at the same time the crooked lawyer and Alice also did the same. Unfortunately, it wasn't as simple as just paying a visit to the morgue. You see, the body of Benjamin at this point had actually been buried for quite some time, and so it was dug up and placed inside a shed in the cemetery where identification could take place. Although his face was burned beyond recognition, there was also the fact that the body had also started to decay when it was first discovered, but now it had been in the cold ground for some time, and the rotting flesh made it even harder to bear. Although there were a few telltale features, such as Benjamin's rotting teeth, and a growth on the back of his neck, and a scar on his calf, and a bruised thumb, which made it easy for a devastated Alice and a very calm Holmes to identify the body as that of Benjamin Pitesell. In fact, it was actually Holmes who moved the body around in the coffin for the examiner, who found it too much to bear. He simply stood back as Holmes manoeuvred the body, sliced thumbnails, and removed all dead flesh to show the identifying features of the corpse. Holmes and his dodgy lawyer had pulled it off. The body was proven to be that of Pitesell, and the insurance money would be given very soon, whilst the dodgy lawyer would have to stay in Philadelphia to receive the insurance money. Holmes would once again return to Georgina, feeding her more lies about his false business ventures. Whilst only a few blocks away, 15-year-old Alice was holed up alone inside a hotel room. Holmes had assured Carrie that she would be back in her husband's arms in no time, but they must be careful as to not make the insurance people suspicious. So Holmes suggested that he take the two children, Nellie and Howard, to join their sister Alice, and Kerry should follow a little later. And he assured her it wouldn't be long before they were all reunited with her husband. And to make her feel more at ease, Holmes divided the profits of the insurance money out, and out of the 10 grand, Kerry only got $500. The lawyer got some, but Holmes pocketed the rest. In order to leave no witnesses, Holmes had decided to kill the whole remaining family. But before he did so, he decided to move them around from hotel to hotel, including Kerry and the other children, as well as his wife Georgina. Sometimes Kerry would be mere blocks away from her other children and not even know about it. This was a way to make the trail more difficult to follow when he finally decided that they were going to die. And whenever his wife inquired when they would once again settle down, he would simply feed her more lies. And when Kerry asked when she would once again see her children and her husband, he would simply feed her more lies. And whenever the children, who spent most of their times locked in a hotel room crying for their mother, asked when would they see their mother again, he would simply feed them more lies. As distraught as Kerry was and deeply depressed that her children and her husband, who she believed was still alive, had been away for her for weeks, the children's suffering was somewhat more heartbreaking. They were dressed in the same clothing that they had left home in so long ago, which now resembled rags, and barely kept them warm as the colder weather crept in. And they were kept locked inside numerous hotel rooms, slowly going out of their mind with boredom and loneliness and hunger. And they would often occupy their time by writing multiple letters to the mother, letters that Holmes never delivered. Holmes would often be seen escorting 3 young children about with him who all looked unkempt and unclean, which in contrast with how smartly dressed Holmes was a strange sight to behold. Eventually, he decided that it was time for one of the children to die, and he chose little 10-year-old Howard to go first, who was becoming increasingly harder to handle and was missing his mother terribly. He would constantly cry and break down, and Holmes would often explain this away by saying the child had behaviour issues. But the child's tantrums and crying had become a problem to Holmes, and his time was now up. And he simply told his older sisters that he was taking the little boy to stay with a female friend of his who could take care of him until the mother returned. Now, I will warn you, the next part of this story may be hard for you to stomach. Holmes rented a house, a well-shielded house in the middle of nowhere. He had a single bed delivered and a large stove, and it was in this house that 10-year-old Howard was killed by Holmes. He was chopped up into pieces and burned in the stove, and then when Holmes had finished disposing of his small inconvenience, he abandoned the house and left without a trace. And it wasn't long before the 2 girls would also be discarded in a truly cruel way. Holmes somehow convinced the 2 girls to climb inside a large trunk. I imagine he told them it was a nice, fun little game that they were going to play, and then he simply closed the lid, locking the girls inside. He then inserted a pipe that was connected to a gas line and turned the tap, allowing the gas to flow into the trunk, suffocating young Alice and Nellie. Finally, he was now free of the children, and now it was the mother's turn, who had absolutely no idea what had happened. However, back in Missouri State Penitentiary, Marion Hedgepeth had been following the story of the death of Benjamin Pitezel and had somehow gathered that this was the insurance fraud that Holmes had told him about during his time in prison, and it's entirely possible that if Holmes had kept his part of the deal and paid Marion his $500 for providing Holmes with the name of the crooked lawyer, he may have gotten away with the scam. However, as we know, Holmes did not like to part with his money. He was cunning and untrustworthy and never intended to pay Hedgepeth a dime. And as the saying goes, there is no honour amongst thieves, and Hedgepeth told the authorities all about Holmes's plan to commit insurance fraud. And so Holmes was arrested for fraud, but he was still determined to get away with the crime, and so he did what he did best. He lied. He lied through his teeth. The police wanted to know that if the body was not Benjamin Pitezel, then who was it? And this is where Holmes insisted that the body was actually a cadaver, a decoy, and Benjamin was in fact alive and well and in hiding. The police also asked where the children were, and every time he was one step ahead, insisting that the children were alive and well, and he would then send them out on wild goose chases, trying his best to avoid the consequences at any cost. He could handle being arrested for insurance fraud, but murder would mean the end for him. And so he kept up the story that Benjamin was in fact alive and well, and the children were just fine with their father. However, after some truly amazing police work by Frank Geyer, a Philadelphia police detective who investigated the case with such skill to find the three missing children, he literally combed all known areas that Holmes had visited with his wife from hotel to hotel, asking anyone and everyone what they knew, knocking on doors, talking to hotel staff and estate agents, looking for any trace, any chances that anyone knew who Holmes was and recognised the pictures of the three children he dragged around with him. And eventually, his detective work led him to the bodies of the very decomposed Pitesell girls in the cellar of the Toronto home. The homeowners who now lived in the property were very aware of a strange patch of dirt that was in the cellar, but could never have suspected what was buried underneath their home. The little girls' bodies were so badly decomposed that the scalp and hair of Alice came away from her skull when they lifted her from the hole. Holmes had also tried to hide the identity of the youngest girl, Nellie, who had clubfoot, and he had done this by hacking off her feet, which were never found. And it wasn't long before Frank was successful in finding the house that Holmes had rented to kill little Howard Pitesell in. It was here that he learned that Holmes had purchased drugs from a local store and had also had a surgical tool sharpened to cut up the little boy. Whilst searching up the chimney of the house, Geyer found teeth that were still attached to the jawbone, as well as other bits of bone fragments. And he also found the charred remains of young Howard Pitesell's stomach. These few things were all that remained of the little boy. And of course, when Carrie Pitesell learned that her children were dead, she was beside herself with grief. She suspected for some time that her children and husband may be dead, but to have it revealed as fact proved too much, and it absolutely destroyed her. It was felt that even though she knew about the scam from day one, she was nevertheless the victim in the whole thing, and the poor woman had already lost a husband and 3 children, and so all charges were dropped. She'd suffered enough. When Holmes was made aware that the children's bodies had been found, he simply hatched another cunning lie. He was getting desperate now, claiming that the children had been placed in the safe hands of a purely fabricated duo named Minnie and Hatch. 2 accomplices he had trusted to look after the children, who must have killed them themselves. But if his lies were thin before, they were now transparent. No one believed a word he said. However, it wouldn't be long before the police investigated the murder castle, and as they walked the bizarre twisted corridors of the vacant property, they could sense that something was off about the building, especially in the inclusion of secret sliding walls and chutes that went from the second floor to the basement, and suspicious controls in Holmes's office that seemed to pump gas into selected rooms. And when they reached the basement, it was there that they really saw the reality of the situation, with the dissecting tables, the quicklime vats, and of course, the bones. Holmes continued to claim his innocence until it was abundantly clear to him that the dream was over and he had lost. But like most serial killers, he enjoyed telling all about his evil deeds. He even wrote his own memoirs and owned up to the murder of 27 people, though it has got to be said, he also confessed to the murder of some people who turned out to be very much alive. Holmes could not help but tell lies, and so it makes it hard to know what exact number of victims he claimed over the years. Many claim it was in the hundreds, but ultimately, we will never know. And even though Holmes did get some form of pleasure from killing, it is safe to say that his motive was always about money. And to say you can't put a price on somebody's life is obviously a saying that he did not agree with. Holmes was later documented as saying the following:
I was born with the devil in me. I could not help the fact that I was a murderer no more than a poet can help the inspiration to sing.
On May the 7th, 1896, Holmes was hanged at the Philadelphia County Prison. It is said that he remained calm and collected. The only concern about his imminent death was that his body be buried 10 feet deep and concrete poured over it. He had a fear that the body would be stolen and dissected, which is pretty ironic considering the things he did. As the guard secured the noose around his head, Holmes turned to the man and uttered his last words.
Take your time, old man. Don't bungle it.
When Holmes dropped, the noose yanked at his neck with a great deal of force, but it did not break, and for the next 15 minutes Holmes kicked and twitched and choked to death. And with his final twitch, he left this world behind. In the years that followed, many people believed that Holmes was far too clever a man to simply die at the end of a rope, and some believed that Holmes was such a good con man that he'd simply talked his way out of death, and the body that lay in the coffin was not Holmes at all, but a decoy corpse. In 2017, the grave of H.H. Holmes was dug up, and the coffin was opened, and they were shocked to find that the body was still in very good condition. Perhaps this was because of the concrete that was poured on top of the coffin all those years ago. Apparently, there was no denying that the corpse was that of H.H. Holmes. His clothes were in good condition, and even his moustache had survived all those years. But to positively confirm that this man was Holmes, DNA tests were done on his teeth, which once and for all proved that the body was H.H. Holmes, and the case was finally closed. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the shed all creatures were stirring, even old Ed. The bodies were hung from the rafters above, while Eddie was searching for another new love. He went to Watoma for a plain field deal, looking for love and also a meal. When what to his hungry eyes should appear, but old Mary Hogan in her new red brassiere. Her eyes how they twinkled ever so gay, and her dimples, oh how merry were they. Her cheeks were like roses when kissed by the sun, and she let out a scream at the sight of Ed's gun. Old Ed pulled the trigger and Mary fell dead. He took his old axe and cut off her head. He then took his hacksaw and cut her in two, one half for hamburger, the other for stew. And laying a hand aside of her heel, up to the rafters went the next meal. He sprang to the truck, to the graveyard he flew. The hours were short, and much work must he do. He looked for the grave where the fattest one laid, and started in digging with shovel and spade. He shovelled and shovelled and shovelled some more, till finally he reached the old coffin door. He took out a crowbar and pried open the box. He was not only clever, but sly as a fox. As he picked up the body and cut off her head, he could tell by the smell that the old girl was dead. He filled in the grave by the moonlight above, and once more old Ed had found a new love. He let out a yell as he drove out of sight. "If I don't get caught, I'll be back tomorrow night." Now, I'm betting that most of you have actually heard of at least one of these characters from this list of very popular iconic horror movies I've got here in front of me. Norman Bates from Psycho, 1960, Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974, and Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs, 1991. Well, did you know that these characters were all inspired by one man, a serial killer who was responsible for the death of two people, maybe more? Oh, and he also liked to dig up freshly buried corpses of women who resembled his recently deceased mother. He would then take these bodies or body parts back to his farmhouse and start to create a suit of skin that he would wear when he was alone at night in his old, dirty, littered house. The sick, twisted, sickening things that he would do to these women's dead bodies earned him the following nicknames: the grandfather of gore, the Plainfield Ghoul, and the butcher of Plainfield. But if you ask me, all of these horrible nicknames are redundant, because it's his real name that I think is responsible for sending a shiver up so many spines over the years, and his name is Ed Gein. But like always, before we get into the killings and the grave robberies and the sickening things that come later, we first have to go back, before Ed Gein was even born, to 1879 in Wisconsin, when his father, George Gein, was only 3 years of age, the age he became an orphan. After his entire family, his mother, his father and his sister, ventured into town on a four-wheeled wagon pulled by horse and cart, and unfortunately they never made it into town due to the wagon being engulfed by a ferocious flash flood from the Mississippi River, drowning all three of them. And 3-year-old George Gein was taken in by his grandparents, and when he was in his 20s, he left for the city of La Crosse in Wisconsin. George already had the skills of a blacksmith, but didn't mind trying his hand at any other job that came his way. But wherever George went, bad luck just seemed to follow him. As soon as he found work, it seemed like it wasn't long before he was once again unemployed. Maybe this was part of the reason that he took to drink, to drown his sorrows, as the waters of the Mississippi drowned his family. But at this point in his life, the drink hadn't totally consumed him. He still had a little pride left. He was a quiet man and somewhat respectable, as he pushed down the demons that tried so hard to surface. It was at this point in his life, at the age of 24, that he met his future wife, Augusta, who was part of a hard-working, large family. Now, Augusta obviously saw something appealing in George, and in my opinion, I'm not sure it would have been a physical attraction, as she was absolutely fanatical in her religious beliefs, and she was a very controlling woman. She held herself up on a pedestal, believing that she lived in a world full of immorality. She believed everyone around her was filled with sin, and most women were harlots and instruments of the devil. And when it came to sex, she thought this was an absolutely disgusting act. So you see what I mean when I say that Augusta probably made a strategic move when allowing George Gein to take her hand in marriage. Maybe she saw the weaknesses in George and planned to exploit it. But let me make one thing very clear. George was no victim in this story. Not as such. Both him and Augusta were not exactly good for each other, and in turn did not make great parents. After Augusta and George were married in 1899, it became clear to Augusta that George had a problem with the drink and struggled to provide for his family, and as soon as he found work, he would once again lose it. And this was at a time when it was a man's job to provide, it was a man's job to stand tall and protect his family, and George was failing at every turn. He had become a weak man, pathetic and downtrodden, broken. This was how George felt about himself, and Augusta only fueled the fire of his self-loathing by constantly reminding him of how weak he was, and how lazy he was, and how worthless he was. At times, George would fly into fits of rage and beat Augusta, who would carry on shouting the insults regardless. She hated him. Divorce in her eyes was a sin. It was unthinkable, so the marriage went on. For whatever reason, Augusta decided she wanted children, and on the 17th of January 1902, she gave birth to a baby boy, who she named Henry. I can only assume that Augusta desperately wanted a child, enough to let her broken husband impregnate her. After all, sex in her eyes was a means to an end, a laborious act that had to be performed to allow the arrival of a baby. And roughly around 4 years later, she was blessed with another son, who she named Edward Theodore Gein. But now, with 2 children and George failing to put money on the table, Augusta had to take matters into her own hands. In 1909, Augusta made the decision to open a small grocery shop in La Crosse. George was listed as the owner of the business. She had actually found a way to secure work for her deadbeat husband. After all, he couldn't lose a job if the business was his own. But as time went on, however, Augusta found herself constantly taking the reins and running the store herself, as well as her small family. George simply could not handle the business, and it would seem that George couldn't handle life. And within 2 years, he was actually demoted to clerk in his own shop, whilst Augusta took the role of owner of the grocery store. As Henry and Ed grew older, Augusta would constantly tell her children of the evils of the world, how women are harlots and cannot be trusted, and how sin was around every corner and sex was the ultimate sin. And although masturbation was also a sin, it was the lesser of 2 evils. Although upon researching this case, I did discover that once Augusta may have caught Ed masturbating, and she actually grabbed his testicles and twisted them and made him cry as punishment. That, I believe, wasn't in the book Deviant, but I have heard it from different sources. Yeah, so Augusta was harsh with the children. Love and kindness wasn't exactly the kind of emotions that came from Augusta. Instead, she liked to constantly let the kids know that they were useless and lay harsh words upon them. On one occasion, a young Ed Gein raced home from school to tell his mother about a new friend that he had made that very day. This was a big thing for young Ed, who constantly felt he didn't belong, who would often shy away from other children who found him a little strange. But on this day, Ed had finally made a friend, and he was over the moon. Happiness filled him up. But when he ran in to tell his mother, she quickly shot him down, claiming that the boy's mother, who he had made friends with, was a harlot, a sinful person, and that he must not be friends with such a boy who lives with such sin. And then Augusta's wild outlandish claims and her disgust in her son for even considering being friends with anybody would escalate until she was actually screaming directly into her little boy's face. Over time, young Ed would become more and more enclosed, avoided boys and girls completely at school, and would stand alone in the playground out of fear that his mother would be enraged if he was to make a friend. And in my opinion, this would definitely affect the way that he would interact with people in his later life, the way that he found it hard to actually socialize with people, to be comfortable around people, this is most likely where it all started. It's safe to say that Ed Gein and his brother were brought up in a hostile, controlling home, with a drunken father and a strong-willed, controlling mother, who could not see past her excessive religious beliefs, and everyone were disgraceful sinners in her holier-than-holy eyes. It wasn't long before Augusta sold the grocery business. Perhaps serving the public in a grocery store was too much for Augusta and her judgmental ways. Maybe the thought of living among people who freely disgraced the name of God was starting to take its toll. And the thought of bringing up her young boys in such an environment disgusted her. And maybe, just maybe, this is the reason Augusta took all of the money that she had made over the years in the store and purchased a small farm in 1913. But this was a stepping stone to a bigger farm that she purchased in 1914. The farmhouse stood on 195 acres of land just outside of the town of Plainfield and was perfectly isolated. Now Augusta's family were safe from the evils of the city of La Crosse. The farmhouse was quite a good size, and I want to give you a best description as I can of this house so you can imagine the interior for what comes later. The house was a L-shaped, 2-story white frame building, slightly weathered, and would only get worse as time went on. The house was also lacking electricity and indoor plumbing. If you were to wander around the lower level of the Gein house, you would find a parlour, a kitchen, and 2 bedrooms, whilst upstairs boasted 5 more rooms. There was also a small extension to the property joined to the kitchen. This extension was used as a summer kitchen, a place the family could prepare food when the warmer weather came. It was more or less like a wooden shed which was built onto the end of the house. And as you can probably imagine, Augusta was very proud and insisted on keeping a clean and tidy house. Everything had a place, and the house was her pride and joy. And although it was no stately manor, it was her home. And she worked hard to achieve this for her family, and she would work as hard to make it respectable, clean, and tidy. This is very important information to remember because it shows a very harsh contrast to what is coming up later in the episode. The Gein farm also had a very good sized barn and equipment shed and a chicken coop. And like I said before, this farmhouse was isolated from the town of Plainfield, but this would not have been a great thing for Ed and his brother Henry, living in such a toxic environment away from any kind of social life. And the only reason the children really had to leave the farm was to attend school. But school had become a place of ridicule for little Ed Gein, who would be made a joke out of by the other kids, mainly for the way he looked. You see, he had this fleshy growth on his eyelid that would make his eye seem to droop. But also because Ed seemed, well, a little off, a little strange. This is possibly or most definitely due to his mother's insistence that he not mix with the children. In a way, Ed found himself disconnected from the rest of the school children, and his social abilities were simply non-existent. His classmates started to notice strange things about Ed. He would often laugh out loud to himself at random times, and creepily stare at his female classmates. And he apparently had a few feminine traits and would be picked on constantly by his classmates, which would reduce him to a snot-nosed, weeping mess. And this is something that stayed with him even in his adult life, which we will get into a little later. Unfortunately, in 1940, Ed Gein's father, George Gein, passed away at the age of 66. Augusta lost her husband and the boys lost a father, when in reality it wasn't loss that they felt, but relief. In the years before George's death, he had sank further into the bottle and had become good for nothing, a broken man, his will completely drained. All that remained was contempt and hatred. He was constantly mean-spirited towards his family and wasn't afraid to beat on them whenever he needed someone to blame. So the passing of George Gein was a godsend to the family. At this point, Ed Gein was in his early 30s. He was known by the locals as a quiet man, a little strange, but harmless. And he was always happy to lend a helping hand when needed, and he was particularly good with children. And he would often offer to babysit for people, and they would take him up on the offer. That's right, Ed Gein would actually babysit, which is a truly horrifying prospect now, knowing what he did, how he killed two women and how he dug up corpses. It's a horrifying thing to think about. But a lot of people think that these children were possibly somewhat safe. It's hard to say, but a lot of people believe that the children would have been perfectly safe because Ed Gein saw them as his equals, and it wasn't his MO. Killing children wasn't what he did. We'll get into that a little later, but killing children wasn't what he did. So maybe the children would have been safe, but in hindsight, I doubt you would pick him for a babysitter now. So yeah, I think maybe Ed Gein felt at ease talking to children and more comfortable because he fit in better, or maybe he felt he had more of a seniority over them, more superior maybe, compared to how inadequate he felt talking to a man or a woman of his own age, especially women, who at times would often catch Ed Gein staring at them with a creepy grin upon his face. But no one really knew of the dark fantasies that were starting to manifest in the deepest corners of his mind. Dark fantasies that could have been fueled by his taste in books. He liked to read books on certain Nazi atrocities, true crime books about murders, cannibals, and death cults. Everyone just believed he was a little odd, but harmless. Everyone was in for a big surprise. The family firm was not bringing in enough money to sustain the family, and Ed would offer his handyman services, repairing fences, painting a wall, general repairs, and if needed, he would babysit. Ed would do whatever he could to earn a few more coins to bring home to his mother. Augusta was his life. He loved her without question, whilst at the same time he held a little hatred that must have left him feeling conflicted. He would constantly look for words of comfort from his mother, some praise, but she had none to give. She didn't appreciate him at all, and he longed for a little bit of appreciation. But she did love him in her own twisted, sick way, an unhealthy way, a controlling way, and he loved her. There was nothing that he wouldn't do for his mother. Henry Gein, however, Ed's older brother and Augusta's firstborn, didn't quite feel the same way. He had noticed a strange relationship between Augusta and Ed, and didn't feel the same way that Ed felt, and found it all a little bit strange. Ed Gein, as we know, absolutely worshipped his mother. There was nothing he wouldn't do for her, so it came as a shock when Ed learned that his brother did not feel the same way, and questioned the unhealthy bond between Ed and his mother. It was something that Ed had not really noticed in the past, and it took him by surprise to find out that his brother did not also worship the ground Augusta walked on. And it must have come to a shock to Ed when Henry informed him that he planned to leave the farm. On Tuesday, May the 16th, 1944, Henry Gein was found dead. According to Ed, on this particular day, Henry and Ed had been trying to snuff out a fire that had started in some nearby marshland near the home. Whilst fighting the fire, Henry and Ed were separated. A little while later, Ed managed to put out the fire and then went to look for his brother, but failed to do so. He couldn't find him anywhere. And so by this time, the sun was setting and darkness crept in. Ed organised a search party and eventually Henry was found. His dead body lay upon the burnt ground. And according to the coroner, Henry died of asphyxiation and there was no foul play suspected. Case closed. There was a lot about the death of Henry Gein that just did not add up. Number one, despite the cause of death being asphyxiation, Henry also had a strange bruise on his head. Number two, the ground he lay upon was all burnt from the fire, but there was not one burn mark on Henry's flesh or on his clothing. Number three, Ed Gein took the search party directly to Henry's dead body. Remember, he had gathered the search party to search for his brother, but he seemed to know exactly where to find Henry's dead body. And it was actually brought to Ed's attention by members of the search party how bizarre it was that he had led them directly to Henry's body. But Ed simply replied, funny how that works. And that was that. It would seem that no one in a million years would ever have suspected, or suspected for very long, that this strange little man, this town weirdo, could ever hurt anyone, let alone kill his own brother. But in hindsight, it is very possible that Ed Gein did actually kill his own brother. although it is something that he always denied. So, after the death of George Gein and now Henry Gein, now Ed and his mother were alone, and that was just perfect for Ed. As far as he was concerned, now he had it all to himself. Augusta, as you can imagine, was devastated after losing her son, and it was not long before she suffered a stroke, which may have been brought on by this horrible news. Augusta was hospitalized for a time before Ed was allowed to bring her home and care for her in his own way. But Augusta was no longer the woman she once was. She was frail and unable to run the farm, as she would have in full health. So Ed had some extra duties. Augusta would direct him best she could, tell him what needed doing around the house and the farm, and Ed would do them, and then return to her bedside and read passages from the Bible to his mother. Ed was there for her and tended to her every need, and he absolutely loved it. There was nothing he would not do for his mother, who in turn showed not one single hint of gratitude to her son. Over time, Augusta found the strength to walk once again as her strength returned, but she was not the same woman she once was. In the winter of 1945, Augusta insisted that Ed take her to their neighbour named Smith, where they could buy some hay for the animals to see them through the cold months. She insisted she came to overlook the transaction. Obviously, she didn't trust that Ed could deal with the purchase alone. As they pulled up on the Smith property, they witnessed something truly horrendous. Mr. Smith was beating a puppy to death with a stick, brutally bringing the stick down with tremendous force as a yelping pup lay twitching at his feet. A woman that Smith lived with came out begging him to stop, pleading whilst Augusta did the same. But it was no good. Smith continued until the pup was dead, as the woman by Smith's side continued to hysterically scream and cry. And Augusta was very badly shaken. It had taken it out of her, and she was disgusted to her bones. She couldn't accept what she had just seen. And I'm not talking about the death of a puppy, although it was not pleasant to watch. The real sin that Augusta had witnessed here today was that Mr. Smith had allowed a woman to live under the same roof, and they were not man and wife. The sight of this harlot, as Augusta would have referred to her, was far worse than the murder of a defenseless puppy. Less than a week later, on December the 29th, 1945, Augusta suffered her second and final stroke and died at 67 years of age. Augusta's funeral was a sorry affair, with only a few siblings turning up, and of course Ed Gein, who stood over her grave, sobbing uncontrollably, with snot flowing from his nose, just as it had done so many years ago on the school playground. Ed Gein had lost his world, the only thing that mattered to him, the purest, most righteous woman, and to Ed, she was perfect, and now she was simply gone, and he was alone, utterly alone. Eddie now returned home to an empty house, a house that over time would quickly turn from the tidy, respectable home that Augusta liked to keep into an unkept, disgusting rubbish heap. The house would literally start to fall apart, or maybe a more fitting word would be decay, as Ed prowled the dark rooms alone with no purpose. Although he wasn't always alone. On some nights he would hear the ghostly voice of his dead mother talk to him, urging him to be good, as he looked through the local obituaries, trying to find out who would be buried next in the local cemetery, and maybe under the light of the moon, Augusta's death, he might pay them a visit. Hygiene did not really concern him anymore. He would be seen in the same clothing, with the same deer hunter's cap on, and he had this kind of pungent smell that offended anyone's nostrils who came too close. Just as he let go of the upkeep of the house and his land, he also let go of himself just a little. Although his manners stayed intact, that's one thing that always pops up in various Ed Gein documentaries and books. He was a strange man, but he was very polite and shy. In many ways, he was seen as a local idiot, a weirdo, but polite, and always happy to help out. If anyone ever needed a lift or some manual labour, Eddie was your man. He was hardworking and dependable. And like I said before, he was often trusted to babysit because people thought that Ed Gein was harmless. But he was targeted by people who wanted to play cruel jokes on him from time to time, make fun of him and put him down. And I think women would sometimes take pity on him, but they also seemed to be slightly creeped out by Ed. Some women would often notice that his stare seemed to linger a little too long, but at the same time, like I said, they pitied Ed. You see, what people didn't realise was that since his mother's death, his mental health had seriously taken a nosedive, and whatever kind of sanity he clung onto in the past had now simply gone. From 1950 onwards, he became a recluse for most of the time. Not a total recluse, but he did spend his days and nights in his old farmhouse that had been renamed the Haunted House by the children of Plainfield, who had spotted a couple of shrunken heads whilst peering through Ed Gein's window. But Ed Gein played this off by telling the kids that they were actual shrunken heads sent to him by his cousin who was in World War II in the Philippines. And of course, when the children actually mentioned this to the parents just simply told the children that it must be Halloween decorations. So yeah, for reasons that will become apparent a little bit later in this episode, Ed liked to stay at home a lot more than usual. But there were a few places that Ed liked to hang around at, and one of these places was a roadside tavern in the town of Pine Grove. This was around 7 miles away from Plainfield, but Ed did not mind travelling all this way. But it wasn't for the atmosphere of this modest establishment, and it was not for a cold, crisp beer. Eddie had become infatuated with the owner, Murray Hogan, who in many ways was much like Eddie's mother, Augusta. There was a resemblance, accompanied by a German accent. But unlike Augusta, who in Eddie's mind was as pure can be, Murray Hogan was not, or at least I should say she wasn't in Eddie's eyes. According to rumour, Murray Hogan may have been twice divorced. She may have also had connections to the mob, and it is said that in her past she was a big city madam. These are all qualities that Augusta would have absolutely hated, and so did Ed. But nonetheless, Murray did remind him of his mother, but she also reminded him of everything his mother hated, and this was not a good combination to exist in Eddie's troubled mind. On December the 8th, 1954, Seymour Lester, a local farmer, stepped into Murray Hogan's tavern to find it empty and deadly quiet. But what was even more alarming was a thick pool of blood on the floor that we now know belonged to Murray Hogan. The police were contacted immediately, and once they turned up, the investigation started. What they did find was a used .32 caliber cartridge, and this was found near the pool of blood on the floor. The blood was also streaked across the floor, where Murray was dragged through the door and into the parking area. And then the blood trail just stopped, and it was at this point that it became obvious that Murray's body had been loaded into a vehicle. For many years, Murray Hogan's disappearance was a mystery. Everyone had a theory about her demise. Was it her connections to the mob, or was it something closer to home? The theories were plentiful, but no one in their wildest dreams would ever have imagined that it was actually harmless Eddie Gein who shot Murray Hogan in the head and took a corpse back to his lonely farmhouse. And in fact, Eddie was kind of hiding in plain sight. He was kind of hiding his secret in plain sight. Because on more than one occasion, when Eddie was involved in conversations with others about the disappearance of Murray Hogan, Ed Gein would always say the same joke. So, for example, when people were talking about the disappearance of Murray Hogan, Ed Gein would always say, "Murray Hogan's not missing. She's at the farm right now." This is something that he always said. Like I said, he was hiding in plain sight. He was actually admitting it to people, and they just didn't see how demented this guy was. They didn't see it. And they just thought it was a little bit strange that he'd say something like that, but that's just what Ed Gein was like. And once again, everyone just thought he was harmless. Now we fast forward just a little bit to 1957, and this was the year that Ed Gein took his final victim, and that victim was Bernice Warden. Now, to be precise, it was November the 16th, 1957, and on this particular day, Plainfield would be somewhat deserted. You see, it was the first day of the deer hunting season, and most men would venture into the forest armed with their guns to hunt. It was a cold day, 3 inches of snow lay thick on the ground, and this would make the hunt slightly more difficult, but it did not seem to stop the locals from going and participating. And 3 inches of snow would not stop Ed Gein from going on his own hunt. But Ed wasn't out hunting deer. His prey was actually stood behind the counter of Warden's hardware store. 58-year-old Bernice Warden was the owner of Warden's Hardware. Now, Warden's Hardware was the main store in town where you would find household appliances, farming tools, and such, as well as it being a freight depot and a telegraph office. She had a good reputation in town, and she was a keen Methodist, and she was a capable businesswoman, but she did not run the business alone. She had the help of her son, Frank Warden, who was also the deputy sheriff. Unfortunately, on this particular day, Frank was in the woods hunting deer along with many other Plainfield residents, and Eddie knew this as he entered Warden's hardware store holding an empty glass jug that he asked Bernice to fill with antifreeze. Eddie's appearance at Warden's Hardware that particular day was by no accident. You see, Ed knew far too well that Bernice would be alone. He'd actually been hanging out a lot at the store recently, becoming somewhat of an annoyance, even going as far as to actually asking Bernice out on a date to go roller skating with him. And in fact, it was only the day before that Ed had been in the store talking to Frank Warden, Bernice's son, asking him if he would be hunting deer the following day. And Frank Warden confirmed that he would indeed be hunting deer, meaning that Bernice would be alone. And satisfied with his answer, Ed Gein inquired about the price of antifreeze and then left the store. So it's safe to say that Ed Gein did his homework before he decided to strike. And Bernice took the glass jug from Eddie's hands and filled it up with antifreeze. Eddie paid and he left the store. Moments later, Ed returned. Now, Bernice also sold rifles upon the wall, lined up in a gun rack. Now, Eddie asked Bernice if he could actually look at the Marlon rifle that she had on display, and of course, she allowed him to examine the rifle. As Eddie held the gun in his hands, Bernice walked towards the store window and looked outside. At the same time, Eddie took a .22 shell from his pocket and loaded the rifle. And Bernice was totally unaware that Eddie was actually loading the gun behind her. You see, she'd actually spotted a red Chevrolet across the road that actually belonged to her son-in-law. And it was at this point that Bernice Warden spoke her last words, which were, "I see Bud has a new car. I do not like Chevrolets." As Bernice finished what she had to say, Eddie pulled the trigger, shooting Mrs. Warden in the back of the head. Eddie then loaded Bernice's dead body into the Warden's hardware truck, and then he actually took the cash register. Now, this gives you a little bit of insight into what was going on inside of Ed Gein's mind, or more to the point, what the hell was going on in Ed Gein's mind, because he simply didn't take the cash register for the money, and he also didn't do it to make the crime scene look like a robbery. He did it because he wanted to know how the cash machine works. So he just murdered a woman in cold blood, and the next thing on his mind was, I wonder how the cash register works. Maybe I should take that with me and examine it at home. That's the way his mind works. He just murdered someone, and this was the next thing on his mind. So, with Bernice's body now loaded into the hardware truck, he locked up the store and drove out of town. And then when he had gone a further distance from town, he parked the truck out of sight on the side of the road, and then returned back into town on foot to collect his own car. He then drove back to the truck, pulled Bernice Warden's corpse from the truck and put her in his own car. And then he also took the cash register because, let's not forget, he wants to see how that works. That is something that is important to him. And then he raced back to his farmhouse. And he was very eager to get back because he had plans for the corpse of Bernice Warden. And they were not pleasant. They were not pleasant at all. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, Frank Warden, Bernice's son, arrived back from hunting empty-handed to find the door of his mother's store locked. Which was very strange because, as far as Frank was aware, his mother intended to remain open. Not only that, the owner of the gas station across the street asked Frank if his mother had decided to go hunting, as he saw her truck leave early on in the day and not return. Also, the lights were still on inside the store. This wasn't like Bernice not to turn off the lights if she was actually leaving. And so, a little concerned, Frank returned home and picked up his own spare key for the store. Upon his return, he slipped the key into the lock and pushed the door open. First of all, Frank noticed that the cash register was missing, and then he noticed the smeared blood stains on the floor that trailed off towards the back door. And there was a lot of blood. Some believe that Ed Gein may have actually slit Mrs. Warden's throat after shooting her in the head, due to just how much blood there actually was on the floor. Now, like I said before, Frank was a deputy sheriff, and And I have no doubt that Frank probably knew that something very bad had happened to his mother, but he remained cool and collected. Well, as cool and collected as you can remain when you fear that your mother is dead. But he did. He kept somewhat cool and collected, and he rang up the sheriff. Now, as soon as Frank hung up the phone, he actually started looking around the store for clues to find out who could have took his mother. And he noticed a scrap of paper on the floor, and when he picked it up, he realised it was a receipt for antifreeze. And he knew immediately who had his mother. He just knew, because if you remember the previous day, Ed Gein was actually in the store inquiring about antifreeze just after he had inquired whether Frank would be hunting that day. It all became blindingly clear all of a sudden, and Frank knew exactly who had took his mother. So when the sheriff did arrive with his chief deputy Arnie Fritz, Frank wasted no time and informed them that it was Ed Gein who had his mother. Meanwhile, back at the Gein house, Eddie had two visitors, but it was not the police. It was his teen friend Bob Hill and Bob's sister. The Hills had a little trouble, car trouble. The battery had died and they needed Eddie to run them into town for a new one. Eddie agreed to take them into town, but first he needed to clean up a little. His hands were covered in blood. Now he claimed that he was just dressing a deer, a strange thing for Eddie to say, as he did not actually like to hunt deer. And he claimed that he did not like the sight of blood. Little did they know that Ed Gein wasn't actually dressing a deer. He was actually bleeding out Bernice Warden right there in the summer kitchen. A little later, Eddie returned with the new battery, and like I've said before, Eddie was always happy to help, and so he helped them install it. His kindness was rewarded when Irene Hill invited him in for supper. And on the menu that evening at the Hills' house was macaroni and cheese and pork chops and pickles, and for dessert, coffee and cookies, which to Eddie was a whole lot better than a can of pork and beans, his usual meal that he would eat from the tin and then just discard it onto his dirty littered floor. It was not long after supper that Irene's son-in-law came bursting through the door and informed everyone of Bernice Warden's disappearance. At once, Bob Hill was keen to go down to Warden's hardware store and asked Ed to drive him to take a closer look at what was unfolding. And once again, Ed Gein was always happy to help, and he agreed to take Bob Hill back to the scene of his own crime. Bob Hill and Ed Gein sat in the car for a while on the drive, waiting for the engine to warm up. But before they could actually leave, there was a knock at the driver's side window. Ed wound down the window to be greeted by two police officers. One of the officers, Officer Chase, told Eddie that he needed to talk to him and asked him to step out of his vehicle and accompany him back to his squad car. Eddie sat in the back seat with one of the other officers, whilst Chase sat in the front seat. Chase then turned around and asked Eddie to tell him step by step what he had done on that day. And Eddie did not object. And then Eddie went on telling the police officers about his day, including the visit to the hardware store, but of course excluding the part where he shot Bernice Warden in the head. Officer Chase then asked him to go over it one more time, this time starting with his visit to the Warden store. Eddie once again told his story, and when Eddie had finished there was an uncomfortable silence, and Chase squinted at Gein and told him that his second account of what he had been up to that day was different from the first. And possibly a little bit panicked by this, Ed Gein just blurted out that somebody had framed him. And in response, Chase asked Eddie, "Framed you for what?" And then Eddie responded, "Well, Mrs. Warden." And then Chase asked, "What about Mrs. Warden?" To which Eddie responded, "Well, she's dead, ain't she?" Now, it was at this point that Chase knew he had his man. No one at this point knew what had actually happened. Word had spread that Bernice had disappeared, but no one suspected murder. Well, at least none of the public suspected murder. And little did they know what was waiting for them when they actually pulled up at the House of Horrors, Ed Gein's farmhouse. It was after 8 o'clock when two officers arrived at the Gein house. It was a dark night and snow still clung to the ground. The Gein house stood in darkness. There was no electricity in the old dilapidated house, so the officers proceeded with caution, armed with only flashlights. The police officers found that the house was completely locked up, apart from the summer kitchen, which was attached to the side of the house. The two officers entered the summer kitchen, flashlights sweeping the environment as they stepped over multiple pieces of junk and tools. One of the officers took a step back, shining his light elsewhere when he felt something brush up against his back. The police officer turned and shined his beam of light upon the mutilated body of a female hanging from her feet. A sharpened wooden crossbar had been forced through the tendons of her ankles. Another piece of rope ran from the crossbar above to her arms, which were tied tightly by her side. The front of the woman's body had been completely split down the centre, leaving a gaping void that glistened in the torchlight. And as the officer looked lower down, it was clear to see that the head had been cut away from the neck and was nowhere to be seen. The officer froze for a second, trying to figure out exactly what it is he was looking at. At first he thought he was looking at a deer, but then it became blindingly obvious that he was actually looking at the mutilated body of a woman, and he dashed from the shed. He fell to his hands and knees and vomited right there into the snow. Bernice Warden had been found. It was not long before more officers arrived at Ed Gein's farmhouse, including country lawmen, state troopers, and investigators. The sight of Bernice Warden's hung, mutilated body was a shock to the system, to say the least. Little did they know what actually waited for them inside Ed Gein's actual home. The officers entered the old dark house to find it was a complete pigsty. Actually, Ed Gein's house made a pigsty look quite good. The rooms were filled with garbage, which included old dirty magazines, old musical instruments, used rusty tins, decomposing scraps of food, bottles, tools, and even a can of used chewing gum, like a proud collection that he just needed to keep, and so much more random items that belonged in the trash. In fact, it was almost as though trash had actually been emptied into the house. It was that cluttered. It was most definitely not the well-kept house Augusta had been so proud of while she was in the world of the living. As the officers searched the house with only their flashlights to illuminate the chaos, they discovered more and more disgusting and strange items, such as yellow dentures that were on display and a sink full of sand. One officer noticed a strange-looking bowl sitting upon the kitchen table, but something was off about it. It looked like it had a strange design. The officer held it up into the light, and he quickly realized that it was actually holding the top of a human skull, sawed off around the jawbone to resemble a bowl. But it wasn't the only bowl Eddie had fashioned out of human skulls. There were a few more here and there around the house. And there was also a few untouched skulls that were still whole, two of which were stuck on the end of Ed's bedposts like Halloween decorations. They also found chairs around the kitchen table, and I know what you're thinking, there's nothing unusual about that. Well, these chairs had been upholstered using human skin, pulled tight. And if that was not gross enough, the underside of the skin had greasy lumps of fat clinging to it. It was quickly becoming clear that Bernice Warden was not the only woman Ed brought home over the years. He had been a busy little bachelor. The officers knew that they could not continue the search with flashlights, and it was not long before floodlights were brought into Ed's house, literally flooding the rooms with light. And now came the gruesome task of searching for more body parts. And they discovered more of Eddie's inventive uses for human skin, such as a lampshade which was totally made out of human skin, and a waste paper basket which was also made out of human skin. The amount of gruesome things they found was unbelievable. This was like nothing ever seen before, and I would possibly say nothing ever seen since. But it wasn't only household furniture Eddie had been making out of people's bodies. He also had made himself certain outfits made from skin. This included a corset made from a female torso, skin from the shoulders down to the waist. He'd also threaded cord through the flesh to pull it tight around his own body. He'd also made himself a pair of leggings made from a female's leg skin. The mystery of the disappearance of Mary Hogan was at last solved when one of the officers found her face in a bag. Yeah, her face. Eddie had carefully peeled it from her skull, and he'd made his own gruesome face mask, and it wasn't the only one that he had made. In fact, they found Eddie had a few, 9 in fact, and the hair was still intact, with holes where the eyes should be. The police officers also found a shoebox containing 9 vulva, some including the anus, and it was later discovered that Eddie liked to wear these over his own genitalia. Some he had tried to preserve by using salt, and one particular one he had actually tried to preserve by painting it silver. The police officers also found a belt that Ed had fashioned from female human nipples. Allow me to just list off the rest of the totally disgusting items that they found in Ed Gein's home. They found whole human bones and fragments, Murray Hogan's skull, a young girl's dress, and 2 vulvas said to be from a teen, 4 noses, a pair of lips that were attached to a window shade, and apparently when the shades were closed, the lips came together to form a kiss. A lampshade made from the skin of a human face, fingernails, and he had also designed a human female nipple doorbell. And you're probably wondering where was Bernice Warden's head. Well, they actually found that in a sack that had been placed between 2 dirty mattresses. They also found Bernice Warden's heart in a bag next to the stove. Now, some reports say that it was found in a frying pan, sparking the rumour that Ed Gein was a cannibal, which, after everything that came to light, would not be an unreasonable assumption to believe that Ed Gein ate his victims, but apparently he didn't. But bear in mind, we are only taking Ed Gein's word for this. He claimed that he never ate any of his victims. But who's to say that he did or he didn't? Some people do believe that he may have eaten some of his victims, and some people don't. Back at the police station, Ed was insistent for quite a while that he had been framed. But after a long amount of time and a long amount of interrogation, he actually caved. Upon interrogating Ed, he informed the authorities that he had killed Murray Hogan but had no memory of doing so, and he claimed that Bernice Warden's death was an accident, but the rest of the body parts that were found around the house were from a few different cemeteries. He claimed that he would go to the graveyard under the veil of darkness and dig down to the freshly buried corpses that he read about in the papers. He would open one side of the coffin and slip the body out and take it home. The police did not initially believe that little Eddie Gein had the strength to do such a thing, and that he was telling lies. So Ed gave them names of the corpses that he took, and upon digging up one of these coffins, they found it to be empty, apart from Eddie's crowbar that he left behind. They also dug up 2 more coffins just to be certain. One of the other coffins contained just certain body parts, like Eddie had just took what he needed, or possibly brought body parts back, and then the 3rd coffin contained absolutely nothing. It became clear that Eddie was telling the truth, that between 1947 and 1957 he had made many nighttime trips to the graveyard to dig up bodies or just take the pieces that he wanted. Ed said that most of the time when he was making these trips to the graveyard, he was doing it under a dazed-like state, like he was in a haze. Apparently, sometimes he wouldn't even remember. For example, he had no memory of killing Murray Hogan. He also said that on one occasion, he seemed to snap back to whatever reality he lived in, and he would feel guilt and shame, and that he would return certain body parts that he didn't need to the graveyard, and on other occasions, he would simply walk away empty-handed. All in all, Ed admitted to stealing from 9 graves, and it was strange how some of the dead women all resembled his mother in some way, shape or form. It's believed that Ed missed his mother so much that he wanted to become her, hence making the skin suits and face masks from various corpses. He literally wanted to become his mother. And Ed did also claim that he tried to dig up his mother, but he couldn't actually get down to the coffin. It proved too hard for him for some reason. This particular grave was just out of his reach. Eddie was also asked if he had had sex with the dead when he brought them home, and he denied ever having any kind of sexual contact with the corpses. And get this, he claimed that they just smelled too bad. Now, as we know, upon the initial search of Ed Gein's house, the investigators found some truly awful things. The chairs made out of skin, the lamps made out of skin, the soup bowls made out of human skulls, the skin suits. They found some awful things. But imagine what they thought when they discovered a room that was actually boarded up. What horrors awaited them on the other side of this barricaded door? A door that Ed Gein did not want anyone to see what was behind. I can only imagine that the investigators were thinking, what the hell can be behind this door that is worse than what we have already found in this house of horrors? What could possibly be barricaded behind this door? And I can only imagine as they pulled away the wood and opened the door that they dreaded what they might find on the other side. And as disturbing as a lamp made from a human face or a skin corset actually is, I think what they actually found when they opened this door was even more haunting. Behind the boarded doors was a bedroom and a parlour in absolute immaculate condition. Everything was in its place, everything was tidy, the bed and the furniture all immaculate. It was in some ways bizarre and a little creepy that the boarded up rooms were so preserved in contrast to the rest of the house, which was in a state of absolute disrepair and cluttered, not to mention the skull balls and the nipple belts and the skin suits and so on. The rooms that Eddie had preserved so well did show one sign that they had been untouched since Augusta's death many years ago, and that was the dust that covered the surfaces of the furniture, just as the snow covered the ground outside. Upon searching the room, the investigators found neatly folded clothing placed in the bedroom drawers, and this neatly folded clothing all belonged to Ed Gein's mother, Augusta. And now it was also clear these rooms belonged to Ed's mother, Augusta, and they lay exactly how they had been when she had passed away. Eddie felt the need to board these rooms up and keep them perfect for his mother, a perfect dwelling place for a ghost, whilst the rest of the house became a nightmarish place to live. After the house was cleared of all Ed's gruesome items, there was a rumour that the house was going up for sale, and one interested buyer wished to cash in on the house and turn it into a horror museum, charging people to look around Ed Gein's house. But the people of Plainfield were understandably horrified by this idea. The problem was Plainfield would now forever be associated with Ed Gein and the murders and the House of Horrors, and it is safe to say to this very day it still is. But even in the early years, as the news spread, Plainfield saw strange faces turning up to view the Gein house, and the hardware store where Bernice Warden was killed, as well as the constant barrage of the press. And the people of Plainfield absolutely hated this. They didn't want their little town to be forever associated with a serial killer, and they most definitely did not want the house to be made into a horror museum. In March of 1958, Ed Gein's house burned to the ground under mysterious circumstances. No one knows who lit the match, who actually started the fire, but it is speculated that it was a handiwork of the people of Plainfield, who did not want to see their place on the map forever associated with Ed Gein. It didn't work. Although the house did not survive, Ed Gein's car, the same car that he loaded up Bernice Warden's body in and Mary Hogan's, and not to mention the multiple dead bodies that he dug up from the graveyard, sold. The maroon 1949 Ford sedan was sold in an auction for $760, which is close to $8,000 in today's money. The man who purchased the car was a Mr. Bunny Gibbons, a carnival sideshow operator. Gibbons would charge people to view the car at different county fairs around the state. He even went as far as to place life-size dolls that represented Ed Gein and Bernice Warden into what he morbidly named Ed Gein's Ghoul Car, with advertisements that read, "See the car that hauled the dead from their graves," and the Plainfield, Wisconsin crime that shocked the nation in 1957. That's right, for 25 cents you could gaze upon Ed Gein's car, and for the first 3 days, over 2,000 people paid their fee and entered the tent where the car was kept. But as you can imagine, many people thought this was in bad taste, and it wasn't long before the exhibition was banned by the state, and Gibbons retired Ed Gein's Ghoul Car, and to this day, no one knows what became of the 1949 maroon Ford sedan. But we do know what became of old Ed Gein. After Gein was arrested, his lawyer entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, and Gein was found unfit to stand trial after being diagnosed with schizophrenia and was committed to the Central State Hospital in Waupun. In 1968, Ed Gein was finally fit to stand trial and was found guilty for Warden's murder, but at the same time he was also found insane when the murder took place, and so Ed Gein was once again committed to Central State Hospital. In 1974, Gein petitioned for an early release. It was rejected. Over the years whilst incarcerated, it was said that Ed Gein settled into his life at Central State Hospital well. He was as polite as ever, never any trouble at all, and made himself useful, taking on roles such as the mason, the carpenter's assistant, and the medical aide. It was said that although insane, being caught kind of set him free of his demons, and he found some kind of peace in his own sick, demented mind. After all, his life had been one of loneliness, in a way always being the target for a cruel joke, and the feeling of never really being accepted. No thanks to the abuse from his overbearing mother that had turned him into this monster. On July the 26th, 1984, Ed Gein took his last breath at the age of 77. He died of lung cancer. He was buried alongside his family in Plainfield, only a few meters away from some of the graves that he exhumed and plundered. You won't find a headstone for Ed Gein after it was stolen in the year 2000. It was recovered in Seattle, but it has been decided not to place it back over Ed's plot and instead was placed into storage. Just a word of warning before today's episode starts, it is not for the faint of heart and definitely not for children's ears. Today's episode is focused on a serial killer who participated in child rape and cannibalism. If you were to look up the word evil in the dictionary, you would find the following definition: profoundly immoral and wicked. But I believe I can give you the ultimate definition of the word evil, simply by providing you with a name: Albert Fish. I'm going to presume for a moment that you don't know anything about Albert Fish, and if you were to Google his name right now, you would be forgiven if you thought his appearance was that of a friendly old man. And that is possibly why he got away with so many atrocities over the years. Even though Albert Fish was eventually found guilty of murdering 3 children, it is believed that he had over 100 victims in his time, and he actually said in his own words that he had a child in every state. Albert Fish was a gaunt-looking man with a grey moustache which blended in quite nicely with his grey-looking complexion. The serial killer, child rapist and cannibal also came with quite a collection of nicknames: the Grey Man, the Werewolf of Wisteria, the Brooklyn Vampire, the Moon Maniac, and the Bogeyman. Now, I wish I could say that Albert's depravities only started later on in life, but unfortunately they didn't. They started much earlier on. Let me take you back to the year of 1870. It was a time of change in America, which was still recovering from the Civil War, which ended only 5 years previous. It was the start of the Second Industrial Revolution, and America was attempting to get back on its feet. At this time in history, the 15th Amendment was passed, which gave the right to vote to black males. 1870 was also the year that the world said goodbye to Charles Dickens, who died at the age of 58. And on May the 19th, 1870, Albert Fish was born in Washington, D.C. Now, although Albert Fish is the name we all know him as now, it is not the name he was given at birth. His birth name was actually Hamilton Fish. His father was Randall Fish, who was 75 years of age at the time of his birth and was 43 years older than his mother, Ellen Fish. Albert, or Hamilton, as he was known at that point in his life, was the youngest of the 3 siblings, Walter, Annie and Edwin. By 1875, his father died of a heart attack and his mother had no choice but to place 5-year-old Albert into an orphanage until her situation bettered. Times were hard, especially back then, and without a husband to help with the money, Ellen Fish probably had no alternative. Unfortunately, it is possible that placing him in this orphanage possibly moulded him into the monster he would later become. But it is also worth mentioning that there was already evidence of mental health issues in the family. One member of the family, his uncle I believe, suffered from religious mania, and his mother was said to have suffered from hallucinations, and his brother was also committed to a mental hospital. So it is unclear if Albert's time in the orphanage did actually turn him into the man he would later become, or whether it was always there with him. But I have no doubt that spending time in this orphanage certainly didn't help, as you are about to learn. Whilst in the orphanage, young Albert was constantly picked on by the other kids, and he was given the nickname Ham and Eggs, which he hated. He absolutely hated it, so much so that he decided he would take the name of his dead brother, Albert, and discard the name Hamilton for good. On many occasions, the staff would make the children strip down to their underwear and stand in a line, and then they were beaten and whipped, and often abused, possibly sexually. Over time, Albert started to realise that he was enjoying the beatings and would even get erections, which got him beaten even more from the staff, and especially from the other kids. Somewhere in his broken mind, something had flipped. The pain now turned him on enormously. He liked it. He enjoyed seeing the other children in pain. He enjoyed being in pain. He enjoyed the whippings and the beatings, and it had uncovered something very dark in Albert's soul, if there was ever a soul there in the first place. Later in life, when Fish was eventually captured, he would say that this period in his life in the orphanage was what got him started wrong. In 1879, Ellen Fish was finally in a position to take her now 9-year-old son Albert back and look after him. But unfortunately, by now the damage was already done. Once Albert was free from the orphanage, he requested that his mother legally change his name to Albert, which she did. She actually told him it was like having her son back from the dead, which, if you ask me, that is quite a messed up thing to say to your living child. As Albert got older, his sexual urges were getting out of control. As a youth, he would constantly visit the public bathrooms to watch young boys undress to feed his desires. At the age of 12, Fish had a homosexual relationship with a telegraph boy who introduced him to strange practices such as drinking his own urine and eating his own feces. And as we will find out, this disgusting behaviour will play a big part in his later life. Now from here, I must say, it is all going to go downhill, or should I say uphill, because this story is about to get a whole lot harder to tell. In 1890, Albert became a male prostitute, selling his body to be used however the customer wanted. He had now also started to act on his own sick passions, as he called them, by raping young boys. When he turned 19, he found work as a house decorator and would often travel around to different areas of the country on the job. And when he saw the opportune moment to abuse a child, he did, and then he would simply disappear and move on unnoticed. When Albert was captured, he would later claim that it was all too easy. He would remain naked underneath his overalls, so he could remove them quickly, abuse a child, and then quickly pull them back over his naked body and simply disappear. Albert also chose his victims well. He claimed he would go for a child who wouldn't present too much of a fight or trouble, perhaps a child with learning disabilities or a black child, because, as he said, no one really cared about black children. We must remember, times were different, and back then people could be even more ignorant and cruel when it came to skin colour as they can be today. When Albert turned 28, his mother arranged a marriage to a 19-year-old woman named Anna Mary Hoffman, who was 9 years younger than Albert, and together they had 6 children, but this wouldn't stop him from feeding his desires whenever he could. Apparently, Albert adored his children and he doted on them. Despite the monster that he was, it is said that he was a very good father, but he could at times act very strange in front of them, and this we will come back to a little later. In 1903, Albert was arrested for embezzlement and locked up in Sing Sing prison, where he had sexual relations with many men. Upon release from Sing Sing prison, Albert's already disturbing behaviour had multiplied. Up to now, Albert's attacks had been cruel, disgusting and atrocious to say the least, and he took pleasure from inflicting pain and receiving pain. He loved to hear the screams and the cries of his victims, but he was about to take it one step further. Albert Fish had always had a sick urge to torture, kill and eat his victims, and it was growing inside of him, and every day he would come that little bit closer to making it a reality. Now, I have to warn you, everything I've told you up to now at this point has been the tip of the iceberg. Going forward is going to get a lot worse, so if you're faint-hearted or easily shocked, you may want to turn this episode off. But if you have decided to stay with me, strap in. It's going to be a rough ride. Now, although Albert was married, it did not stop him having relationships with men whenever he could, and on one occasion he visited a waxworks museum with one of his male friends. It was here he witnessed the model of a dissected human penis, and he became fascinated by it, and from that day he became obsessed with genital mutilation and castration. Whilst working on a particular job away from home, Albert started a relationship with a 19-year-old intellectually disabled man named Thomas Kedden. Albert noticed that Thomas Kedden was someone that he could easily manipulate. What I'm about to tell you is graphic, disturbing and disgusting. When Albert was 40 years old, he was out of town doing a painting job in Wilmington, Delaware, and there he stayed on the outskirts of the city. This is where Albert met Thomas Kedden. He described him as a well-built boy of 19 and had a pretty face, like a girl, and he would have passed as a 16-year-old if he wasn't so big, and he appeared kind of silly. What Albert meant is that Thomas Kedden had learning disabilities, and this is what probably attracted Albert to him. He could be easily manipulated, and Albert even admitted in his own disgusting way that Thomas Kedden was as easy to spank as a 10-year-old boy. According to Albert, Thomas was in need of work and had travelled to Wilmington looking for a job. Apparently on his way, he was repeatedly raped by hobos whilst hitching a ride in a train carriage. It's not clear if Albert fabricated this in his sick mind or not. There was no work for Thomas and he had no money. Albert took Thomas for a warm meal and then took him to his room. Not out of kindness, Albert had other intentions. When Albert got him into the room, he noticed that Thomas was crawling with lice. Thomas was apparently scratching like mad. Albert made him strip and gathered up his lice-infested clothing and threw them out. And then he ran a warm bath and instructed Thomas to lie flat in the tub until he returned from the drugstore. Albert returned with hair remover and clippers. He removed Thomas's long hair and then mixed up the hair remover into a paste, smeared it all over his body, and when he was finished, Thomas was completely hairless. And then, as Albert put it, the fun began. In the statement that Albert Fish made that I read, he described the sex in graphic, disgusting detail, and I'm not comfortable repeating it here. It was in no means normal sex. So in short, they took the turns of playing the role of a naughty boy and father, and whoever was playing the father role would spank the one playing the boy role. It is possible, I wasn't 100% sure, but it is possible that they messed each other's pants as well and then ate it. They described body parts such as Dicky, Honeypot and Sugarball, and I'm going to leave it up to your own imagination to figure out what those words are assigned to. All this made it extra creepy whilst reading the way he described certain things. This went on for 10 days and Albert's sadistic cravings were beginning to get the better of him. Albert had decided he now wanted to torture Thomas. He wanted to hear him scream, he wanted to cut him, he wanted to burn him and whip him. But he couldn't do it where he was staying. There would be too much noise. Too much noise would be made. So Albert looked around for an abandoned building and eventually came across an old farmhouse that was supposedly haunted, and so it remained empty. He found a room in the farmhouse with a bed and a chair and a door with a working lock, just perfect for the horrors he had in mind. He brought Thomas to the house with a blanket and a pot to go toilet in. He made Thomas strip naked and then locked him in the room and left him there overnight. The next day, Albert returned to the house and he brought with him a sharp knife, alcohol and a box of matches. Before Albert ventured into the house, he filled a bucket with ice-cold water from the well outside for Thomas to drink, but no food. You see, these were proper torture tactics. Thomas was now a prisoner and Albert wanted him weak. For some strange reason, Albert still had Thomas's trust. Albert tied Thomas up, hands and feet, and then turned to him and told him, "I have you exactly where I want you." And where Albert had him was exactly where he would keep him. He then pushed Thomas over onto his stomach and the torture started. What I'm about to tell you is not easy to listen to. Albert apparently whipped him with thorny branches from a blackberry bush from outside, and with every blow, the thorns would stick into his flesh, and Albert would drag it through his skin, ripping chunks of flesh from his behind. Thomas screamed. He screamed so loud And Albert loved it. He was in his own little deranged paradise. And remember, they were in a house in the middle of nowhere. Nobody could hear the screams. Blood poured out of Thomas's behind, and Albert smacked it with his bare hand, spraying blood all over the walls. He then took his knife and slit between the cheeks on Thomas's behind, placed his lips to the wound and drank the blood. And when he had finally finished, when he was satisfied, he got up, he walked out of the room, locked the door and left for the night, leaving Thomas naked, cold and badly mutilated for the night, but not dead. The next morning Albert had no choice but to go to his decorating job, but then later on that evening he would return to the farmhouse, taking with him candles to illuminate the room. This went on for 5 more days, relentless torture by candlelight. In those 5 or 6 days, Thomas had only been given water. He had not been given any food. But on the 6th day, Albert brought him a sandwich. But he wouldn't allow Thomas to eat the sandwich until he had first eaten his own feces. He then strapped his legs to the head of the bed over his head, leaving him in a very uncomfortable, vulnerable position. Albert then used a whole pack of needles on Thomas's behind. He later said it looked like a pin cushion. He then stuck a needle through the head of Thomas's penis all the way through, and then he stuck it between his testicles and left him like that, in that position with his legs over his head, in that pain, needles still in his flesh, overnight. He returned the next day and removed the needles, and he then poured peroxide all over Thomas's wounds. As the blood poured out, his penis had turned a dark blue. I don't know if you're noticing, but I'm really having a hard time reading this. He untied his feet, and an exhausted Thomas just fell asleep right there and then. But Albert wasn't happy with this, and he stuck a needle in Thomas's belly to wake him up. He then fed him a tablespoon of food, made him eat his own feces once again, and continued with the whipping, the cutting and the burning. Now, according to Albert, and you never can really take the word of a serial killer, but according to Albert, after a short period of time, they both started to enjoy eating each other's feces and drinking each other's urine. Disgustingly, they called it peanut butter and cider. The torture went on. It was quite repetitive, and I don't really want to keep going over it. Human waste was used in a lot more disgustingly graphic, different ways, and Albert allowed Thomas to punish him in the same ways he punished Thomas. Soon, Albert knew he would have to return home. It had been 5 or 6 weeks already. People were going to start wondering where he was. Strangely, Thomas didn't want Albert to leave. He had strangely become accustomed to the torture. And I think I have heard of this happening in other cases where the person who's being kept captive, they start to kind of bond with the person who's keeping them captive. But what we have got to remember is all this is coming from Albert's own statements. No one actually knows what happened to Thomas Kedden in the end, so we only have Albert's word for this. Albert had a growing desire to kill Thomas and eat him. He tied up Thomas, took a blade and sliced off half of Thomas's penis, and Albert loved to hear him scream. Blood was now gushing from Thomas's penis like a fountain, and Albert really wanted to kill Thomas and slice off cuts of meat and take them home to eat. But the weather was very hot that day, and he knew the smell would draw attention on his journey back home. And it is also said that the expression on Thomas's face when Albert cut off his penis shocked him. It also thrilled him, but it shocked him, and it stopped him from killing him. So he poured peroxide on the open wound and wrapped it with Vaseline and a handkerchief. He untied Thomas, gave him his clothes, $10, and kissed him goodbye. No one knows what became of Thomas Kedden. Now at this point, Albert hadn't actually killed anyone yet, but like I said, Albert did claim that he did use his job to abuse so many children in so many different ways. And as I was making my way through the book, Albert Fish, in his own words, I read the statements he gave, and he reveals some of the times he abused children, and it fills so many pages. It was either forced upon them,
or he paid the children to perform 6 sexual acts on him and he on them. Albert boasted, like I said before, that he had a child in every state, and the torture also included whipping, beating, cutting, urination, and even more god-awful things. And whilst all this was going on back home, it would seem that all was not well with Albert's marriage. Surprise, surprise. A man named John Straub, who is often described as a dim-witted handyman, had been living with the Fish family, unknown to Albert. Anna, Albert's wife, had started a relationship with the handyman, and one day when Albert left town on a painting job, Anna took the opportunity to leave Albert and run away with the handyman. Coldly, she sent her own children to watch a movie, and whilst her children were out of the house, Anna and the handyman John completely stripped the house of everything, all of the furniture, and she left her own children and left town with this man. So when the children returned, they returned to a cold, empty home, abandoned by their own mother, the father still away on work. They discovered some pennies in the bathtub and a note instructing them to send a telegraph to the father, who was painting a church out of town. When Albert got word of this, he hurried home to find everything gone. There was nothing, only his children. They moved into their auntie's home for a short while, and then Albert rented a room whilst completing his painting job. Now, I believe I read somewhere that Albert started to see his furniture turning up in certain second-hand stores, but here's the thing, he couldn't afford to buy the furniture back, so he rented a furnished apartment that was a little more expensive but necessary. Fish was a disgusting, horrible monstrosity, evil to the bone, but when it come down to his children and his grandchildren that came later, he was caring, loving and doted on them and never faltered from his responsibilities. It's really hard to understand and wrap your head around how the mind of this monster really worked. When Albert's wife left home, it did not have a good effect on his already disturbed state of mind, and he slipped further into darkness. It's around this time that Albert started having hallucinations and hearing voices in his head. He would often see visions of Jesus Christ, who would appear to him with instructions to offer a child for sacrifice, to purge his own sins, or to save the child from a future sin, which will come up later. It was also at this time that Albert started to inflict harm upon himself. He would whip himself, he would beat himself with a paddle, or more disturbingly, he would ask his children to do it for him. And when that wasn't enough, he actually stuck nails into the paddle to inflict more pain by ripping chunks of flesh from his skin. And then he started to introduce needles into his self-torture routine. Albert would insert needles really far into his scrotum, so far up that he couldn't get them back out, and there they remained, and if that wasn't enough, he even inserted them into his penis. This was his sick, twisted way of getting his sexual thrills, and his religious visions were possibly a way for his broken mind to accept what he was doing. Sometimes the visions and the voices would conveniently suit the situation. 3 months after Albert's wife and the children's mother ran away, one of the elder daughters received a letter from her, claiming that the man she had run away with had started to beat and starve her, and she wanted to return home. When the daughter told her father, Albert told his daughter to tell her mother to come home, all is forgiven. And that's what happened. Anna came home, and strangely Albert welcomed her back with open arms. 1 week later, whilst Fish was away on a job, John Straub, the handyman, returned to Anna, begging her to take him back. And like most abusive relationships, she did. Only this time, she hid him in the attic of Albert's own house. And that's where he stayed for a while, unknown to Albert. She would sneak food up and give him the family's best blankets. Albert had no idea about the man in the attic, but he couldn't understand why they were constantly running out of food. His wife tried to blame the dog, but Albert, he wasn't convinced. One day, he noticed the dog start up the stairs. Curious, Albert followed. They both climbed the stairs to the top of the house, where the dog was sniffing at the attic door. Albert opened the attic door and discovered John Straub was fast asleep. He claimed he felt no anger whatsoever. He actually found it humorous. He awoke him and told him to come down. When they reached the kitchen, he seated him at the table whilst Anna looked on in shock. And then they ate dinner, as Albert relished every second of the uncomfortable situation. Later, when Albert insisted that Anna leave the handyman, and this time for good, Anna refused, and once again she left, and this time she didn't return. They never divorced, but Anna would not be Albert's last wife. Now, I'm sure you can imagine what kind of effect that would have had on a sane person's state of mind. After his wife left for the second time, the self-harm and strange behaviour intensified. And like I said before, his children were starting to pick up on this. One night, one of Albert's daughters came downstairs for a drink, only to find Albert rolled up in the living room carpet. She could see the top of his head poking out. It was like he was in a strange cocoon. But his daughter had seen many a strange thing, and she simply returned to bed. When she awoke in the morning, she went downstairs just in time to see him unroll himself. He had slept rolled up in that carpet all night, apparently following instructions from John the Apostle. Other strange behaviour followed. Fish had started to force tissue paper or wood soaked in lighter fuel up his anus and light it on fire, burning himself from the inside. Albert's fascination with cannibalism was also growing, and to try and quench these desires, he started serving raw meat at dinner, even to his children, and they were encouraged to eat it. At around 1919, Albert started to stab random children. He would single out children who had intellectual disabilities or African American children who he believed no one would miss, like I said before. It's also believed that Albert paid other kids to bring unsuspecting victims to him, and according to Albert, his victims reached into the hundreds. But there's no hard evidence of this, like I also said before. You see, here's what I believe, that serial killers either want to confess all and soak up as much attention and fame as they can, even going as far as to lie about certain things, and it's hard to separate fact from fiction most of the time. By 1924, Albert had his eye on an 8-year-old little girl named Beatrice Keel. He had noticed a little girl playing on the farmland where she lived. He watched her from afar, I imagine from the bushes. Luckily, a mother noticed Albert skulking around the little girl and moved him along. Now this bit really creeps me out. It goes to show how desperate and sick Albert Fish actually was. He actually returned that night and slept in the family's barn, and luckily the little girl's father noticed him and chased him away. This was a very lucky escape for the little girl, who had vigilant parents. On another occasion, Fish successfully lured 2 young boys to his room, and he did this by offering sandwiches. As they played in his room, they accidentally discovered a bag of cutting tools, a knife, a handsaw and a cleaver. This scared the children so much that they fled the house. This was another lucky escape for the children, but very frustrating for Albert, whose sick desires were not being quenched. Unfortunately, the next child wouldn't be so lucky, and sadly the next child was Francis McDonnell. The little boy was horribly murdered at the hands of Albert Fish, and it would be one of the 3 confirmed murders that finally got Albert Fish in the electric chair. Shortly after 2 p.m. on the 14th of July 1924, Mrs. McDonnell sat on the porch of her house, which was surrounded by about 10 acres of wilderness. Mrs. McDonnell sat there watching her 8-year-old son, who had been playing alone. Mrs. McDonnell was also cradling her 1-month-old child in her arms. As she sat there, she noticed a very unkempt man, an elderly man, with a grey moustache and grey stubble, which sat upon a very gaunt, bony face. The old man was making his way past the house, and Mrs. McDonnell couldn't help but notice the way he fiddled with his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists as he mumbled nonsense to himself. As he passed by the house, the next-door neighbour's 2 German Shepherd dogs started barking and howling at the old man, and this got me thinking, maybe dogs can sense evil. As the old man got a little bit further down the road, he stopped, slowly turned, and gave Mrs. McDonnell an ice-cold stir. He then tipped his hat and carried on down the road. Later that afternoon, Mrs. McDonnell went back into the house, leaving her son Francis and his brother playing with other kids on the street. The children were playing catch with a rubber ball, when all of a sudden, the shabby-looking old man reappeared and called over to little Francis as the other kids continued to play. After a few minutes, the other children noticed that Francis had totally disappeared. A neighbour named George Stern saw 8-year-old Francis and the old man enter a grassy pathway which led to a brook. George didn't think much of this. Children always played in the woodland area. He was slightly suspicious of the grey-looking old man, but not enough to raise the alarm. I think back in 1924 people were just more trusting and less aware of how evil people could actually be. George was the last person to see Francis alive. Well, apart from Albert Fish. When Francis failed to return, his father, Arthur MacDonald, who just so happened to be a police officer, questioned his son's friends, who told him about the grey old man who called Francis over to him. Mr. MacDonald searched until night and found nothing. The next day, a massive search was underway. Police were involved, neighbours, friends, even the Boy Scouts all helped the MacDonald family. It was actually 3 of the Boy Scouts that found 8-year-old Francis. They literally nearly fell over him. His corpse lay hidden under branches and leaves in the dirt. The little boy's clothing from the waist down had been viciously torn from his body. He had been severely assaulted and strangled with his own suspenders, which were tied around the little boy's throat. They were tied so tightly, it looked as if they were fused with his own skin. So many suspects were interviewed, escaped convicts, a truck driver, and even a music teacher, but all were found innocent. The autopsy of young Francis found that he had undigested raisins in the stomach. This was probably what Albert Fish used to lure the little boy into the woods. And now we all know that Albert Fish murdered little Albert Francis. But at the time, they didn't know this. And the little boy's body was so badly beaten that they suggested that the killer was not actually an old man. They actually thought that it was someone much stronger than an old man. And there was a strong possibility that there was actually 2 killers, not one. How wrong could they be? But his mother, Mrs. MacDonnell, was certain the killer was the old grey man who tipped his hat. On the day of the funeral, the little boy lay in an open coffin. Makeup had been thickly applied to cover up his battered face. There was hope that the killer would come to the funeral, but no suspicious old men turned up. Days turned into months, months into years, and the killer seemed to have escaped justice. For now. But here's something that you might find interesting. About a week earlier, a 17-year-old girl was walking through the woods alone when she noticed an old gentleman. He was scruffy looking, he had grey hair and a grey beard, wearing blue trousers and a soiled white shirt. He was crouched over in the long grass and he seemed to be eating something out of his hands. Now, if it was Albert Fish, I like to think that he had raw meat in his hand. At least that's the image I have in my head. The girl said whatever it was he was eating, he was grasping it in both hands, and she said he looked like a wild animal. As she got closer, the man's gaze shot in her direction, and he shouted out to her, which she said sounded Italian, and then he gave chase. Terrified, she turned and ran through the woods, followed by the crazed old grey man. Eventually, he gave up and disappeared into the woods. This wasn't the only story that came out after Francis was viciously killed. The police were swamped with supposed sightings of the killer. This one held a little bit more credence because of the description. I'd bet my right arm that Albert Fish had more victims over the next few years. We know for certain he was responsible for the murder of Billy Gaffney. Now we jump to 1927. In Brooklyn, 4-year-old Billy Gaffney was playing just outside his run-down family apartment in the gloom of the hallway. He was playing with his 3-year-old friend Billy Beaton, who was a neighbour in the apartments. A 12-year-old boy named Johnny Moniff also joined them in the dim hallway. Johnny was looking after his baby sister, who was asleep on the upper floor. It wasn't long before his infant sister began to cry, so Johnny had to return upstairs to the room to tend to her, leaving 4-year-old Billy Gaffney and 3-year-old Billy Beaton playing alone for a while. Johnny later claimed he was only gone 3 minutes or so. When he returned, the little boys had both disappeared. The father of 3-year-old Billy Beaton came out of his apartment looking for his son. Johnny explained that they were both here only 3 minutes ago. And with that, a frantic search commenced. Mr. Beaton rushed outside to the street, calling the young boys' names. When he realised they weren't outside, he went knocking on doors, including Billy Gaffney's apartment, but still no luck. He was now starting to panic. They raced from floor to floor with desperation and fear, and then Mr. Beaton found his son safe and sound. He was on the top floor, stood outside a ladder that led to the roof of the apartments. Now, I like to imagine the amount of relief that must have washed over Mr. Beaton as he pulled his child towards him and gave him a really big hug. And then when he come to his senses, he would finally ask where he had been. Mr. Beaton listened as his son explained that him and Billy Gaffney had been on the roof looking at rooftops and boats in the river. He was so relieved to find his son that momentarily he had forgotten all about Billy Gaffney, the 4-year-old boy. Mr. Beaton asked his son, "Is Billy still on the roof?" His son simply shook his head. Mr. Beaton asked one more question. "Where is he then?" His 3-year-old son looked up into his eyes and simply said, "The boogeyman took him." At the time Billy Gaffney was taken by Albert Fish, his mother sat at the kitchen table sewing Billy's tattered old grey knickers, which I thought were underwear, but apparently back then knickers were a word used to describe knee-length trousers. Now Billy only owned 2 pairs. He was wearing his blue pair when he was taken with black stockings and black shoes, but no hat or coat, and it was chilly outside. A kidnapping just made no sense. The Gaffney family were poor, they were very poor. Mr. Gaffney was a truck driver and he earned very little, so taking a child and holding him to ransom didn't quite fit. The main theory was that Billy had wandered off into the streets and gotten himself into a bit of bother. Maybe he'd gone to explore an empty building or become trapped. Maybe he had fallen into a nearby canal. The idea that Billy had been abducted wasn't really one that the police were concentrating on, and young Billy Beaton's claim that the bogeyman had took him had failed to convince the sergeant in charge. The sergeant in charge just simply thought that it was a product of an overactive young imagination. The hunt for the Gaffney boy was intense. Over 350 policemen, not including neighbours and members of the public, joined in the search. Now, in a very cruel twist, a constant flow of cruel letters were received by the parents of Billy Gaffney. These letters ranged from sympathy to cruel descriptions as to what had happened to their son. Some stated he had been killed, some stated that he was now living with a new family, and other letters claimed Billy was being experimented on and they would be coming back for the beaten boy. And as bad as all that is, I find this disgusting. Some people actually sent drawn out maps through the post so that the Gaffney family could follow this map and find the son's corpse. But of course there was no corpse. This map was a wild goose chase. It was just another hoax. Now, every one of these fake letters had seriously hindered the investigation. But in all honesty, they didn't really have anything to go on anyway. Everyone became a suspect. Family members, even Billy's own father became a suspect. And this is partly due to the desperation of Billy's mother, who had now become that desperate that she had started accusing everybody of taking a son, even his own father. If a lost child was found, the Gaffneys would rush down to the station only to find it wasn't Billy. If a dead child was found, they would be asked to identify the body, but it would never be Billy. He had simply vanished into thin air. But there was one solid lead, even though it took a few years for everyone to realise it. A trolley car conductor named Anthony Barron came forward claiming on the day of Billy's abduction, around 7 p.m, an elderly man with a grey moustache boarded his trolley car, just 2 blocks away from the Gaffney apartment. The old man was pulling a little boy on board with him. The boy was wearing blue knickers and a grey blouse. It was bitterly cold, but the boy had no coat and no hat, and tears ran down the child's face. The conductor claimed that during the journey, the young child cried constantly, whilst the nervous, fidgety old man tried in vain to calm him, even wrapping him in his dirty, long coat. As the nervous old man got off the car with the crying child, he asked the driver if it was possible to get to a ferry to Staten Island. The driver gave him directions, and then the old man went on his way, completely ignoring what the driver had said. The last thing the driver saw was the old man half dragging, half carrying the frightened little boy, who cried constantly, down the street until the shadows of the night covered them up. The media took this and ran with it, turning it into entertainment. Follow this exciting case, etc., etc. Paranoia had now increased in the community tenfold. This caused angry mobs to form, and they would attack any suspicious man in the streets who even spoke or looked at a child in a funny way. Eventually, though, the case did go cold, and in desperation the police even listened to psychic mediums, which obviously led nowhere, and eventually the case came to a slow, dying crawl. But it wouldn't be long before the horrific truth would be revealed, when Albert Fish was captured. But before I tell you exactly what happened to Billy Gaffney when Albert Fish took him, first of all, I need to tell you about a murder that Albert committed that was a little out of character, and it would be this murder that would get Albert Fish caught. The murder of Grace Budd. Now, like I said, Albert's next victim would be 10-year-old Grace Budd, but she wasn't actually his first choice. You see, Albert Fish found the Budd family due to an advertisement placed in the newspaper by Edward Budd, Grace Budd's older brother. Besides Grace and Edward, Mr. and Mrs. Budd had 3 other children, Albert, George, and baby Beatrice. Just like the Gaffney family, the Budd family were not necessarily well off financially. They all lived in an apartment at the rear of 406 West Street at the edge of Manhattan's Chelsea district. On this particular day where the story takes place, it was a hot day in May, and it was stuffy and uncomfortable inside the apartment. But to be honest, Edward Budd preferred to be outside. He had a small job as a truck driver, but he was desperate for a job which was situated in the country maybe, some good, honest, hard work. And so, he put out the following ad. Young man, 18, wishes position in country. Edward Budd, 406 West 15th Street. On Sunday, the advert was printed in the New York World paper, the same paper that Albert Fish liked to read for disturbing reasons that we will get into a little later. On this occasion, Albert Fish was looking for a new victim, and Edward's ad had caught his eye. The very next day at 3:30 p.m, Albert Fish knocked on the door of the Budds' residence. Mrs. Budd answered the door to be greeted by Albert Fish, going by the name of Frank Howard. Mrs. Budd later recalled how he looked very smart at first glance. He looked very well dressed and he was very well mannered, but upon closer inspection, his respectful clothing was actually worn and tattered and fraying around the wrists, and the knees of his trousers were nearly worn through. But all in all, she decided that he looked respectful enough. Albert, or should I say Frank Howard, informed her he was answering Edward's ad for work, and Mrs. Budd invited him inside. And he painted this elaborate story that he owned a farm. He made up a fake story that had some elements of truth in it. He told them he was a painter who purchased a farm when his eyesight failed him. His wife didn't like life on the farm, so she left him, leaving him alone with 6 children. He claimed to have over 300 chickens and half a dozen cows, and he needed more staff. We know Albert Fish never had a farm. He, like most serial killers, was very good at fabricating nonsense, and lying just comes second nature. Mrs. Budd called her youngest daughter to go and fetch Edward, who was at his friend's house. The little girl, who was 5 years old, ran towards the door, but Albert couldn't resist reaching out for her with his cruel old hands and pulling her towards him. He told her she reminded him of his youngest daughter, and he asked her name, and she simply answered Beatrice. He then placed a nickel in her hand. It wasn't long before Edward and his friends arrived, and Albert, if anything, was a little bit disappointed. Edward was a big lad, and Albert wasn't sure if he could overpower him if needed. But his sick perversion got the better of him, and he went on with the non-existent job offer. Right there and then he offered Edward, along with his friend, a job that simply didn't exist. He then rose to his feet and told them to be ready the upcoming Saturday, and he would arrive and take them to the fictional farm. For unknown reasons, Albert didn't return on the Saturday, but he did on the Sunday. He did send a telegram explaining that it had been postponed due to buying horses, another lie that he had fabricated out of thin air. To make his lies more believable, on the way to the Budd residence he purchased a pail of cheese and a box of big red strawberries. I think this was to build up a veil of illusion, fooling Mr. and Mrs. Budd that the cheese and the strawberries were from his farm. All of this was Albert's plan, a way of convincing them, bit by bit, that he was a kind, trustworthy old man. There is one thing I forgot to mention. On his way to the Budd residence, Albert did stop off at a newsstand and he asked the newspaper seller to look after a canvas-covered parcel, and he told the newspaper seller that he would return shortly for it. So, back at the Budd house, whilst Albert waited for Edward to return, he engaged in conversation with Mr. Budd, greatly building on his already established fake life as a farm owner. The Budds invited Albert to stay for lunch, and the monster accepted. Albert once again apologised for being a day late. Then he asked Mr. Budd if he still had the telegram message. Mr. Budd pointed to the mantel where the message lay. Albert hobbled over, took the message and placed it in his pocket. Mr. Budd thought this was odd, but quickly dismissed it. As they sat down for dinner, now joined by Edward and his friend, and then Mrs. Budd's 10-year-old daughter entered the room, Grace Budd. Up to this point, this was the first time Albert Fish had ever laid his evil eyes upon Grace, and instantly he was entranced. Apparently, Grace was a delightful, pretty girl who dressed and acted older than her age, but a young, happy innocence still shined through. In Albert's sick and twisted mind, he would have seen something else that a sane mind can't comprehend. Right there and then, he had decided it was Grace he had been sent to inflict his sadistic ways upon. Edward and his friends no longer held his interest. He invited Grace to come and sit on his knee, and he grabbed her by the waist and dragged her to his lap, and complimented her whilst reaching into the depths of his dirty pockets to grab a roll of bills that amounted to $92.50. He placed the money onto the table and asked her to count it, and then, when she did so and got it correct, he placed into her palm 50 cents and told her to go and buy some sweets. Now, $92.50 in those days was a hell of a lot of money, and I feel he pulled this wad of money out purely to get a reaction off Grace's parents, who were poor. Mr. and Mrs. Budd didn't have much money, so to see this amount of money, I believe in a way he was kind of persuading them to trust him by showing them the money, by showing them he could pay for their son to have a job, adding another layer of trust, if you know what I mean. And you know what really turns my stomach about this part, apart from the obvious, is that in the book, Albert Fish, in his own words, whilst he was being interviewed by police officers, he did say that if a child was to sit on his knee for longer than a couple of minutes, he would ejaculate in his pants. This guy really was a infestation upon the human race. Right away, Albert Fish knew that he needed to come up with a way to convince the Budds to allow their daughter to leave with him. Now at this point, Albert Fish had already convinced the Budds that he was a friendly, polite old man with money, and he was offering work to the son, so how could they refuse? He told the Budds that he couldn't take Edward today, as he needed to attend his niece's birthday party, and then he suggested that Mr. and Mrs. Budd allow him to take Grace with him. There would be lots of children her age to play with, and games and cake. Grace's mother was unsure, but her father insisted she go. He said that she never went out, she never went and had fun, and it would be good for her. Albert agreed to have her back by 9 p.m, and with that, Albert and Grace left. Grace was dressed in her Sunday best. They walked down the street hand in hand and rounded the corner. That would be the last time that Mr. and Mrs. Budd would ever see their daughter again. On the way to the train station, Albert and Grace passed a newsstand, and Albert stopped and picked up his package he left there earlier. Inside was a saw, a knife, and a cleaver. That night, 9 p.m. came and went, and Grace and Mr. Howard, or should I say Albert Fish, hadn't returned. And as the days passed, it was becoming clear that Grace had been kidnapped. But like the Gaffney family, the Budds had little to no money. And just like the Gaffney family, as soon as the media started printing the story, the Budds started to receive the awful letters sent by cruel individuals. Sightings of Albert and Grace flooded in, and they all amounted to nothing. There were also rumours of a kidnapping ring that was circulating in the area, which actually may have had some truth in it, but it had nothing to do with Albert and Grace. It also came to light that Albert had given them an address to the party he was attending that didn't exist, and the name Mr. Howard actually belonged to a real farmer who died years before. The police followed as many leads as they could, but just like the Gaffney case, the Grace Budd case went cold and eventually died down. It seemed no one would know the fate of young Billy or Grace. That is until the Budd family received a letter, a whole 6 years later. And this letter happened to have information in it that actually meant something to Mr. and Mrs. Budd, and it made them suspect that this may be from the man who took Grace, and it was. Now, I'm going to read to you the letter. This is exactly what the letter said. In his own words, this letter is not pleasant to listen to, and believe me, it's not pleasant to read. I may decide to change the sound of my voice for this next bit, not to create a creepy atmosphere, but simply, I'm not comfortable reading this letter and having other people hear it in my voice. I hope that makes sense. Here it is.
My dear Mrs. Budd, in 1894 a friend of mine shipped as a deckhand on the steamer Tacoma, Captain John Davis. They sailed from San Francisco to Hong Kong, China. On arriving there, he and two others went ashore and got drunk. When they returned, the boat was gone. At that time there was a famine in China. Meat of any kind was from $1 to $3 a pound. So great was the suffering among the very poor that all the children under 12 were sold for food in order to keep others from starving. A boy or girl under 14 was not safe in the street. You could go in any shop and ask for steak, chops or stew meat. Part of the naked body of a boy or girl would be brought out and just what you wanted cut from it. A boy or girl's behind, which is the sweetest part of the body, was sold as veal cutlet, brought the highest price. John stayed there so long he acquired a taste for human flesh. On his return to New York he stole two boys, one 7, one 11, took them to his home, stripped them naked, tied them in a closet, and burned everything they had on. Several times every day and night he spanked them, tortured them, to make their meat good and tender. First he killed the 11-year-old boy because he had the fattest ass, and of course the most meat on it. Every part of his body was cooked and eaten, except the head, bones and the guts. He was roasted in the oven, all of his ass, boiled, broiled, fried and stewed. The little boy was next. Went the same way. At the time I was living at 409 E 100 Street near Right Side. He told me so often how good human flesh was, I made up my mind to taste it. On June the 3rd, 1928, I called on you at 406 West 15th Street and brought you pot cheese and strawberries. We had lunch. Grace sat on my lap and kissed me. I made up my mind to eat her. On the pretense of taking her to a party, you said yes, she could go. I took her to an empty house in Westchester I had already picked out. When we got there, I told her to remain outside. She picked wildflowers. I went upstairs and stripped all of my clothes off. I knew if I did not, I would get her blood on them. When all was ready, I went to the window and called her. Then I hid in a closet until she was in the room. When she saw me all naked, she began to cry and tried to run down the stairs. I grabbed her and she said she would tell her mama. First I stripped her naked, how she did kick, bite and scratch. I choked her to death, then cut her into small pieces so I could take my meat to my rooms, cook and eat it. How sweet and tender her little ass was roasted in the oven. It took me 9 days to eat her entire body. I did not fuck her though. I could have, had I wished. She died a virgin.
Okay, I'll tell you, I've read that letter a few times whilst researching this episode, and it never gets easier to read. It is truly evil. The Budds became convinced that this letter was from the same man who visited them 6 years ago. The police examined the letter and they actually found a few clues. Upon the letter there were printed words that had been crudely scribbled out so it was unreadable. Well, it was almost unreadable. Upon further examination by the police, they discovered that the words printed at the top of the letter read, "The New York Private Chauffeurs Benevolent Association." They now had a lead. And so they paid a visit to this company and they interviewed all the staff and they checked their handwriting to see if it matched this letter. But unfortunately, once again, they hit a dead end. Out of frustration, they gathered all the staff around and basically they just showed everyone the letter and they said, "We believe this is from a kidnapper who may have taken a little girl 6 years ago. We have no leads." Is there anything you can tell us about this letter that you may think would be useful to us, no matter how small it may seem? And that is when the janitor came forward, who claimed that he had taken some of the paper that belonged to the company and taken it back to a rooming house where he had been staying in. But then he told the police that he'd recently moved away from the rooming house, but he may have left some of the notepaper behind. And so the police paid a visit to the rooming house and inquired about the janitor's old room. The man occupying that room fit the profile of the man who took Grace Budd. The problem was, he had left days before. For a brief moment it would seem that they had hit another dead end. But luckily, the old man was due to return to collect a cheque sent by his son. You see, the landlady had been cashing them for him, and every now and again he would return to pick up the money. And so the police put the rooming house under full surveillance, and they stayed there for weeks, but unfortunately Albert didn't return when he said he would. They couldn't keep the surveillance going, so they simply told the landlady, if he returns, please call us immediately. And eventually Albert did return, and the landlady rang the police, and then somehow kept Albert busy until they arrived. It didn't take long. As the head investigator arrived and entered the room where Albert was being kept, Albert turned to see the man, and the man simply inquired, "Albert Fish?" Alarm bells went off in Albert's head, and he produced a razor blade and made a pathetic attempt to harm the officer. The officer quickly restrained him, and then simply said, "I have you now." When the police got Albert back to the station, he started to confess everything. Right, now we're going to go back in time a little bit. In between Albert murdering Grace Budd and writing that horrendous letter, Albert had slipped even further into his insanity. The voices were constant. He awoke in the night after having nightmares of Grace Budd's corpse rising up from the ground and coming towards him crying for her mum. In 1934, Albert's son, who was also named Albert, moved back in with his 64-year-old father. He'd always known his father had a strange side. All of Albert's children did. But Albert Jr. was about to realise how strange his father actually was. One day, when Albert Jr. returned home, his curiosity was caught by the sound of thuds and smacks and grunts coming from his very own bedroom. As Albert Jr. peered through the crack in the door, there stood his 64-year-old father, completely naked in the centre of his room, stroking his erect penis whilst beating himself with a wooden paddle covered in nails. Years before, Albert Jr. had discovered these paddles hidden underneath the sink, covered in dried up blood, and now he was seeing his father use these paddles, hitting his backside, ripping the flesh away from his body. Albert would later confront his father. Embarrassed, Albert admitted he uses the paddles to subdue certain dark thoughts that he had. When Albert Jr. was younger, he'd also witnessed his father standing atop a hill, his right arm stretched to the sky screaming, "I am Christ." Also, in between the kidnapping of Grace Budd and his capture, Albert had also started to write obscene letters to certain women. It aroused him to think how disturbed they would be reading his sick letters. One disturbing letter he sent to an owner of a boarding school led to his arrest. The police searched his room to find his own personal torture tools that he used on himself. These included a cat o' nine tails, a carrot and a frankfurter, and what he did with these I'll leave up to your own imagination. And because of these letters and various other things, Albert was also placed into Bellevue and certain other mental health hospitals, and he was always released. The verdict was that he was quiet, cooperative and orientated, and so they let him go. The obscene letters continued, and he would search the papers for ads from women looking for work. Albert would then write back to these women who were looking for work with a fabricated story. He even invented a fake son who was named Bobby. He had had an accident and couldn't look after himself. He would request in the letters that the women spank his fictional son, and over time he started to request that he be spanked as well if they were to take the job. Now, I'm not going to read any of these letters out, but they are widely available all over the internet. There's basically just too many of them. He was a very sick individual. He sent these letters to so many different women. They're out there in the abundance. They're not pleasant to read. They are clearly from a very deranged, sick mind. And shockingly, some of these women actually responded, probably desperate for the work. But on one occasion, when Albert went to meet one of the women, they would refuse to take the job when they actually met him and saw how strange he actually was in real life. At another time, Albert was actually evicted for sending one of these disgusting letters to his own landlady. After she kicked him out, she noticed that he had left her something on the floor in the apartment, something you would normally deposit into a toilet. Albert also wrote to women requesting their hand in marriage, and this actually paid off 3 times. His offer was accepted off women who were probably desperate for money. His marriage to Stella Wilcox only lasted 1 week when she noticed that he was deeply disturbed. Other wives claimed that apparently he would play disturbing games with their own kids, involving him dressed in nothing but shorts, whilst the kid hung down his back as he instructed them to scratch his back as hard as they could. None of these women stayed around too long, as you can imagine, but now, due to his sick hobby of sending vile letters, they'd finally caught him, and he was telling them everything. He confessed to the murder of Grace Budd. He claimed he had heard voices in his head ordering him to kill Grace to save her from hardship when she grew older and would surely be raped and abused. All of this was insane, but not to Albert. He had become convinced that these voices were telling him that he was doing her a favour by raping and killing her, because later on in life she would grow up to be basically a whore, in his words, and only get murdered eventually anyway. It's completely messed up the way his mind works, but I'm trying to explain it the best I can. Albert told the police that he took Grace to the old empty farmhouse where he tortured Thomas Kedden, which we covered in episode 1. On the way to the farmhouse, on the train, Albert remembered that when he and Grace left the train, Grace suddenly noticed he hadn't picked up his package. The very same package that she saw him collect from the newsstand, so she quickly jumped back on and retrieved it from the train and handed the tools that would later be used to cut her into pieces over to Albert. Albert claimed that if the train had left the station with his tools of death, Grace would have been returned home safely. In a way, I feel the sick bastard was saying that she sealed her own fate by going back on the train and handing him over his knife, his saw and his cleaver. Albert actually took the police to the farmhouse and showed them the spot where he disposed of Grace's body, which he simply threw over the outside wall of the house. Albert also gave a slightly alternative description to what happened to Grace. The letter he sent to the mother and father wasn't pleasant, but the confession was possibly worse. Once again, I'm going to give you another warning that this isn't going to be pleasant to listen to.
The police at the tombs asked if I drank the girl's blood. I denied it and said it was all bunk, but it was true. I drank about 1 or 2 swallows, good swallows, and swallowed some, but I spat out most. It tasted sickening, nauseating. If I'd drunk any more, I would have vomited. I had that feeling. I cut off all the flesh around her breast, just the beginning of the breast she had, where her teat was, and the flesh off her belly and legs, and all the meat I could get off her behind. I took it home. I cooked it over the gas stove, broiled it. I ate all of it, every bit of it. Not all at once. It tasted to me like veal. I had other things with it. Onions, carrots and gravy. I got a hard one when I ate it. I masturbated sometimes, several times a night during the day. I ate it. I always had a desire to eat human flesh, ever since I was told of cannibalism by my brother, the sailor, when I was a boy. He was in China and in Fiji Islands. I intended to violate her. I took my clothes off. I told them so I wouldn't get blood on me, but that wasn't what I had in mind. I was asked so many questions after I was arrested I couldn't get my mind together. She picked flowers. I stripped to kneel a room. I went to the window and called Grace. When she saw me naked, she screamed and said, "I'll call Mama." I grabbed her by the throat and almost carried her to the room and laid her on the floor and attempted to violate her. She kicked and struggled. I had a hard one. I wanted to quiet her first. She was losing consciousness and said, "Kiss me," and played 3 or 4 times with my pecker. I saw she suffered from my strangulation. I placed my knee on her chest to squeeze the breath out of her, to get her out of her misery. I intended to violate her first and to beat her afterwards. She was too far gone. She was practically gone. Right then, I would have given every drop of blood to bring her back to life. I intended to violate her first and then switch her. I had some switches in her behind. I always had in mind only whipping. Where I was whipped myself in the home, I didn't think she would put up such a struggle. She was a frail-looking child. She gave me the surprise of my life. I intended to take the boy to cut his pecker off, split it open, and then whip him on his behind. They asked if I didn't think it was a fatal affair. I said that would be a fatal affair. I intended to whip him until he bled. I would have left the boy in the house tied up and gone back to my room, packed up my things, and left town. I had another vision in the jail about a week after I got here. I woke up with a start. The guard had just passed at 2 a.m. I saw the same vision, a brother reaching in the same way with a pistol in his hand. I jumped up with a start and yelled, and asked Pat if there was anybody in the next cell. I knew the cells were empty. I drank the blood when I cut the head off. I had a large painting pail, a 50-pound paint pot that I had sandpapered out clean. Most all that afternoon I had a hard one. I came the first time when I was cutting the body up. The second time on my way home. I came right in my pants while I was carrying the meat, thinking of the child, how she looked in life, and what my intentions were. I got no pleasure out of choking her to death.
And that was the confession of Grace Budd by Albert in his own words. I did warn it wouldn't be nice. Unfortunately, I've got one more confession to read out to you. This is the confession to the murder of Billy Gaffney. Now, if you remember, Billy Gaffney was the young child who was taken from the hallway of his apartment. Once again, it's not going to be an easy listen. After the trial of Albert Fish, Albert sent this letter of confession to his attorney.
There is a public dumping ground in Racket Avenue, Astoria. All kinds of junk have been thrown there for years. Here is my plan. Some years ago I lived at 228E 81 top floor front. Suppose I confess to you that I did the Gaffney boy in the same manner I did the B girl. I am charged with the crime anyhow, and many really believe I did. I will admit the motorman who positively identified me as getting off his car with a small boy was correct. I can tell you at this time I was looking for a suitable place to do the job. Not satisfied there, I brought him to Riker Avenue Dumps. There is a house that stands alone, not far from where I took him. I took the boy there, stripped him naked and tied his hands and feet, and gagged him with a piece of dirty rag I picked up at the dump. Then I burned his clothes, threw his shoes in the dump, and then I walked back and took the trolley to 59th Street at 2 a.m. and walked from there home. Next day, about 2 p.m, I took tools, a good heavy cat o' nine tails, homemade, short-handled, cut one of my belts in half, slit these halves in 6 strips, about 8 inches long. I whipped his burr behind till blood ran from his legs. I cut off his ears, nose, slit his mouth from ear to ear, gouged out his eyes. He was dead then. I stuck the knife in his belly and held my mouth to his body and drank his blood. I picked up 4 old potato sacks and gathered a pile of stones. Then I cut him up. I had a grip with me. I put his nose, ears and a few slices of his belly in the grip, and then I cut him through the middle of his body, just below the belly button, then through his legs, about 2 inches below his behind. I put this in my grip with a lot of paper. I cut off the head, feet, arms, hands and legs below the knee. This I put in sacks weighed with stones. Tied the ends and threw them into the pools of slimy water you will see all along the road going to North Beach. I came home with my meat. I had the front of his body I liked best, his monkey and peewees, and a nice little fat behind to roast in the oven and eat. I made a stew out of his ears, nose, pieces of his face and belly. I put onions, carrots, turnips, celery, salt and pepper. It was good. Then I split the cheeks of his behind open, cut off his monkey and peewees, and washed them first. I put strips of bacon on each cheek of his behind and put them in the oven. Then I picked 4 onions, and when the meat had roasted about a quarter of an hour, I poured about a pint of water over it for gravy, and then put in the onions. At frequent intervals I basted his behind with a wooden spoon, so the meat would be nice and juicy. In about 2 hours it was nice and brown, cooked through. I never ate any roast turkey that tasted half as good as a sweet fat little behind did. I ate every bit of the meat in about 4 days. His little monkey was so sweet as a nut, but his peewees I could not chew. I threw them in the toilet.
You will be glad to know that that is the last confession I have from Albert Fish, and I am glad that I don't have to read another one of them out. Now, as you probably noticed during that confession, it sounded like he was reading a recipe from a recipe book. That's how sick this guy was. He was confessing to this little boy's murder, and he got so caught up in it, he started describing how he cooked him, and you could tell he was taking some kind of delight in it. That's what Albert Fish was in a nutshell. He took delight in shocking people and disgusting people. And I think you'll agree with me when I say he succeeded. So, Albert Fish was finally captured and the trial lasted 10 days. Fish knew he was destined for the electric chair. His only chance was to plead insanity, but shockingly, he was proven to actually be sane. Many believe this was an excuse to actually get Fish in the electric chair. You see, Albert Fish and his defence was trying to prove that he was legally insane. If this was proven in a court of law, he would not have gone to the electric chair. He would have been locked up somewhere and he would have been studied for the rest of his life on his behaviour. Now, I and many others believe that he was found sane purely so they could get him into the electric chair so he could be executed for the horrible, horrible things he did to children. I believe this is true. There is no way that man was sane. He was 100% insane in my opinion. I mean, maybe he could function on some level and he could be coherent, but if you ask me, he was batshit crazy. Now, once captured, Fish was x-rayed, and the x-ray showed that 29 needles had been pushed too far into his pelvic region, most now eroding inside of him. Albert Fish was found guilty, and on January 16th, 1936, at the age of 65, Albert Fish was sentenced to death. When Albert Fish received his sentence in the courtroom and was told that he was going to go to the electric chair, he turned to the guard and simply said,
"It will be the supreme thrill, the only one I haven't tried."
And so, on the 16th of January 1936, Albert Fish was electrocuted. Apparently, he helped the assistant strap him into the chair, and his last words were,
"I don't even know why I'm here."
With Albert Fish securely fastened to the chair, the switch was thrown and the chair lit up twice, and Albert Fish was dead. Rumour has it the needles in his pelvic region shorted the electrics in the chair, but this may just be fabricated information. Over the years, the Albert Fish story has never gone away, shocking all who stumble upon it, including me. He truly was a very sick individual, as evil and demented as they come, and just like all serial killers, he was given nicknames that tried to express his nature. The Grey Man, the Moon Maniac, the Boogeyman, the Brooklyn Vampire, and the Werewolf of Wisteria. Although all these nicknames do express his nature, I feel the one name that sends more of a shiver up my spine is simply his own name, Albert Fish.
Today I'm going to take you back in time to 1888, the place, Whitechapel, which was at the time a very impoverished district in London's East End, where violent crime was not uncommon and the smell of sewage lay thick in the air from human and horse waste left out on the streets, and the sound of hooves on the dirty cobbled floors was almost deafening. Whilst London's West End was going through big changes with the introduction of the grand music halls, hotels and restaurants, the East End of London was simply forgotten about. The people of Whitechapel were poor, and some found it hard to make ends meet, and would do whatever was needed to provide a roof over their head and food in their bellies, whether this was acts of violence, robbery or prostitution. The East End of London was extremely overpopulated, and this included Whitechapel, which was overcrowded and dirty, and when the sun went down, it became even worse. If the street that you walked down was not dimly illuminated by a single lantern, then it would be simply pitch black. You probably couldn't even see your outstretched hand in front of your face. The people who were lucky enough to find a job would work grueling hours and for very little money, and many could be found turning to booze in the dark slums of the area. Many families would have to share a very small living space, and I don't mean one family, I actually mean a few families in the same room, and believe it or not, this was not the worst of it. There were other places in Whitechapel that would provide a bed for the night for a price of a penny. 80 beds or so could fit inside this establishment, but if you didn't have enough money, You could still pay a tuppence and simply sleep standing up, with the aid of a single rope that held you up, which was tied from one end of the room to the other. These homes that provided so many with a place to sleep were infested with rats, insects and disease, but it was the best many could find for such a little price, and it was a roof over their heads for the night. Although work for men was hard to come by, work for women was nearly impossible, and many had no option but to turn to prostitution. Prostitution was a popular profession for many women of Whitechapel, and it's safe to say that this profession was not exactly safe, and the women needed to have their wits about them. Many of the women would offer their services for a very small amount of money, or simply for food, but for many, alcohol was the answer to drown out their sorrows. For many women, this lifestyle took its toll, and many fell ill to various illnesses, disease, or acts of violence from their customers. But no one really cared all that much. After all, prostitutes were not really held in high regard, and no one really took notice. But all that was about to change with the murder of Emma Elizabeth Smith, and the creation of the Whitechapel Murders Police File. A file which consisted of 11 unsolved murders which happened in or around the Whitechapel area, 5 of which many believe were the handiwork of a certain serial killer. This serial killer was possibly the first to attract worldwide media attention, and even though this serial killer was never caught, he was still given a name, and he went down in history as one of the world's most famous serial killers there has ever been. He has also appeared in many works of fiction and become quite a popular, morbid pop culture character. Today on Bizarre Tales, I'm going to take you back in time to 1888, to a time when evil incarnate was unleashed on Whitechapel, and it had a name: Jack the Ripper. Not a lot was known about Emma, apart from that she was well-spoken and mysterious about her past. But what is known is that she possibly had a more luxurious life in her past before she had to turn to prostitution. Emma was 45 years of age, and had hinted to close friends that she was a widow and had been married 10 years previous, but never really went into much detail. What is known about Emma is that she had been beaten and treated badly by her clients in the past, and would often return home with black eyes, and at one point was even thrown through a window. It was also known that Emma liked to drink, and when she did, she would get very drunk, and she would act like a madwoman. Apparently, she would act very over-rambunctious. At the time of her murder, she was staying at a lodging house at 18 George Street, now renamed Lolesworth Street, in the East End of London. Although this is a first murder case in the Whitechapel file, it isn't believed to be at the hands of Jack the Ripper. But at the time it was believed to be so, possibly down to the newspapers getting the information wrong. At 12:15 AM, Margaret Hayes, another lodger at 18 George Street, had seen Emma talking to a man in dark clothing. Margaret later revealed that on that same night she herself was actually punched in the face after she was robbed by 2 men who stopped to ask her the time before they attacked, and just a week before she was actually hospitalised after another brutal attack. But according to Margaret, the man she saw speaking to Emma did not fit the profile of either of her attackers. In the early hours of Tuesday morning on the 3rd of April, around 1:30 AM in 1888, Emma was viciously attacked by a gang of 2 or 3 men on the junction of Osborne Street and Brick Lane in Whitechapel. According to Emma, the men approached her, and with intention of avoiding them, she crossed the street. But unfortunately they followed and the assault took place. Although very badly beaten, she did manage to make her way back to the lodging house at around 3 AM and told the deputy keeper, a Miss Mary Russell, that she was set upon by 2 or 3 men, one of which was a teenager. Although Emma was adamant that she did not want to go to hospital, Mary Russell could see that she was in a bad way and insisted that they go. She was taken to London Hospital, but unfortunately her injuries were too severe and she fell into a coma and died the next day. The attack had been very vicious. She had been beaten around the face and her ear had a very nasty cut. There was injuries to the lower part of her body, and as well as being brutally beaten, the attackers had also inserted a blunt object into her vagina with such force that it ruptured the peritoneum, which is the lining of the abdominal cavity, and her internal organs had been ruptured. Unfortunately, Emma didn't give any detailed descriptions of who the attackers could have been. This was probably due to how hurt she was or out of fear of retribution. And although the police did try and investigate any possible leads, in the end, the murder case went unsolved. It is more likely that Murray's attackers were simply street gangs who would extort money from prostitutes in those days. And in the end, the murder case went unsolved. They never captured who killed Mary Elizabeth Smith, the first of the Whitechapel murders. Although Mary Elizabeth Smith almost certainly was not murdered by Jack the Ripper, I thought it was necessary to include in the episode as it is the first case entered into the Whitechapel murders file, but also I think it tells us just how violent and dangerous the area of Whitechapel was back in 1888. The Whitechapel murders file had a total of 11 murders which were added over 3 years. Although it is only 5 of these killings that are believed to be the handiwork of Jack the Ripper, and these 5 have become known as the canonical 5 killings, which all took place over a 5-week span, which is now known as the Autumn of Terror. The first killing believed to have been at the hands of Jack the Ripper is that of Mary Ann Nichols, Polly to her friends and family, and she was born Mary Ann Walker on the 26th of August 1845. As a child, Polly lived with her parents Edward Collins, a locksmith, and Caroline Walker, and was the second of 3 children. When Polly turned 18, she would move out of her family home after she met a printer machinist named William Nichols. I believe for a while they lived in a home of their own, but in 1866 they moved in with Polly's father, and this was probably due to falling on hard times. In total, Polly and her husband had a grand total of 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls, and around 1980 they finally moved into their own house. But unfortunately this happy life, if it ever was not to last when the couple separated, and who is to blame is slightly unclear. According to Polly's father, the separation was caused by an affair between Polly's husband and the nurse who delivered Polly's 5th child, but according to William, this was not entirely true. He claimed that Polly had left him at least 5 or 6 times and liked a drink, and had come to depend on it, and could be difficult when she had consumed too much. Although the affair may have happened, he claimed it happened 3 years or so before she left for the final time, and that wasn't the reason for the last breakup. But Edward Williams, Polly's father, never really believed that version of events. And it is at this point that you might say that Polly's life started to slip further and further away from the somewhat comfortable life she once lived, and she left home leaving her children behind. One thing that puzzles many people is why she would leave her husband even if he did have an affair. In those days, security was everything, and to give up a home and especially her children to go and live a life on the streets was a little strange to say the least. But unfortunately, it's just another piece of the puzzle that may never be answered. When Polly left, 4 of her children stayed with the father, and the eldest boy went to stay with his grandfather, Polly's father. From this point on, Polly's life became a sad story and a little hectic, to say the least. From the 6th of September until the 31st of May 1881, Polly resided in the Lambeth Workhouse, a place people in need would go for accommodation to keep a roof over their head, but it wasn't a pleasant place to stay. The rooms were very small and miserable, and this is the way it was intended, to prevent people staying unless they really needed to, if they had no other choice. And the unlucky ones who found themselves staying in the workhouses would be referred to as inmates, and they would be given grueling tasks such as grinding stones and bones to make fertilizer. Polly stayed there for a while before moving on once again. Since Polly left her husband William, he was required by law to provide her with 5 shillings a week, but William discovered that Polly had shacked up with another man and was also working as a prostitute. He stopped paying immediately. His argument was that he was already paying for his 5 children and his ex-wife, and even though she did have his last name, he didn't see why he should have to pay her any money when she had simply took relations with another man, and on top of this it was also rumoured that she was working as a prostitute, and the law backed him up on this, and he didn't have to pay another penny to Polly. In 1883, Polly moved back in with her father, but this didn't last for long as their personalities would clash and they would quarrel on occasion. This was mainly due to the drink. As we all know, Polly liked to have a drink of alcohol every now and again, and apparently she wasn't a very nice person when she drank, and a few months after this, she would leave her father's home for good. Polly's father didn't see her until June of 1886, after his son had burned to death after a paraffin lamp exploded all over himself, so Polly attended the funeral, Her father would later tell police that he saw her at the funeral, but the argument was still too fresh and they made no attempt to talk to each other. But he did notice that Polly was wearing a nice dress, which suggested her situation had changed for the better. It would seem that Polly's newfound situation perhaps didn't last too long, because there are records showing that she spent the remaining years of her life in and out of various workhouses, as well as begging, prostitution, and getting in trouble with the law, and her ongoing problem with alcohol was also apparent. But Polly wasn't at the workhouses for long before she found work as a domestic servant to a Mr. and Mrs. Cowdery. It seems at this point in Polly's life she may have had a good chance to make an attempt of getting her life in order. It was believed that she was actually very happy and proud to be in the employment of the household, and she was especially happy because a couple she worked for didn't drink, and this would hopefully keep her away from temptation. But before we go any further, I'd like to get this point across by reading a letter that Polly actually sent to her father. This is the actual letter that her father received from Polly. I'd just write to say you will be glad to know that I am settled in my new place and going on all right up to now. My people went out yesterday and have not returned, so I am in charge. It's a grand place inside with trees and gardens back and front. All have been newly done up. They are teetotalers and religious, so I ought to get on. They are very nice people and I have not too much to do. I hope you are all right and the boy has work. So goodbye for the present. Yours truly, Polly. Answer soon please and let me know how you are. In the letter it is easy to tell that Polly seemed to have high hopes for her new employment. Unfortunately, when Polly's father responded to the letter, he would receive a letter back, explaining that Polly had ran away from the house after only 3 months, and had also stolen clothing from Mr. and Mrs. Cowdery that came to the value of £3.10. The next we know about Polly is that in the summer of 1888 she was briefly sharing a room and a bed with an elderly lady named Ellen Holland in a lodging house at 18 Thrall Street. She briefly left this house and found another lodging home, but she wasn't there for much longer than a week before she returned to the lodging house at 18 Thrall Street on the 31st of August, the night of her death. Polly stumbled up Thrall Street at around 1:20 a.m. on the 31st of August, Friday morning, looking for a place to stay for the night in her familiar lodging house. Unfortunately, Polly didn't have the required 4 pennies to secure herself a bed for the night and was turned away by the lodging house deputy. But this didn't discourage her. She was more than confident she could make up the money needed and asked the deputy if he would keep her bed until she returned with the money. The deputy would later inform the police that she turned and laughed as she walked away and shouted out, "I'll soon get my DOS money. See what a jolly bonnet I have now," referring to a new black straw hat trimmed with black velvet that proudly sat on top of her head. Meanwhile, over at Shadwell Dry Docks, a fire had broken out in one of the warehouses, and the blaze must have been a sight to behold. It drew in many crowds from the East End. A fire would have been a very entertaining thing to watch back in a time when entertainment was non-existent in the poverty-stricken East End of London. Ellen Holland, Polly's old roommate, was one of the many people who had watched the fire burn that night, and she was now making her way home. At around 2:20 a.m. she bumps into Polly, who was very, very drunk, but she was alone at this point. They stood there on the corner of Whitechapel Road and Osborne Street for maybe 7 to 8 minutes, chatting until the clock at St Mary's struck 2:30 a.m, and Ellen decided it was time to head back towards a lodging house for the night. But Polly still hadn't earned her 4 pennies to stay the night, and despite Ellen Holland begging her to return with her, Polly refused and insisted she would earn her DOS money. She told Ellen, "I've had my lodging money 3 times today, and I have spent it. It won't be long before I'll be back." And they parted ways. Ellen returned to the lodging house whilst Polly made her way unsteadily down Whitechapel Road. It would be the last time Ellen Holland saw Polly alive. At around 3:40 a.m, a gentleman named Charles Cross was leaving for work. Charles Cross was a carman who worked for a business named Pickford's, a profession not unlike a lorry driver of today, but instead he drove a horse and carriage, probably transporting goods, as I believe the firm was a removal company. Cross made his way down the dark, gloomy cobbled street named Bucks Row, which at this time in the morning was deserted and almost pitch black. Towards the bottom of Bucks Row the road widened, and it was at this point of the journey that he noticed a large object lying in the dark street across the entrance of a stable yard, which he believed to be a piece of tarpaulin. But as he drew closer, he discovered he was mistaken. It was now clear to him that he was standing over the body of a woman. Standing there, not sure what to do next, Cross heard footsteps approaching him from somewhere in the darkness. It was actually another carman who was also making his way to work, named Robert Paul. Cross ran over to him and tapped him on the shoulder. "Come look over here," said Cross. "There's a woman lying on the pavement." Of course, by now I'm sure you have gathered that the body is that of Mary Ann Nichols, or as we have come to know her, as simply Polly. Polly was lying on her back with her skirt pulled up almost above her stomach. Cross felt her hands and they seemed cold and limp. He had decided that she was dead, but Paul on the other hand thought he noticed a slight movement on her chest and suggested that they prop her up, but Cross refused to touch the body. It is highly unlikely that there was any life left in Polly at all when the men found her, and they would have probably come to the same conclusion if only it was a little bit lighter, because in the dark they failed to notice that Polly's throat had been cut so viciously that her head had almost been taken clean off. The cut went all the way through the windpipe and the gullet and the spinal cord. Polly's head was literally holding on by a thread. The two men decided that they didn't want to waste any more time on the body as they needed to get to work, but before they left they thought that the decent thing was to pull down her skirts covering her up and make her somewhat decent, and they both agreed to tell the first police officer that they might bump into. The police officer was PC Misen, and they told him everything that they had seen. It was of their opinion that the woman was either drunk or dead, but they both agreed it was most likely she was dead. Another police officer named PC John Neal had actually stumbled upon the body as the two carmen were informing PC Misen on their find. PC John Neal later commented that he had walked his beat down the very same street only a half hour beforehand and had seen nothing. As he came closer, he used his lantern to illuminate the crime scene. In the light, PC John Neal could now see that Polly was on her back, lengthways along the footway and the stable gate entrance. Her hands lay open and her left hand touched the gate. Although her skirts were now pulled back down, her legs were extended and were apart. As he moved the lantern up to her face, he could see that she was staring into the dark sky with dead eyes that were wide open, and the deep cut to her throat oozed blood. And lying by her side was the brand new black velvet lace bonnet that she had been so proud of earlier that night. It wasn't long before the third police officer passed by at the top of Bucks Row, a PC John Thane. PC Neal shouted, "Fetch a doctor at once," and once PC Misen was on the scene, he was sent to get an ambulance and more police officers. Whilst they were gone, PC Neal had a look around the scene of the crime. The stable gate was about 9 feet high and locked. West of the stables was a board school, and to the east was a row of 2-story houses, which was the home of hard-working people. And finally, to the opposite side of the gateway, where the murder took place, was Essex Wharf, a large building that was a home of many offices. PC Neal awoke the manager and Mr. Walter Purkis by ringing the bell. Mr. Purkis and his family lived in the building, and so were all fast asleep. When Mr. Purkis appeared in the upper window, he confirmed with the officer that he nor his wife had heard a thing. PC Neal also knocked up a lady living opposite, but she also had heard nothing of the murder that had been committed just outside. At around 4 o'clock AM, Dr. Llewellyn arrived on the scene, and upon doing an examination right there on the street, he pronounced her dead. But according to him, she hadn't been dead for long due to the body being warm, especially the legs. He suspected that she had been dead maybe half an hour, meaning that it is possible that the carman Charles Cross may or may not have disturbed the murderer. The streets were starting to come alive with early risers and people whose professions required them to start work earlier than most. This included 3 horse slaughtermen from a nearby slaughterhouse who had been at work most of the night, and as you can imagine, having a profession like theirs, they were questioned, but they all had strong alibis. When the ambulance arrived, the body was lifted to reveal only a small amount of blood on the floor. In fact, not even half a pint. Most of the blood had been absorbed by Polly's clothing. Her entire back to her waist was covered in blood. The police quickly finished up their investigations, some might say too quickly, and had the body moved away from curious eyes, and the blood left behind was washed away, which probably washed away any evidence that may have been useful. Upon a further and more thorough examination at the morgue, it was found that the deep cut that nearly severed Polly's head was not the only mutilation inflicted by the killer. The following is Dr. Llewellyn's statement at the inquest. 5 of the teeth were missing, and there was a slight laceration of the tongue. There was a bruise running along the lower part of the jaw on the right side of the face that might have been caused by a blow from a fist or pressure from a thumb. There was a circular bruise on the left side of the face, which also might have been inflicted by pressure of the fingers. On the left side of the neck, about 1 inch below the jaw, there was an incision about 4 inches in length that ran from a point immediately below the ear. On the same side, but an inch below, and commencing about 1 inch in front of it, was a circular incision which terminated at a point about 3 inches below the right jaw. That incision completely severed all of the tissues down to the vertebrae. The large vessels of the neck on both sides were severed. The incision was about 8 inches in length. The cuts must have been caused by a long-bladed knife, moderately sharp, and used with great violence. No blood was found on the breast either, or the body, or the clothes. There was no injuries about the body until just about the lower part of the abdomen. 2 or 3 inches from the left side was a wound running in jagged manner. The wound was a very deep one, and the tissues were cut through. There were several incisions running across the abdomen, and there were 3 or 4 similar cuts running downwards on the right side, all of which had been caused by a knife which had been used violently and downwards. The injuries were from left to right and might have been done by a left-handed person. All the injuries had been caused by the same instrument. Now, before we move on, I will say that the mutilations were absolutely horrific, and it is believed that she was actually stabbed twice in the private parts as well. And when they got her back to the morgue, they actually discovered all these terrible, terrible injuries that were inflicted upon her, and it is believed that her intestines were also exposed. The fact that there was no blood underneath her and it had been soaked up by her clothing suggests that Polly was killed on the spot, and the blood flowed down her throat and underneath her. I've heard theories that she was killed while standing and the killer was facing her, or the killer came from behind, but due to the lack of blood spray, some people think that she may have been killed whilst on her back. As for the abdominal injuries, well, due to the lack of blood on her front, many believe that these wounds were inflicted around 5 minutes after she had died and bled out from her throat wound, and this would explain the lack of blood on the front of her clothing when the Ripper mutilated her. The next task was to try and identify the corpse, but unfortunately Polly had no identification on her person. What she did have was a white handkerchief, a comb, and an old piece of broken mirror. However, the police had a lucky break after her petticoats were found to have Lambeth Workhouse marked on them, indicating that she may have been an inmate here at some time. And this was proven to be so after a lady who worked with Polly identified her as Mary Ann Nichols. Eventually, the police tracked down her husband and her father. Apparently, when her husband came to identify the body at the morgue, he looked down upon her and with a trembling voice he said, "Seeing you as you are now, I forgive you for what you have done to me." On the 6th of September 1888, Polly's coffin was transported from the mortuary to the cemetery by hearse. Thousands of people ventured out that day to witness Polly make her way to her final resting place. Upon the coffin was a single brass plaque that read Mary Ann Nichols, age 42, died August 31st, 1888. She was buried in a public grave with no headstone. It was over 100 years until she finally got a plaque with a name upon it. This was decided by the authorities of the cemetery, who were probably tired of tourists and ripperologists asking for the location of a final resting place. All efforts by the police to catch the killer proved futile, but little did they know they would get another chance. Only 2 days after Polly's funeral, another woman by the name of Annie Chapman was murdered in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street, and all evidence pointed towards the possibility that it was the same murderer. It would seem that Whitechapel had a serial killer on the loose. After the gruesome murder of Mary Ann Nichols, there was a great amount of fear amongst the women of Whitechapel, but you may also be surprised to hear that there was a great amount of excitement as well. People would gather from afar to view the place of death of Mary Ann Nichols, and many were coming up with their own theories of who could have carried out such a gruesome crime. You could say these were the very first ripperologists. There was a sense of danger and attraction to the area, and people loved to speculate on who could have done it, when in fact the police already had a suspect. After questioning the women of Whitechapel, they noticed the same description of a man seemed to be presented to them on more than one occasion, a man who terrified the prostitutes of Whitechapel. Apparently, he would demand money from the prostitutes, and if they didn't pay, he would beat them severely and take the money anyway. Some said he would dish out the beatings regardless, and the name they gave him actually sounded like a name taken straight from a Penny Dreadful book. They called him Leather Apron, due to his choice of attire, which was always a long, dirty leather apron. Although the police had this information, it was still pretty vague, and at first they didn't really have a real name to go with this sinister character that was created by the women of Whitechapel. That is until one Sunday on the 2nd of September when a police officer who was on duty in Church Street, Spitalfields, was approached by a woman who instantly started pointing out a man in the street and insisted that the man was no other than Leather Apron. After some hesitation, the police officer ran up to the man and proceeded to question him. The man insisted that the woman held some kind of hatred towards him and that she would try anything to get him in trouble. However, the woman insisted that she was telling the truth and even offered to fetch 2 more women who had seen this man that they had named Leather Apron on the night of Mary Ann Nicholls' death. But, to her surprise, the police officer declined her offer and simply let the man go. However, this didn't stop the newspapers from taking this information and running their own investigations, which were more than likely fabricated and creating some pretty damaging headlines, such as this one, which is regarded as the story that led to some racism in the area due to the mention of the Jewish community, who at this time were already hated. I'm about to read you an extract that I've chosen from one of these articles that give you a little bit of an insight as to what were going through the people's minds back in the 1800s when Jack the Ripper was stalking the streets of Whitechapel. You'll notice that they give quite a exaggerated fictional description of Leather Apron, but what you will also notice is the relentless racism towards the Jewish community, which they couldn't help but include into this article. His expression is sinister and seems to be full of terror for the women who describe it. His eyes are small and glittering. His lips are usually parted in a grin, which is not only not reassuring, but excessively repellent. He is a slipper maker by trade, but does not work. His business is blackmailing women late at night. A number of men in Whitechapel follow this interesting profession. He has never cut anybody so far, but always carries a leather knife, presumably as sharp as leather knives are wont to be. This knife a number of the women have seen. His name nobody knows, but are all united in the belief that he is a Jew or of Jewish parentage, his face being of a marked Hebrew type. But the most singular characteristics of the man, and one which tends to identify him closely with last Friday night's work, is the universal statement that in moving about he never makes any noise. What he wears on his feet the women do not know, but they all agree that he moves noiselessly. His uncanny peculiarity to them is that they never see him or know of his presence until he is close by them. And that was from The Star, which was published on the Wednesday, the 5th of September 1888. Now, it's important to mention that at this time in London, it was becoming increasingly hard to find work in any profession to the Jewish immigrants fleeing persecution and coming to England and basically taking work for much, much less pay than the British workforce, and they were accused of making jobs obsolete. So the relationship between the British and the Jewish communities was strained, to say the least, and any excuse to use them as some kind of scapegoat was not unusual. There was even an abusive name that was cruelly used to describe the Jewish people at the time, and that name was Lipsky, which was introduced so harshly after a gruesome murder way back in 1887 where a Jewish man named Israel Lipsky had poisoned his female neighbour by pouring nitric acid down her throat. And although both the murderer and the victim were Jewish, it didn't seem to matter, and it was just another way to stereotype all Jewish people as inhumane and untrustworthy. And by 1888, the nickname Lipsky had now been associated with every Jew as a way of the ultimate insult, being named after a monster. After a bit of investigations from the police and following many leads, the character of Leather Apron was identified to be that of a Mr. John Pizer, but unfortunately he had gone into hiding after hearing that the police were looking for him. You see, John Pizer was actually the man who was questioned on Church Street and then let go, and this may have either scared the man or he did indeed have something to hide, and for now the police had no idea of his whereabouts. Eventually they would find John Pizer, but not before what is believed to be Jack the Ripper's second victim was found in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street on the 8th of September 1888. Her name was Annie Chapman. Annie was born in September 1841, and she was the first of 5 children born to George Smith and Ruth Chapman. George Smith had a career in the army as a lifeguard, and this meant that Annie's early years saw her family moving around now and again, going wherever her father's military life took them. Apparently, Annie developed a weakness for alcohol from quite an early age. Despite her family trying to persuade her not to drink, it didn't really do any good. The family moved around quite a lot, and the family became split at some point due to Annie getting employment as a servant in London, whilst her father moved the rest of the family down to a parish in Clewer. On the 13th of June 1863, while staying at a public house called the Elephant and Castle, George Smith, Annie's father, took his own life by cutting his own throat. On the 1st of May 1869, Annie married John James Chapman, who was related to her mother, and it wasn't long before Annie had a little family comprising of 3 children: Emily, Ruth, Annie Georgina, and John Alfred. Unfortunately, John was born a cripple and was eventually placed in a care home. It is believed at this point in Annie's life she had started to resist the urge to drink alcohol, probably due to her sick child needing all of her attention. Although this didn't last too long, due to the death of Annie's 12-year-old daughter, Ruth, who died of meningitis in 1882. And was probably responsible for both Annie and John turning back to alcohol, and they were apparently arrested on many occasions for being drunk in public. In 1885, Annie and her husband came to a mutual agreement to separate and go their separate ways, and the husband took custody of the remaining child. Annie spent a while living in and out of workhouses until she did, however, find brief happiness with a man whose business was making wire sieves. Annie's husband provided her with a weekly allowance of 10 shillings a week until his death in 1886, so of course the payments came to an abrupt end, but Annie had no idea that her husband had passed until she was informed by her brother, and apparently her own surviving daughter may have travelled around in France with a circus. Now, possibly due to the money from her husband coming to an end, Annie's new love interest decided to leave her. It is thought he was only interested in the money that she received each week. In the month of May 1888, Chapman stayed at Crossingham's lodging house at 35 Dorset Street, paying 8p a night for a double bed which he shared in the week with a pensioner. Apparently, it was said that Annie Chapman was looking more and more unhappy and depressed, but also physically ill and pale, and had even spent some time in hospital for a while until she was released on the 7th of September, the day before her murder. On the 8th of September, just after midnight, Annie Chapman was refused a bed from the lodging house deputy Timothy Donovan because she didn't have the right money. Soon after drinking a pint of beer and then eating a jacket potato, she ventured out onto the streets to gain money for a bed for the night by means of prostitution. At around 5:30 a.m, Annie was seen by a Mrs. Elizabeth Long just beyond the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She was seen talking to a gentleman possibly in his 40s. He had dark hair and had a foreign, shabby, genteel appearance. He was wearing a brown, low-collared felt hat and possibly a dark coat. Apparently, the man was heard asking Annie, "Will you?" and she replied, "Yes." Mrs. Elizabeth Long was sure that the lady she had seen was Annie Chapman, and she was also sure that the time was 5:30 a.m. due to the chime of a nearby clock. If this is true, then it is entirely possible that she was the last person to see Annie Chapman alive. Now, if we go back just half an hour at around 5 a.m, John Richardson, the son of a resident of 29 Hanbury Street, came out into the backyard to check if the cellar door was safe and secure, and then he sat on the rear steps of the property to trim some leather from his boots. He noticed absolutely nothing suspicious at all. However, at around 5:15 a.m, Albert Kadosh, neighbour of 29 Hanbury Street, ventured out into the dark backyard to use the outdoor toilet, and apparently he heard a bit of commotion on the opposite side of the fence. He heard a woman say, "No, no," before hearing what sounded like something falling against the fence that separated the two properties. This must have been a regular or unsurprising thing to happen around those parts, because he decided not to investigate and just go on about his business. Little did he know, at the time, he had probably heard Annie's last words as she was pleading with the killer. On the morning of the 8th of September 1888, shortly before 6 a.m, Mr. John Davis, an elderly man who lived at 29 Hanbury Street, came down the dark passageway of his property and headed towards the back door, which led out into the backyard, where the outside toilet was situated. As he stepped out into the yard, he was met with a most unpleasant sight that made him gasp and stumble backwards. He then made for the front of the property to try and yell for assistance. Luckily, at that exact moment, two men making their way to work were passing by and had been surprised by the elderly man who came running up to them, shouting. He shouted, "Men, come here." The three men followed the older gentleman back into the yard to find a sight that will forever take up a permanent home in their memories. Lying just there, outside the back door, in between the fence and the steps of the property, was a mutilated body of Annie Chapman. Annie was completely covered in blood. Her hands lay towards the upper part of her body, her bloody palms turned outwards as if she fought for her life until the very end. Her head lay turned upwards towards the house, and her clothing was pulled up above her waist, and the violence that had been inflicted was a lot worse than the first murder. She had literally been gutted. Just like Mary Ann Nichols, Annie had her throat cut so deep that the knife reached the backbone of her neck. Annie had also been disemboweled and her intestines had been draped over her right shoulder, whilst over her left shoulder lay cuts of meat from her stomach and flesh. Her tongue was swollen and protruding from her mouth, and she wore a handkerchief around her neck which was used to strangle her before the deep cut was made to her throat. The three men ran from the yard to find a police officer, although one of the gentlemen, who went by the name of James Kent, gave up his search and instead went in search of a stiff drink to calm his nerves. It was Henry Holland who found the police officer first, but was shocked to find that the police officer would refuse to budge from his fixed post and instructed Henry to go and find the police station. In the meantime, John Davis had done just that and had informed the police of his gruesome discovery. It was not long before an Inspector Chandler arrived at the scene of the crime, which was already becoming overrun with members of the public, and so more reinforcements were needed to keep the crowds away and also contained for questioning. Whilst the crowds were being moved away from the scene, Inspector Chandler found some material to cover up the body until the surgeon arrived. At 6:30 a.m. the surgeon arrived, a Dr. Phillips, and it didn't take him long to establish that the woman was dead. She was so badly mutilated, there was no question about it. When the body was moved to the mortuary, the examination showed that parts of Annie's uterus and bladder had been removed and taken by the killer, which suggested the killer may have had surgical skills, although it is believed that it is possible that the uterus and the bladder was removed by members of the morgue to sell on to medical research, as this was not uncommon at the time. There was also talk of an American man, an American doctor, who had been asking around for any surgical specimens, and he had been placed as a suspect, but not for long, as it was discovered that the American doctor had been out of the country for over a year now. But there was also another suspect. You see, in that very same garden where Annie lay dead was an apron sitting out under the garden tap. But it wasn't any apron, it was a leather apron. However, the apron actually belonged to a Mr. John Richardson and was placed there in the yard by his mother after she had washed the apron days before. But this piece of factual information didn't matter to the newspapers. After all, the penny dreadful image that had been built up around a sinister man named Leather Apron was selling newspapers, so why not report that an apron made from leather had been found in Hanbury Street and speculate that it belonged to the same man who was known by many prostitutes as Leather Apron. As we have now established, Leather Apron was a gentleman named John Pizer who was a Jewish shoemaker, and apparently he made footwear from leather, so that must be where the name came from. Like I said before, John Pizer had heard the rumours that the police were looking for him and had gone into hiding. Due to Leather Apron being at large still, the streets of Whitechapel were not safe. But this wasn't because there was a killer on the loose, this was because the general public had decided to form mobs to try and find the killer, which meant that a lot of innocent people were now at risk of being hurt or worse, especially innocent Jewish people, who were now enemy number one and looked upon with more hatred than before. However, it wouldn't be long before the police found John Pizer and took him into custody, and apparently he went with no fuss whatsoever, and the police questioned him thoroughly. Meanwhile, there were lots of people coming forward claiming that John Pizer was in fact the person they knew as Leather Apron, and the stories of violence that he inflicted were apparently well known to all. Apart from John Pizer, that is, Leather Apron himself, who apparently had no idea of the nickname he had been given and denied the accusations of violence and especially the murder of Annie Chapman. In fact, the only act of violence that could be proven was an attack on another man who had been stabbed in the past, but it would seem the accusations of threatening prostitutes was just a rumour and could not be proven, although the arresting police officer did claim that he knew John Pizer for quite some time and he had no doubt that this was the man known as Leather Apron. A full search of John Pizer's house went ahead, which found no evidence at all. There were 5 knives found in John Pizer's apartment, and the police believe that they made a breakthrough when they found what they believed to be dried up blood on the blades, but this was later revealed to be only rust. The murder of Annie Chapman could not be pinned to John Pizer. It would seem that he had an airtight alibi. At the time of the second murder, he was with family members, and at the time of the first murder, he was watching the dock fires that burned on that very night. And then he returned to his lodging house, as Polly, the first victim, would have fallen under the blade of the mysterious figure that stalked the maze of the streets of Whitechapel and lurked in the shadows. It would seem that the killer was still on the loose, and no one knew when or where he would strike next or who would be his next victim, but it would only be a total of 22 days before a lady named Elizabeth Stride would become the third victim of the man we now call Jack the Ripper. After the murder of Annie Chapman, the area of Whitechapel had become a place of fear and anger. Many believed that the police were doing a poor job at investigating the murders and coming up with any leads. There was a killer on the loose and plenty of suspects, including Leather Apron, who we have already discussed on the last episode of Bizarre Tales, but there were so many more. The fact that a killer was on the loose clinging to the shadows in the dark streets of Whitechapel played on everyone's mind and created a lot of suspicious people. Take Mrs. Fiddymont, for example, the landlady of the Prince Albert pub. Mrs. Fiddymont claimed that on the very same morning when Annie Chapman had been murdered, she served a very sinister looking man who came into a pub at around 7 AM, and at this time Annie Chapman was indeed dead, that we know for certain, but Mrs. Fiddymont wouldn't have been aware at this point. It was only later that she made the possible connection between the stranger and the murder, especially since the man was splattered in blood. The man ordered a drink before venturing back out into the dark morning, and when the murder of Annie Chapman became public knowledge, Mrs. Fiddymont no doubt made it an interesting story to tell her customers, and it wasn't long before the local newspapers caught wind of the story, and 2 days later the following article was posted on the 10th of September by the Morning Post. And now I'm going to read you that article from the very same newspaper. Another clue which may prove of value was furnished by Mrs. Fiddymont, wife and proprietor of the Prince Albert public house, better known as a clean house, at the corner of Brushfield and Stewart Street, half a mile from the scene of the murder. Mrs. Fiddymont states that at 7 o'clock on Saturday morning she was standing in the bar talking with another woman, a friend, in the first compartment. Suddenly there came into the middle compartment a man whose rough appearance frightened her. He had on a brown stiff hat, a dark coat and no waistcoat. He came in with his hat down over his eyes and with his face partly concealed asked for half a pint of 4 ale. She drew the ale and meanwhile looked at him through the mirror at the back of the bar. As soon as he saw the woman in the other compartment watching him, he turned his back and got the partition between himself and her. The thing that struck Mrs. Fiddymont peculiar was the fact that there was blood spots on the back of the right hand. This, taken in connection with the appearance, caused her uneasiness. She also noticed that his shirt was torn. As soon as he had drunk the ale, which he swallowed at a gulp, he went out. A friend went out also to watch him. Her friend is Mrs. Murray Chapelli, who lives at 28 Stewart Street nearby. Her story corroborates Mrs. Fiddymont's and is more particular. When the man came in, the expression on his eyes caught her attention. His look was so startling and terrifying. It frightened Mrs. Fiddymont so much that she requested her to stay. He wore a light blue check shirt which was torn badly into rags. In fact, on the other shoulder there was a narrow streak of blood under his right ear, parallel with the edge of his shirt. There was also dry blood between the fingers of his hand. When he went out, she slipped out of the other door and watched him as he went towards Bishopgate Street. And that was from the Morning Post, and it was published on Monday the 10th of September 1888. Obviously, no one can say whether this man was indeed Jack the Ripper or not, but it was one of many suspects that popped up during the time of the 5 killings. After the killing of Annie Chapman, even more police patrols were placed around the area of Whitechapel, which may have made it more tricky for Jack to strike again right away. As well as the police, there were also the Mile End Vigilance Committee, which was formed by local businessmen on the 10th of September with hopes of capturing the murderer before he struck again. There was a concern at the time that the police were stretched thin and many believed they were doing a terrible job with the investigations, and so the committee was formed as a solution to the problem. And so the committee helped the police cover more ground and patrol the streets of Whitechapel until dawn, reporting on any suspicious behaviour. But Whitechapel was already overrun with crime and was completely separate to the murders, so it was a very difficult task. The committee also believed that a ransom was necessary in order to catch the killer, but trying to raise this reward proved more difficult than they originally thought. You see, the government simply refused to provide a reward for information or capture of the killer, due to the fact that in the past it simply didn't work out, and the police would simply be overrun with leads provided by people who desperately needed the money. So the refusal to give any reward caused the committee to try and raise their own money, and they did manage to raise £50, but they did struggle to raise more due to the residents of Whitechapel simply refusing to give money because they believed that the government should be offering up a reward and not them. But in spite of these little hiccups, the committee did try its best to capture the killer. However, it would seem that despite the efforts made by the committee and the police, it would not be enough. On the 30th of September 1888, Jack would kill 2 more women on the very same night. And the first victim taken by Jack the Ripper on that night was Elizabeth Stride. Elizabeth Stride's story is a very complicated one due to a lot of false information possibly given by herself, and she also had a tendency to just up and disappear whenever she felt like it. She was said to be a very polite woman, but she did like a drink, and this could turn her very unpleasant. Elizabeth was born on the 27th of November 1843 in Sweden on a farm run by her parents and spent most of her teenage life working as a servant. At some point she started working as a prostitute, and we know this due to her being registered as one by the police in 1865. On the 21st of April, the very same year, she sadly gave birth to a stillborn baby. Between the months of October and November she was hospitalised for venereal ulcer and then venereal disease. This was probably the reason she lost her baby, but by the 14th of November she was given the all clear and had left the hospital. By February 1886 she had left her home country and come to live in London, and according to records a few months later she registered herself as unmarried. By March the 7th, 1869 Elizabeth was married to John Thomas Stride and took his last name. In 1869, Elizabeth and her husband purchased their own coffee shop business, which was relocated a few times until it became clear that the business was a failure, and it was taken over by Mr. John Dale in 1874. About 4 years passed, and what we do know is that Elizabeth was staying in a workhouse by 1878. But here is where the story becomes slightly strange. It is believed she may have made up the following story to gather some kind of compensation or sympathy. On the 3rd of September 1878, a British passenger paddle steamer called the SS Alice collided with a cargo ship called the Bywell Castle on the River Thames. The SS Alice basically split into 3 pieces, and within 4 minutes it had sunken into the very heavy polluted waters of the Thames, killing between 600 to 700 passengers. This number is so vague due to the fact that there was no head count taken of the passengers and no passengers list was taken, so in reality the exact number of deaths will never be known. And the many people who survived the wreck would die due to being submerged for so long in the disgusting conditions of that particular stretch of water, which was heavily polluted with raw sewage, and many of the bloated corpses which were found later that had been discovered by boatmen or simply washed up on the shore were said to be covered in thick slimy sewage that had sped up the rotting process of the flesh and also the clothing, making identifying the dead a very hard job. And according to Elizabeth Stride, herself and her husband and children were on board the SS Alice when the disaster happened, and she lost her entire family when the steamer sank below the infested waters. But she was lucky enough to make it out alive, but not before having her front teeth knocked out when she was climbing a rope on the steamer whilst trying to escape. And according to Elizabeth, another man accidentally kicked her in the mouth, knocking out her front teeth and collapsing the top plate of her mouth. Now, the main reason people find this hard to believe is because, according to the husband's death certificate, he actually died in 1884, which was years after the ship sank, and they never actually had any children. So many speculate Elizabeth made up this story to claim compensation or claim sympathy from the church and claim charity. But I will say this, there is no record of Elizabeth making or receiving any claim, so what her intent was still remains a mystery. But it is most likely that she did it to claim money from charities, or the story was simply created to gain sympathy. Between 1881 and 1882, Elizabeth was admitted to the infirmary due to getting bronchitis. She was also finding work in a few different workhouses, and her marriage unfortunately came to an end. And in 1884, like I said before, John Stride died of heart failure. It was only a matter of years before Elizabeth met another man named Michael Kidney in 1886, and they moved in with each other, but it was not happy families due to John beating Elizabeth on a regular basis. But eventually she turned him into the police for assault, although she did fail to press charges, and it is believed that she did stay with this man on and off for some time. She kept disappearing for months on end, and then she would occasionally return. She would occasionally go back to working as a prostitute whenever it was required, although this wasn't her main source of income. She also made money from sewing. According to Michael Kidney, she did return to him now and again. He said out of all the possible men she was staying with, she seemed to like him the most, but his statement did come from his own mouth and not Elizabeth's. Between 1887 and 1888, Elizabeth was convicted of a total of 8 times after she was arrested for being drunk and disorderly. On the 25th of September 1888, it is said that Elizabeth left Kidney for the last time and stayed at 32 Flower and Dean Street, where she had stayed on a few occasions in the past and had become quite familiar with the lady who ran the establishment, a Mrs. Tanner, and the residents of the establishment also knew her very well, and they also give her the nickname, quite affectionately, as Long Liz, which may have been given to her because she was a tall lady and she took very long strides, which was a play off her last name, or it could have been due to her facial structure. It was at 32 Flower and Dean Street that a Dr. Thomas Bernardo remembered seeing Elizabeth whilst visiting the lodging house to speak to the women who lived in such conditions with intention of setting up some kind of scheme to help children who were living in common lodging houses, and even worse on the streets. Dr. Thomas Bernardo remembers speaking in the kitchen area as many of the women stood around him giving their opinions and stating their concerns, and apparently they were all very worried about this monster who was stalking the dark streets looking for his latest victim. Thomas Bernardo later recalled that one of the women who had been drinking and was failing to hold back her tears commented on the way they lived, and here's what she had to say. "We're all up to no good, and no one cares what becomes of us. Perhaps one of us will be killed next." Very haunting words, I think you'll agree, especially since the killer's next victim was standing in that very kitchen, with all those other women who found it almost impossible to make ends meet. Elizabeth Stride herself was there listening to what Dr. Bernardo had to say. On the 29th of September, the last time Elizabeth was spent in daylight, it is known that she spent the afternoon cleaning 2 rooms at 32 Flower and Dean Street. And as the sun set, she was seen in the lodging house kitchen, and then she went out to the Queen's Head pub, but it wasn't long before she returned to the lodging house kitchen once again, before once again venturing out for the last time. All this happened between 7 and 8 p.m. Elizabeth would not return to the lodging house that night. Now, according to a few witnesses' sightings, Elizabeth was seen with a few different men leading up to her death. It was reported that around 11 p.m. Elizabeth was seen talking to a short man with a dark moustache wearing a morning suit and bowler hat. At around 11:45, Elizabeth was seen again talking to a decently dressed man wearing a peak cap, black coat and dark trousers. They were standing on the pavement opposite number 58 Burner Street. The witness was a Mr. Marshall, and he had seen the two kissing and overheard the well-dressed man say to Elizabeth,
"You would say anything but your prayers."
Which I presume is some kind of flirtatious pickup line from 1888. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's the way that phrase would have been intended. Later that night, a PC William Smith saw Elizabeth standing with a man wearing a hard felt hat standing opposite the International Working Men's Educational Club at 40 Burner Street. Later that night at around 12:45, a dock worker named James Brown saw a woman who he believed could have been Elizabeth. She was speaking with a man with her back up against the wall, once again on Berner Street. The man was of average build and wore a long black coat. The dock worker overheard Elizabeth say, "No, not tonight, some other time." At around 12:45, a gentleman named Israel Schwartz claimed he saw a woman who he thought could have been Elizabeth being attacked by a man just outside the yard where she would be murdered. The attacker had dark hair, a small brown moustache, and was approximately 5 feet 5 inches in height. He pulled Elizabeth into the street before knocking her down to the ground. The attacker then turned his attention to Israel Schwartz and shouted Lipsky, which was an offensive nickname given to Jews at those times. Schwartz wasn't sure if he was talking to him or to a second man that had appeared on the street lighting a pipe. Out of fear that the second man was an accomplice and intended to do him harm, he decided that whatever was happening between the man and the woman was none of his concern and quickly left the scene. Whether the pipe-smoking man was an accomplice or not isn't known, but he didn't give chase or follow Schwartz. If it was Elizabeth, it is entirely possible that Israel Schwartz witnessed the start of the murder and saw the true identity of the killer. At approximately 1 a.m. on Sunday the 30th of September 1888 in Duxfield's Yard, which was a passageway off Berner Street, Louis Deemschutz, the steward of the International and Working Men's Educational Club, turned his horse and cart into the pitch-black passageway, and at once the horse became startled and veered to the left. Deemschutz looked down at the ground and could barely see something lying there in the shadows on the floor. In his own words, it was some kind of dark object. Deemschutz reached down from the carriage with the handle of his whip to try and push the object out of the way, but it proved too heavy, and so he jumped down and knelt by the object and struck a match, and in the briefest illumination he noticed it was the body of a woman, just before the match burned out and he was left once again in the darkness. But this time, he was very aware he was in the darkness with a dead body. He feared that it may be the body of his wife, and at once he ran into the club, praying that she was okay, and he was quite relieved to find that she was safe and sound, for outside was the body of Elizabeth Stride. At once a small group spilled out into the passageway to inspect the body. Elizabeth Stride was found. A body lay near the wall of the passage, her feet pointing out towards the street, and her throat was deeply cut. Congealed blood was smeared across one of her hands, whilst in the other she still grasped a packet of cashews. But that was all. Unlike the other victims, there was no other mutilations. Many say that Elizabeth was lucky because it is thought that the killer was possibly disturbed before he could start plunging his knife, ripping open other areas of her body, and he made his escape just as the horse and cart came around the corner. It is also entirely possible that Jack was still hiding in the shadows of the alleyway as Deemschutz struck his match, and he possibly made his escape once Deemschutz went inside to check on his wife, but it is hard to say. But what we do know is that Jack's sick urge had not been fulfilled that night. He had been disturbed just before he could fulfill his lust for blood, and he had to run away from the scene. But he didn't run far, because on that very same night, whilst the police were being called to the alleyway where Elizabeth's body lay, the killer had found another victim to butcher. And whatever unthinkable violent horror he had planned for Elizabeth, he was most definitely going to inflict the same violent horror on the next woman, only this time tenfold. The killer's next victim was Catherine Eddowes, and he took her life only 1 hour after Elizabeth's. And if indeed Elizabeth's death had been a lucky one, Catherine's most certainly was not. In today's episode, we're going to pick up right where we left off on the last episode, right after the body of Elizabeth Stride had been found with a throat cut. As I said on the last episode, many said that Elizabeth was one of Jack's lucky victims, which is a strange thing to say, but this is due to her only having a throat cut. It is believed that the killer did not have time to carry out his usual ritualistic kill because he was disturbed when Louis Deemschutz arrived in the yard on his horse and cart, and the killer fled the scene. But the killer's sick urges were not satisfied, because no more than an hour later he would take the life of a lady called Catherine Eddowes, whilst the police were investigating the murder of Elizabeth Stride at Berner Street. It is believed that due to his hasty retreat from the last kill, he may have been in a state of rage, or the sick itch that he needed to scratch had become too much for him to handle, and he went a little bit further with the mutilation of Catherine Eddowes than he had ever gone before with his previous victims. But before I tell you how Catherine Eddowes died, let me first tell you how she lived. Catherine was born on the 14th of April in 1842 in Wolverhampton, and she was the sixth of 12 children. Her father George Eddowes worked as a tin plate worker, probably making pots and pans and other such tinware. Her mother, who was also named Catherine, was a cook at the Peacock Hotel. Roughly about a year later, the family moved to London and her father found employment, and the family now intended to call London their home, although they did relocate into different properties at least 3 times before Catherine's mother sadly died after suffering from tuberculosis. She passed away at the very young age of 42, and it was only 2 years later that young Catherine also lost her father, which meant that Catherine, who was only 15 at the time, and 3 of her siblings had to be placed into a workhouse as orphans, and it was at this workhouse that they all worked to learn a trade, resulting in Catherine becoming a tin plate stamper, and with the help of her older sister and her aunt, she found her employment back in Wolverhampton, where she would stay with her aunt and continue her education which she started back in London. Unfortunately, the stay with her aunt was not to be permanent due to Catherine losing her job as a tin plate stamper. This was probably due to stealing, and this made the relationship between the two strained to say the least, and so Catherine relocated once again, but this time to Birmingham to live with her uncle, who was a shoemaker, and Catherine found work as a tray polisher. But once again, this didn't last for long. 4 months later, she moved back to Wolverhampton and moved in with her grandfather, who found her work once again as a tin plate stamper, and after another 9 months, Catherine would once again up and leave and return back to Birmingham. And it was in Birmingham that Catherine started a relationship with a former soldier named Thomas Conway, and by 1867 the couple had 2 children and made a living the best way they could by selling chap books, which I believe were small paper booklets roughly around 40 pages long that were very cheaply made and contained folklore tales, ballads and nursery rhymes and poetry. In 1863, Catherine and Thomas moved back to London, and in 1873 the third child was born. But once again, like so many of the victims I have already covered, it wasn't happy families. Apparently Thomas was a teetotaler, and he was quite proud of this, but unfortunately Catherine had started to enjoy a drink or two, which caused a lot of upset within the family, especially between Thomas and Catherine. But during the 1870s, it is believed that Catherine's drinking increased, and with it came a vile temper, which of course only made the situation more tense and the arguments worse and more violent, and Catherine was seen on many occasions with bruises to her face and black eyes. And by 1880 the relationship was over and Catherine left her 2 younger children with Thomas, and a year later she met a fruit salesman named John Kelly, who she had met at a lodging house on Flower and Dean Street, a street that has come up many times during our exploration into the Jack the Ripper case, and was well known for being one of the foulest and most dangerous of all the slums in the area, and it was here that they became a couple. It is believed that she took John Kelly's last name, however they were not married, but everyone in the area came to know her as Kate Kelly. At this time in her life, Catherine desperately tried to make ends meet by offering to do domestic work. This would either be cleaning or sewing, and she may have been involved in some light prostitution, although this has always been unclear. Some say she did, and some say she didn't. And it is known that if Catherine ever struggled to make the money, she would simply go to her eldest daughter or sister and ask them for money. And if this didn't work out and she could not afford a bed for the night, she would resort to sleeping rough in the front room at 26 Dorset Street, which was referred to as the Shed. Now, I've looked into why this particular house was nicknamed the Shed, and from what I could gather, it was some sort of storage building that was used for those old wooden horse-drawn flat delivery carts. In the summer of 1888, Catherine and John Kelly made their money by hop picking in Kent from the vast crop farms. This is where they would go picking the hop plant, and this is one of the main ingredients for making beer. By the 27th of September, John and Catherine returned back to London, and that night they spent in separate lodging houses. John stayed at Flower and Dean Street, and Catherine stayed at the Mile End Casual Ward. When she arrived, the superintendent inquired where she had been, because she was well known at this particular lodging house after staying there on many occasions. Catherine told the superintendent that she had just returned from hop picking, and then said something that puzzled many investigators into the topic for years. She said she would soon claim the reward for the Whitechapel killer. In her own words, she said, "I think I know him." On the 29th of September, Catherine informed John that she was going to take a trip to her daughter's to borrow some money, and she would return home at about 4 p.m. that day. But as 4 p.m. came around, Catherine had not arrived back to John, and he decided to take a bed at the lodging house after pawning his own boots in order to afford the bed. Catherine had failed to return to John due to her deciding to have a drink, which turned into another drink and another, and so on. And at around 8:30 p.m, a policeman noticed a crowd gathering around the drunk woman laying in the street. The woman was Catherine. As a police officer helped her to her feet, she quickly slumped back down. She was too intoxicated to even stand. And so, with the help of another police officer, Catherine was taken to the Bishopgate police station. And when the police asked her name, she simply replied, "Nothing." And so they placed her in a cell, and within 20 minutes, she was fast asleep. At around 12:30 a.m. on the 30th of September, Catherine was awake and responsive and was heard by the police officer singing in her cell, which made the officer go and check on Catherine, which he had done so every half an hour that night. When Catherine saw the officer, she inquired when she would be released, and he replied, "When you were capable of looking after yourself." And 30 minutes later, at 1 a.m, she was released, and this time when she was asked her name, she gave the false name of Mary Ann Kelly. And by some wild coincidence, this is also the name of Jack the Ripper's fifth and final victim. It was at this time that the body of Elizabeth Stride had just been discovered laying with a throat cut in the alleyway just off Burner Street by Louis Deemshoes. It was also at this time that Catherine left the police station, and as she stepped into the street, she said to the police officer as she passed him, "All right, good night, old cock," and off she went into the night towards her death. At around 1:35 a.m, 3 men leaving the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street said that they saw Catherine and a man talking on the corner of Duke Street. She was seen facing the man in mid-conversation with a hand resting on his chest, but not in a way that suggested she was pushing him away or resisting him. One of the men later told that the man seemed to be 30 years old and 5'7" tall. He had a fur complexion and a moustache. He was wearing a pepper and salt coloured jacket which fits loosely and a grey cloth cap with a peak of the same colour, and he has a reddish handkerchief knotted around his neck. Overall, he gives the appearance of being a sailor. It was only 10 minutes after these 3 men saw Catherine and the mysterious man that PC Edward Watkins would discover Catherine's badly mutilated body lying in a pool of blood on the cold cobbles. At 1:45 a.m. on the 30th of September 1888, Catherine was found by the police constable at the southwest corner of Mitre Square lying in a pool of blood. She had been completely butchered and disfigured by the killer's blade. She was found with her head lay upon a coal hole which was a hatch in the ground which opened up into an underground bunker to store coal. In a panic, PC Edward Watkins ran over to a warehouse which had its doors open and knocked for assistance. Ex-policeman George James Morris answered he was actually working as a night watchman in the warehouse, which bordered the square. At the time of the murder, George James Morris was sweeping the landings inside the warehouse and he unfortunately saw nothing suspicious. Another police officer, PC James Harvey, who was also walking his beat, was the first to arrive when PC Edward Watkins blew his whistle. PC James Harvey had actually walked past the square at 1:30 a.m. and had seen nothing strange. There were also a few other night watchmen that were along Mitre Square and they also saw nothing suspicious. Another police officer reported to the scene after hearing the whistle blow, a PC Holland, and he immediately called for the local surgeon, a Dr. Frederick Gordon Brown, to look over the body. Catherine lay dead on her back, her head turned towards her left shoulder and her arms by her side, as if they simply fell limp as she died. Her palms turned upwards with slightly bent fingers, one of which had lost a thimble which now lay on the cold ground, and her clothing was pulled up above her waist with part of her apron missing. It had been tore away, and her left leg was straight in line with her body, whilst her other leg was bent at the thigh and knee. Like the other victims, Catherine's throat had been slashed, possibly whilst laying down, and then the killer inflicted a very savage attack on the rest of Catherine's lifeless body with his blade. Her face was very disfigured. This included her eyelids, which had been slit. Her nose had been cut across a bridge which went bone deep, and across the side of her face, cutting bone deep into her cheek on the right hand side. Also, the tip of her nose had been severed in an upwards motion from the bottom of the nose, which in turn went straight through her upper lip and into the gum. Across her right shoulder and in between the body of the left arm lay Catherine's intestines. Catherine's earlobe had also been cut off, and blood lay thick and clotted, flowing down from her neck and around the shoulder onto the pavement. It was as if the killer was carrying out his usual mutilations on the lifeless body, but then for some reason he started to slash and stab and hack at her face in a frenzied manner, suggesting that maybe he was taking out his anger and frustrations out on Catherine due to him being interrupted after slitting Elizabeth's throat only an hour before. But the killer did manage to remove a kidney, a procedure that many believe would have been done with care and experience, leading to many suspicions that Jack may have had some anatomical knowledge, maybe a surgeon or even a butcher, although this theory was not entertained by everybody. Around 1 hour after the body had been found, another police constable, Alfred Long, was walking along Gulson Street, which was only about a 5-minute walk from where Catherine had been murdered. It was along this street that something caught his eye, discarded right there in the street. It was a piece of apron that had been tore off Catherine's clothing, now soaked in blood and feces. This evidence left behind told us that the killer had escaped in this direction whilst trying to clean off his hands and his blade, and then simply threw the piece of apron to the ground. The piece of apron was actually dropped into the doorway of a building named Wentworth Model Dwellings, which was a set of apartment blocks which occupied mostly Jewish people. The doorway would have also provided a great hiding place for the killer, as there was no light and he could simply let the dark shadows of the doorway engulf him. This piece of evidence was probably the best lead the police ever had on who the killer could have been. Unfortunately, this mystery was never solved. However, it did tell us the direction the killer went in, and that his home may have been in that direction. Now, many believe that the killer would have been covered in blood, but this may not have been the case, because we now know that the killer liked to strangle his victims to death before cutting their throat, meaning that the blood would not have spurted in his direction, and so it is more likely that the killer made a mess of his hands and tore the apron to wipe away the blood and feces. But there is also a theory that Jack may have still been in the area as police started to fill the streets looking for clues. This is due to a different police officer walking down Gulson Street not long before Constable Alfred Long had discovered the stained apron, and he was adamant that he had seen nothing, no apron or anything suspicious, which tells us that the killer was either in no real hurry to flee the scene, or he stayed on the streets for some time before dropping the apron, or he lived not far away. He arrived home, cleaned himself up, and then ventured back into the night to drop the stained apron outside the doorway of Wentworth Model Dwellings. As well as the apron, PC Constable Alfred Long also noticed a message chalked onto the wall of the Wentworth Model Dwellings building, which read, "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." But was this writing actually left by the killer, or was this message left previously, and the killer just so happened to leave the blooded apron lying there in front of this message purely by coincidence? PC Andrew Long placed police officers on the area in front of the graffitied wall whilst he returned the apron back to the police station to be examined. And whilst he was away, it was decided by an officer with more authority that the graffiti had to be removed from the wall to ensure that there was no acts of anger or violence aimed at the Jewish people, especially since this written message was on the very wall that housed many Jewish families. And of course, the old John Pizer leather apron fiasco was still fresh in everybody's mind. And so, with what is probably the biggest blunder in the Jack the Ripper case, the graffiti was removed. It needed to be gone before the sun rose and the market stalls were opened, and so it was simply scribbled down into a notebook. And even though it was jotted down, some of the officers remembered the message differently. The word Jews was spelt G-U-W-E-S or possibly G-E-W-E-S, which may have been written incorrectly on purpose to throw anyone off the culprit's scent, or it was a genuine spelling mistake. Some of the officers did claim that the chalk was faded and looked like it had been there for some time, but this is still regarded to be a massive mistake in the case. Although this wasn't the only piece of literature that the police had in their possession that may have come from the killer. At this time, the killer didn't go by any name apart from maybe Leather Apron, but not the name we know him as today. But all that was about to change. On the 27th of September, days before, a letter arrived at the Central News Agency in London. At first, they held on to the letter before passing it on to the police on the 29th of September, and it was addressed to the boss. The letter was short and sweet and very disturbing, and was signed from Jack the Ripper. Delving into the life and death of Mary Jane Kelly, but before we get to the final victim, we should first discuss the letters that were said to actually be from Jack the Ripper. Well, maybe. On the 27th of September 1888, mere days before the double event killing of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, a letter arrived at the Central News Agency. 2 days later, they handed it over to the police, a day before the double event killing. This was the first of many letters received by the police, and when I say many, I actually mean thousands. And of course, most of the letters, if not all, were obvious hoaxes, but there were 3 of these letters that the police all regarded to be of the same importance. And here is the first letter, which has now become known as the Dear Boss letter, and it was dated by the writer on the 25th of September 1888.
Dear Boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about leather apron gave me real fits. I am down on hose and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You will soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. Haha. The next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers just for jolly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp I want to get to work right away, if I get a chance. Good luck. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. P.S. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it. No luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Haha.
And that was the Dear Boss letter. Quite disturbing, I think you'll agree. Regardless of whether or not it was actually from the killer or not, we'll get into that a little bit later. It was because of the Dear Boss letter that a legend was born, and the killer was given a name. Before the Dear Boss letter, the killer didn't go by any kind of nickname, apart from maybe the Whitechapel Murderer and Leather Apron. But with this letter, he was named Jack the Ripper. This was the first time ever that the killer went by the name Jack the Ripper. Now, this letter was almost thrown into the hoax pile at first, and although many believe that this is most definitely a fake created by the news agency to simply sell more papers, there was one piece of information in the letter that they found very interesting. The part where Jack says he will clip the next victim ear off. But if you think back to the gruesome murder of Catherine Eddowes, she did indeed have her earlobe clipped off. This could have been on purpose by the killer, or it could have been pure coincidence, but it is strange how this letter was handed over to the police before Catherine was butchered. This letter was published with hopes that someone may notice the handwriting, but unfortunately it came to nothing. The letter was full of spelling, grammar and punctuation mistakes, and all of this was recreated, along with the tone and phrases in the hundreds of hoax letters sent to the police for years after. On the 1st of October, the news agency received a postcard that was once again supposedly from the killer, who also acknowledged the double event killings, and this is one of the reasons that it was given more attention. The double event killing was only the previous morning, and the writer of this letter seemed to know details on the murder, but some believe that a full day is more than enough time to find out details of the murders, especially if this postcard was sent by the press itself. The postcard, which has now become known as the Saucy Jack postcard, was also dated on the very same day it was received, on the 1st of October 1888, and here it is.
I was not cutting, dear old boss, when I gave you the tip. You'll hear about Saucy Jackie's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number 1 squealed a bit, couldn't finish straight off. Had not got time to get ears off for police. Thanks for keeping last letter back till I got to work again. Jack the Ripper.
Like I said, this postcard referenced the double event killing and also referenced the previous letter, and considering it was only one day since the previous letter was published, it was believed by many that these were indeed letters from the killer who would have had this kind of information that he wrote about. But it is now widely accepted that these letters were in fact written by someone at the newspaper in an attempt to sell more papers, and it most definitely did work. At the time when these letters were going around, the police did have a suspect, a journalist named Tom Bullen. But this was never proven. But in 1931, over 30 years after the killings, a journalist named Fred Best apparently confessed to writing the Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jack postcard in a last-ditch attempt to keep the newspaper business alive. But just like this case in general, it remains a mystery. But the third letter that was sent is the one that certainly did offer more convincing content, especially the well-preserved piece of human kidney that was sent along with the letter, all parcelled neatly in a small box. And before I read the letter, let me remind you that the killer did indeed take Catherine Eddowes' kidney with him on the night of the double event killing. This letter was considerably different from previous letters. The handwriting was drastically different, the spelling and grammar was slightly worse, and it was not signed Jack the Ripper, it was simply left unsigned. And this time, it wasn't the news agency that received the letter, it was Mr. George Lusk, the head of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. The letter was sent out on the 15th of October and received by Mr. Lusk on the 16th. And this is what it said. This is the From Hell letter.
From hell. Mr. Lusk, sir. I send you half the kidney I took from one woman, preserved it for you. T'other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out, if you only wait a while longer. Signed, Catch Me If You Can, Mr. Lusk.
The kidney that arrived with the letter was preserved in alcohol and was immediately tested, and the results were promising. The kidney was indeed human and from a female who would have been roughly around 45 years old and suffered from Bright's disease, which causes the kidneys to fail due to heavy alcohol consumption. Coincidentally, Catherine Eddowes was 46 at the time of her death and did indeed like a drink, as we know. But once again, this piece of evidence was also considered a hoax, just like the other three letters. It was suggested that the kidney was sent by the mortuary staff as a prank, but many believe that the From Hell letter is in fact genuine and from the killer himself. You may be amazed to hear that all three of these letters, including the kidney, disappeared from police evidence, although the Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jack postcard did reappear in 1988, handed into the police by an unknown person. The From Hell letter was never recovered. The only evidence that it ever existed is an old photograph of the actual letter itself. And as for the thousands of other letters and evidence that the police had collected over the years, well, unfortunately, these were all lost to fires and the bombing of London during World War II. The following month, Jack the Ripper took his last victim. Her name was Mary Jane Kelly, and this time Jack had all the time he needed to mutilate and destroy the body of Mary, and he most definitely did not rush. In fact, he took his time. What I'm about to tell you is so much more disturbing than the previous 4 killings, which is a hard thing to imagine, but unfortunately is entirely true. But once again, and for the last time, before I tell you how Mary Jane Kelly died, let me first tell you how she lived. Mary Jane Kelly's life was just like Jack the Ripper himself, a mystery. No one really knew a great deal about her, and many of the details known about her may be fabricated or they may be true. The sad fact is, we just don't know. So with that in mind, let's carry on. The following information is from the people that Mary Jane Kelly was close to, mainly Joseph Barnett, a gentleman she spent a lot of time with before her death, and friends. She was born in Limerick, Ireland at around 1863, and at some point her family moved to Wales when she was a child. She had also said that at some point her family disowned her, apart from her sister, who was still in contact with her. She may have also had up to 7 brothers. Mary also claimed that she came from a wealthy family. An old landlady of Mary claimed that she was very well educated and talented, especially when it came to art, although Joseph Barnett claimed that she would often ask him to read the newspapers to her, suggesting that she couldn't read that well or at all. So, as you can see, the information is already conflicted. Even information on her appearance was conflicting, with some saying her hair was light in colour and some saying it was dark. But it is known that she was a very pretty lady, with many describing her after death as very attractive. When she turned 16, she apparently married a coal miner who would die in a mining explosion 2 or 3 years later. After this, due to lack of money, she relocated to Cardiff and lived with her cousin, and it's believed that it was her cousin that persuaded her to turn to a life of prostitution, but as you have already guessed, there is no evidence of this. In 1884, she relocated back to London and found work as a domestic servant and working for a tobacconist, before eventually arriving in central London. It is here that she found work in a high-class brothel in the West End of London, and she soon became one of the brothel's most popular girls, earning quite a lot of money and spending it on expensive clothing and travelling via horse and carriage. Apparently at some point she moved from London to France with a client, but after 2 weeks she returned to London alone. Apparently she was not happy with her life though. Now it was also hinted at that she may have been either on the run or avoiding an old pimp, and this may be why she changed her location, leaving the high-class brothel behind and starting a new life in the East End. And it is said that it was around this time that she did start to drink more than usual. Whilst in the East End, she apparently met and moved in with a few different men who were apparently smitten with her, but for whatever reason it just didn't work out. On the 8th of April 1887 she met 28-year-old Joseph Barnett, who worked as a fish porter, and they met on Commercial Street, and right then and there they decided to go for a drink and get to know each other. They arranged to meet the following day, and upon that meeting they decided to move in together, which if you ask me is very fast. Like I said, it's Joseph who actually gave the police most of this information I'm giving you right now. Over the next 2 years or so they had lived in many different lodging houses over the time they were together, and they also got evicted many times due to late payments or being drunk and disorderly. By 1888, Kelly and Barnett moved into 13 Miller's Court, a small single room that was at the back of 26 Dorset Street, Spitalfields. It was once the back room of 26 Dorset Street, but the owner had decided to partition the room and make it rentable. But this living space was exactly that, a small 12-foot square room with just enough room for a bed and a few furnishings. It is in this very small room that Mary Jane Kelly will be butchered by Jack the Ripper. At some point, Kelly lost her key and had to smash a small window by the entrance in order to reach inside and unbolt the door when she was coming or going, and this remained this way until her death. Neighbours often said that on many occasions they would see a coat hanging from the inside covering the broken window. It is believed at this point in her life she had given up prostitution. Unfortunately, Barnett lost his job as a fish porter and was no longer bringing in a wage, so it wasn't long before she went back to a life of prostitution, and she would also invite other girls who worked in the same profession to her home on cold nights. Barnett was okay with this at first, but quickly the relationship became strained, and weeks before Kelly's death he did move out, but he did return a few times, sometimes bringing her money. It would seem that he was still very fond of her, and they kept a good friendship. On the night of her death, Barnett visited Kelly between 7 and 8 p.m, but after finding Kelly with a female friend called Maria Harvey, he decided not to stay too long, and he apologised for not having any money to give her before heading back to his lodgings to play cards before falling asleep at around 12:30 a.m. That same evening, Kelly was seen in a few pubs, and at 11:45 Kelly was seen returning home drunk with a stout ginger-haired man. He was aged approximately 36 years old and was wearing a black felt bowler hat, had a thick moustache, and had blotches on his face, and in his hand he carried a can of beer. This was all witnessed by neighbour 31-year-old Mary Ann Cox. As Kelly and the man entered her small room, she said to Cox that she was going to sing a little song. And that song was called A Violet from a Mother's Grave. At midnight, Mary Ann Cox ventured out once more, and when she arrived back an hour later, she could still hear Kelly singing. Mary Ann Cox didn't stay in her property for long, as she ventured back out at around 1 a.m. At around 2 a.m, a gentleman named George Hutchinson, who actually knew Kelly, bumped into her in the street. After greeting each other, Kelly asked George for some money, to which he replied that he was broke. Kelly then started to walk in the direction of Frall Street, and she was immediately approached by a man. George was still watching at this point and noted that the man was of Jewish appearance and very suspicious looking, apparently trying to hide his appearance. It seemed like some arrangement was agreed upon, and Kelly and the stranger walked past George, and the man hid his face under the peak of his hat. He also overheard Kelly complaining that she had lost her handkerchief, and the man gave her one of his own. He then heard Kelly say to the stranger, "All right, my dear, come along, you will be comfortable." And then they disappeared into Kelly's small room. The time was 2:45 a.m. At 3 a.m, Mary Ann Cox returned home for the last time. She noticed that Kelly's room was in darkness and all was quiet. Elizabeth Pratter, who lived in the room directly above Kelly's, was awoken by a kitten walking across her neck between 3:30 a.m. and 4 a.m, and apparently she heard the very faint cry of murder. This was also heard by another resident, but both failed to investigate because apparently in the East End it was not uncommon to hear such cries in the middle of the night. At 5:30 a.m, Elizabeth Pratter left her room to venture to the 10 Bells pub in search of a drink of rum, and saw nothing suspicious. And at around 5:45 am, Mary Ann Cox awoke after hearing what sounded like someone outside leaving their room. On the morning of the 9th of November, Kelly's landlord and Mr. John McCarthy sent his assistant Thomas Bowyer to Kelly's house to collect rent. Apparently, Kelly was 6 weeks behind on her payments. At 10:45 am, Thomas Bowyer arrived at Kelly's home and knocked on the door, and of course, no one answered, and so tried the door handle, but found that the door was locked. He went over to the broken window and pushed aside the clothing that was covering it. As he peered through the broken glass, he would see a sight that he would most definitely not forget. The first thing he saw was slices of bloody flesh piled on the bedside table, and then his eyes focused on Mary Jane Kelly's extremely mutilated corpse lying there on the blood-soaked bed. The thing that made this kill different than the rest was privacy and time. The killer had plenty of time to inflict whatever horrors he wanted upon Kelly's body, all within the safety of a small, dank room. After reporting back to his employer, Mr. John McCarthy, who also came to view the body, Thomas Bowyer then reported the murder to the police, apparently struggling to tie his words together as he told the officer what he had seen. And at 1:30 p.m, the police broke into the room to discover Mary Jane Kelly's unrecognisable corpse, and they also noted that a fire had been burning through the night, possibly by the killer, who didn't think that the single candle that was lit provided enough light for him to appreciate his work with a blade. And to illuminate the room more, he may have burned some of Kelly's clothing. Whatever clothing did not get burnt sat neatly folded on the chair and her boots placed in front of the fireplace, which suggested she had settled down for the night maybe. It was suggested that the killer spent about 2.5 hours to complete his extremely disturbing mutilations. This was without a doubt the worst of the killings. It would seem that in his sick, demented way, Jack enjoyed himself a little too much. And just like the others, Kelly was killed by having her throat cut before the mutilation started. Now I'm about to tell you what the killer exactly did to Mary Jane Kelly. I will warn you, it is extensive and disturbing. Kelly lay mostly naked, slightly to the left on the bed, her head resting on her left cheek, her right arm had been partially removed from her body and her legs were spread wide. Her insides had been removed and the surface of the abdomen and thighs had been skinned from her body and placed in a pile on the bedside table, the same pile that Thomas Bowyer noticed as he first peered through the broken window. Her arms were badly mutilated. When the killer had started on her face, it was as if he couldn't stop. Kelly's face was simply unrecognisable. Her face had been hacked to pieces, only the eyes and ears remained. Many theorised that the eyes were left this way because the killer wanted a dead gaze upon him as he worked. Other areas of the body, such as the neck, had been sliced to the bone. Kelly's uterus, kidneys and one breast were all removed and placed beneath her head like some kind of gruesome pillow. Her left lung was torn and gashed and her heart was completely missing, and most of her organs and entrails had been removed and placed to the right of her body. Kelly's body was so unrecognisable, it is believed that Joseph Barnett could only identify the body by her ears and her eyes. Over the many years, there have been so many theories of who the killer may have been, so many theories from crazed cults, violent street gangs, and even a deranged midwife. Honestly, if I was to go through all the suspects, we would be here all day. So I'm going to just tell you about a few of my favourites. This does not mean I believe them to be true, I just like them. First of all, we have a gentleman named George Chapman, who was a Polish man who came to London just as the Whitechapel murder started. But why was this man a suspect? Well, George had been married 3 times, and suspiciously all 3 of his wives met a very early death. But don't feel too sorry for George just yet. You see, he actually poisoned all 3 of them, and became known as a Borough Poisoner, and he was hanged for his crimes in 1903. But at the time of the killing of the 5 Ripper victims, he actually ran a barber's business in Whitechapel. After his capture, it was believed that this man could have been Jack the Ripper, but not everyone felt the same way. George liked to poison his victims, but this just wasn't Jack's style, who would have much rather had blood on his hands. And then we have a gentleman named Francis Tumblety. Now this guy really did get around. Francis was often in trouble with the law, he was always up to no good, and here are a few of his crimes. The Irish-born American spent a lot of his life posing as an Indian herb doctor in the United States and Canada. His medical experiences lay in herbal remedies and claimed he was a brilliant doctor, which was all total nonsense. Francis was an eccentric liar, a con man, a swindler, and eventually he would have to flee Boston due to one of his patients dying under his care. On May the 5th, 1865, he was arrested in St. Louis and taken to Washington on orders of the Secretary of War for having some kind of involvement in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, although there was never enough evidence to tie him to the president's death. But here is the sole reason that people believed him to be Jack the Ripper. He absolutely hated prostitutes. Well, he was actually married to a lady who happened to be a prostitute, which for some reason ended, and it ended badly, and from that moment he would often state his hatred towards all women who sold themselves for money. And if it was not enough, he also had a collection of uteruses preserved in jars, and he would often have dinner parties and hand them around the table, boasting that he had a uterus from every class of woman. And as we now know, Jack the Ripper did have some kind of obsession with these organs. Francis travelled all around the world treating people with his herbal remedies, and in the months of the killings, Francis was indeed staying in Whitechapel. At some point whilst in Whitechapel, he was arrested for being caught in homosexual acts, which at the time was very illegal. Whilst in police custody awaiting trial, he discovered he was also a suspect for the Ripper murders, and as soon as he was free to go, he fled from London for America under a fake name, and all attempts to get Francis back to London by the London police all ultimately failed. Even though the police believed that this man could be Jack the Ripper, it just didn't fit. This man's build and eccentric way he dressed, as well as his gigantic moustache, did not match any of the eyewitness reports. That's not to say he wasn't Jack the Ripper, but many think not. Another suspect was a Mr. Richard Mansfield, who was a famous actor at the time and was actually appearing on stage in the theatre, starring in the leading role of A Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which of course is about a monstrous man committing murders in the streets of London, and apparently his portrayal of a murderer was so convincing that many believed that he was without a doubt the killer that was stalking the streets of Whitechapel. Now, the next theory I have for you is actually thought up by Patricia Cornwell, the famous author, and in 2017 she actually published a book on this theory. She named it Ripper, The Secret Life of Walter Sickert. Sickert was born on the 31st of May 1860 and in later life would be a very successful artist. In this book, Patricia claims that Sickert was in fact Jack the Ripper due to his obsession with everything Jack the Ripper. It is Patricia's belief that he had a horrific operation when he was a child which left him impotent, and in later life this gave him a hatred for all women. Patricia believed that Sickert was a very deeply disturbed human being, and Patricia believed that whatever dark, tormented thoughts Sickert had in his head made its way over to his canvas. His paintings were very dark and atmospheric, and they were slightly disturbing, you could say haunting. It is said that he once stayed in a room where Jack the Ripper himself may have slept, and although we obviously will never know if this is true, the landlady was very sure that she allowed a man to stay in that room who could have very well have been Jack the Ripper. Maybe she was telling the truth, or maybe it was a money-making scheme. Nevertheless, it was in this room that he got the inspiration to paint one of his most famous pieces of art titled Jack the Ripper's Bedroom. This piece was dark and gloomy, with the room painted in shadows and dark colours and the details obscured, projecting on the canvas what he really felt about the Jack the Ripper case. Another one of his pieces show a man sat on the edge of a bed, hands clasped together and his head hung low. Behind him on the bed lays a dead, naked woman. This was called What Shall We Do for the Rent, later renamed the Camden Town Murder. Patricia also successfully matched a piece of Sickert's DNA from letters he wrote, from the envelopes and from the stamps. Now she matched this DNA with a letter from the one of many of Jack the Ripper's. And although this does sound amazing, that piece of DNA that was found was proven to be very common, making this theory unreliable, but Patricia still believes to this day that this is true. And now I have another suspect for you, and I think this may be my favourite. This time the suspect is the actual author of some very famous books that I'm certain you have all heard of or even read. Alice in Wonderland? In 1996, author Richard Wallace wrote a book that suggested the author of Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll, may have been a deeply disturbed individual and may have indeed been Jack the Ripper. Apparently, Lewis loved to use anagrams in his work, and he may have confessed to some of the murders in some of the books that he wrote. And according to Richard Wallace, there was some very disturbing ones in the short story A Nursery Alice, which was the abridged story of Alice in Wonderland. Here is an example of what he found. Richard Wallace took the following verse from Lewis Carroll's book A Nursery Alice. So she wandered away through the wood, carrying the ugly little thing with her, and a great job it was to keep hold of it. It wriggled about so, but at last she found out that the proper way was to keep tight hold of itself, foot, and its right ear. And then he turned this into,
She wriggled about so, but at last Dodgson and Bain found a way to keep hold of the fat little whore. I got a tight hold of her and slit her throat, left ear to right. It was tough, wet, disgusting too. So weary of it, they threw up. Jack the Ripper.
Now, since this publication, many have claimed that this theory is drastically flawed due to the fact that almost anything can be constructed from using anagrams in this way and twisted to be whatever they want it to be. And now for my last theory, it is of course the royal conspiracy, that Prince Albert Victor, the Duke of Clarence, had actually contracted syphilis from a prostitute, and this sent him on a crazed rampage around Whitechapel, killing whatever prostitute he came across as revenge for contracting the disease. It's said that the royal family knew about this but failed to stop him, but after the double event killing, he was locked in an asylum. But somehow he escaped and managed to kill Mary Jane Kelly. Like most of these theories, you have some who believe it to be fact, and then you have some who find them to be ridiculous. These few theories of who the killer may have been is truly the tip of the iceberg. There are just too many. The area of Whitechapel was truly an awful place to live. The filth-ridden slums was what many called home, and the people of Whitechapel literally woke up every day wondering where they would be sleeping by night, and if they would have food in their bellies. It was an area that had been left to fester, a place where a woman could shout murder in the middle of the night and be ignored because it was simply the norm. A place where a killer could walk the streets and take the life of 5 women. Who knows, he probably took the life of many more, and still disappear into the dark, shadowed corners of every street. That being said, it was because of the murders that eventually made Queen Victoria actually do something about the state of things in the East End of London. Eventually, the area would receive more lighting, illuminating the once dark streets at night, and a greater number of police officers were employed in order to get more officers around the area. And eventually, Whitechapel became a much better place to live. And today, Whitechapel is a very different place, often described as buzzy and multicultural. There seems to be a lot of good things going on in the area. It has a great music scene and a fantastic art gallery that opened in 1901. Most of the old maze-like streets and buildings have now disappeared after being demolished or destroyed during the bombings of World War II, but some do still remain. And now the legend of Jack the Ripper has now become a tourist attraction for many people wishing to take the guided tours around the areas where Jack the Ripper killed his victims. Starting way back in 1888, an horrific legend was born and given the name Jack the Ripper, a name that history won't forget, and at the same time, we won't forget the women who suffered at his hands. Marianne Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly.